can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down until now. From the moment you came over, I'd be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles they
thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my clouds, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even be himself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
No sleep. You'll never find me dreaming these days. Lonely. I had to get another set of keys made. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took her off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about. If I told you that we could have a better life,
Would you bring the old you?
or is that person still alive?
If you took him off the shelf,
Would she even be herself?
if I told
one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight.
Hello and welcome our online and at the site viewers. We're so excited for this day. It's day 3 of the freestyle event Grand Slam here in Las Vegas. And we had a lot of excitement. One of the biggest surprise was that Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, is not in the race for the first place. He can still be third. I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and alongside me, the world-class player and coach, Peter Leko. Peter, yesterday we witnessed Arjun playing very well, and he's playing an incredible tournament. He eliminated from running to the first place Magnus Carlsen. Yesterday he did the same with the world #2, Nakamura. What do you think? Is he going to be going all the way and collect the championship title?
Yeah, thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. It's so hard to say. Yeah, it was some incredible success for Levon, the endurance that he showed on both days, because it was not just the match on the first day against Magnus. He had to survive up till that moment to have that chance. And I was very happy to his interview where Levon actually highlighted that he was already very happy that he had the chance to play with Magnus for that playoff spot. And we always speak about this, that somehow finding the positives. Yeah, that no matter what kind of challenges, how tired you are and everything, he looked forward to that match, knocked Magnus Carlsen out, and yesterday we have witnessed another incredible performance by him. What a match that was. Yeah, Hikaru had all the chances to take the match, then Levon bounced back, then it looked like Hikaru is bouncing back, and finally we have seen some incredible drama, and both Magnus and Hikaru are now on the lower bracket.
Exactly, and of course, as usual, we have Nicholas Huschenberg with us, who is also telling all the insights with the computer, but also he's a great player. So I would ask you, what do you think? We had an incredible 2-day of chess marathon, about 20 hours in 2 days for the players. What do you think? How the players can recover, recharge themselves?
Yeah, I'm sure the players are not used to so much chess in so little time. Usually they play 1 game a day, then it's maybe 4, 5, maybe 6 hours max. Here, yesterday was a long, long day, starting at 11 and finishing for Caruana and his opponent only at 9 p.m. Caruana knocking out Pragnananda. I think it's really dependent on the result. If you win in the end after such a long day, you get energy, you're ready for the next day, it's okay. But if you lose, like Pragnananda, you lose after, 10 hours of chess, basically, it's tough. So we're going to see how he bounces back today. It will not get easier for those guys.
Well, I think it's interesting to talk about it with the older generation and the really young ones, how much it benefits for them. But we see actually the older guys also out there in the front line playing for the title. So we're going to talk about that. Unfortunately, for 4 players, we had to say goodbye. Vidit, Savion, Robson and Bibisara, but we have a great lineup still in competition. We have the semifinals with 2 pairs, 4 players only left, and we have the lower brackets. So let's see what are the upper brackets, how it was played out. We had an incredible fight between Caruana and Pragnananda, 7 games of played. Armageddon was deciding it. Hans Niemann shows an incredible resilience and fighting spirit and everything what it needs to be here to be in the semifinals. Arjun, we will be talking a lot about him, and we were talking a lot about him. He didn't make a draw until yesterday when it was securing he's moving forward to the semifinals. Otherwise, every game it was decided. And Arjun, he had some rest because for him it was only 2 games that he qualified, right?
Yeah, basically I almost don't remember him playing, right? Because he just very smoothly qualified. In fact, my heart is aching for that exchange sacrifice, which finally did not work out from Abdusatolov. Arjun playing incredibly precisely like a computer, punishing that sacrifice. He had a great rest. He could have enjoyed the show from his bed. Yeah, it's I think a wonderful comfort seeing all your colleagues, your rivals fighting it out till the bitter end, and you are keeping your energy for the semifinals.
So let's see the other bracket, the lower brackets, where how that folded out in the games. We have incredible names there. Nakamura, world number 2. Very painful day for him. Actually, it was not the day, it was the afternoon. That will he remember in his nightmares, I believe. Against Lenny Dominguez, Pragnananda Khamer against your student. Very tough match. Abdusaturov, Wesley So, Sinderov, Magnus Carlsen. What a matchup over there. They cannot play for the title, nor the runner-up place, but they will be fighting for the third place. And of course, great number of points to collect for the series of the Grand Slam. What do you think about that?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's so much at stake because this is now already the 4th event. And South Africa, the grand final is approaching and everybody wants to somehow get in. So finishing very well here, getting as much points as possible. Magnus clearly wants to secure his number 1 spot with a good result here, but also Hikaru definitely. And we have to keep an eye on Fabiano, who is second behind Magnus Carlsen in the overall standing. He still has the chance of winning the whole event.
Well, everybody or many of the players have, because the last portion of the Grand Slam, there they can collect the double of the points. So anything can be for some. And now let's see what has been happening yesterday in a very short video.
Hello, everyone. Day 2 of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. After the dramatic twists of the preliminary round, the quarterfinals only raised the stakes. The matches were intense. 2 of them even went all the way to Armageddon.
I mean, this is entertainment at its max at the entertainment capital of the world. It's a format so brutal that we call it the Armageddon. Problems on the board as well. Big threats. And look at this. This is absolute chaos.
This is great news for Fabiano. He actually brings his queen out. Watch out, Prag. There is a nasty check in the ad.
This is going to be Fabi's match. He's about to get the queens off the board. He does it. Prag's got less time on the clock as well.
It's all about the clock now. Fabi is simply winning on the board. No doubt about it. No counterplay at all.
That's 22 seconds. He's got a 1 second advantage right now over Fabiano. They got to absolutely blitz out these moves.
Oh, struggling to move his king.
Completely lost.
More pieces fall off the board. There goes a bishop. Now he's got a full rook like you talked about. He's going to check the king on the side of the board, repositioning towards the middle. The king on the chase as well. Just quick moves, blitzing out. Can't give away a single move blunder, but it's more important to look at the clock. Look at this, 17 seconds apiece, 19 seconds. It's too quick to follow in so many ways. He just has to hold on, and he does just that. Fabiano Caruana in a marathon of the day. He was pushed all the way to Armageddon. 7 total games of freestyle chess, and he does it once again. Mr. Consistency is going to the semifinals.
Before him, Arjun Erigaisi had already advanced by defeating Nodirbek Abdusatorov within the regular time control. And the remaining quarterfinals were packed with drama and tension, both heading into tiebreaks. Hans Niemann emerged victorious over Yavokir Sindarov after rapid and blitz games, while Levon Aronian delivered yet another major surprise, defeating Hikaru Nakamura and knocking him out of the upper bracket.
What is this world that we're living in? Pragnananda, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, all out of the championship bracket, playing in the lower bracket for a fight for third. I mean, that feels like an alternative reality right now. Magnus gone, Hikaru gone, out of the top 4.
Get ready. It's
Full of excitement for sure. Already, it is sure that this time we are going to have a new winner of this tournament, because before it was Vincent Khamer and Magnus Carlsen twice. Now we are going to be a new winner. So let's see the semifinal pairs. Let's talk about it a little bit. Let's start with Fabiano and Hans' match, because I think from the games and how it went, it was easier for Niemann, for Hans to be at this spot of the tournament. What do you think, Peter?
Well, I don't know. Of course, yeah, Fabiano had a rough qualification spot. Yeah, he actually secured it with a win over Hans in the very last game in the group stage. And yes, yesterday that was a marathon. The only reason why I was a little bit hesitant because also Hans had a crazy match yesterday against Sindalov. Yeah, so yeah, one game less, but still a tremendous amount of energy was spent there from Hans as well. Fabiano is a player who causes quite a lot of damage to Niemann. I think he has a very big plus score in classical chess, but yesterday I had the chance to chat with Hans during dinner, and I don't want to reveal many things what he told me, but basically he spent awful amount of time preparing for this event, specifically for freestyle chess. So he took it extremely seriously that he has a chance here in Las Vegas to fight, and it's gonna be a very big match.
And what are the strengths, do you think, for Hans that he can give a hard time to Fabiano?
Well, we have seen it, yeah. His time management is very good. He is putting pressure on the clock. He seems to play with tremendous amount of confidence. And I think it's also connected, first of all, his character, but also that he has done this tremendous work before the event. He really has a lot of ideas and so on. I was quite amazed when he told me specifics and so on, and that's why I don't want to reveal it yet. Let him reveal at the end. In any case, yeah, very serious. On the other hand, Fabiano is the one who has this incredible experience, and we have seen it also in the Armageddon game and already in the Blitz playoff against Pragnananda that he feels so comfortable in the opening phase. He always gets a good position, and finally, I think because of this, he's a force to reckon with, and normally only Magnus is kicking him out, but Magnus is not there. Who will stop Fabi?
No, Magnus is not in that area of the tournament right now. And let's see the other matchup between Arjun and Levon Aranyan, who qualified for the semifinals. Eric Gaisi, we haven't talked too much about him because he was somehow just doing his job.
Yes.
And he qualified to the semifinals, right? And Levon, he is the hero up to this moment, ruining all dreams of the top players. What is your take on this match?
Well, it's a very interesting fight of personalities. Arjun is kind of the silent killer because his character, he's so friendly, he's so quiet. You would feel like he cannot do any harm to anyone when you talk to him. No matter how many games he wins, he's absolutely polite and very respectful towards everyone. And then over the board, he doesn't know, he doesn't fear anyone, he's going always for the sharpest continuations. I believe this will be an incredible match because of clash of styles. But Nicholas, also maybe please share your inputs. What do you expect from this match?
A clash of styles, a clash of generations. Levon Aranyan first knocking out Magnus Carlsen, then knocking out Hikaru Nakamura. I mean, he's on a roll, and he should not be underestimated. And Eric Gaisi, as you said it, he quietly but surely moved into the semifinals. So we will see if he can continue. Jude.
I think we see all players being an expert in freestyle chess.
Absolutely.
We can say that. They love it, they play it, they exercise it, they prepare for it, right? But of course, I want to bring up Magnus Carlsen's matchup as well, because he is not there where he would belong, and many people probably fans of him are sad that he's not in the semifinals, but it's going to be an incredible match. Again, we can say that it's a clash of generations.
That's for sure. Absolutely. Again, it's always lovely to hear these interviews after the matches, and I watched Magnus's interview. He said when he was asked what happened in the group stage, he said that a total collapse of the nervous system, and this is what we relate to, we know it. Yeah, it comes with age, because all these tremendous fights, every day you are giving your maximum 10 hours focusing on chess and your life. At some point, yeah, you get older, you have this problem. Yeah, the nervous system is the one that it will be more and more difficult to control. But he said, yeah, finally I'm knocked out. Now I just want to enjoy the event, and we have seen yesterday against Vidit. Yeah, he played the the games that gave him the biggest pleasure, and he just crushed with it. I believe he wants to continue the same spirit. Sindarov definitely was on the winner's bracket. He was hoping, I think, to continue his journey. But after being knocked out in the Blitz playoff against Niemann, now he gets the reward of facing Magnus Carlsen on the lower bracket. Well, it can't get worse.
What do you expect from Sindarov? Is he happy, excited? What preparation he must have, Nicholas?
Well, I'm sure he likes the challenge, because we also saw him earlier in Weissenhaus picking Hikaru Nakamura famously back then and beating Hikaru also back then, the world number 2 in the world. So I'm sure he appreciates the challenge. At the same time, as Peter said, Magnus Carlsen is the toughest opponent, and Sindarov has lost to him also in Paris.
In Weissenhaus.
In Weissenhaus.
Weissenhaus, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right, after Vincent beat Magnus and Sindarov lost to Caruana, then he had to face Magnus for the fight for place 3, and he lost there pretty convincingly. So I'm sure he likes the challenge, but this will be a very tough match for Sindarov.
So how much do you think, Peter, that Sindarov was upset? For how many seconds, minutes, or hours after his loss yesterday against Hans?
Well, I think for sure kicking himself, because if you are facing Niemann, then definitely you think like, okay, I have a 50% chance, yeah? And you are on the winner's bracket, you are already thinking, yeah, if I win against Niemann, I'm already in the semifinals, and you're in a fantastic position, incredible situation, we know all the Grand Slam points, yeah, very important. So I think it was a blow. On the other hand, as Niklas also said, that he loves these challenges so much. And after all, he's here in Vegas. He plays against the best players in the world, and he plays against Magnus Carlsen a match. He should just enjoy it and see. Maybe he already learned quite something from that match from Weissenhaus. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it's clear that the players have already quite an experience. Yesterday, it was quite amazing to see the opening that at some point there was in one match, when one round we had all the games the same first few moves, while Magnus Carlsen was doing something else.
Yes.
What is your take on this? Do we have openings already in freestyle chess?
Well, yeah, this is the point. Yeah, when you are thinking alone, then you can have your own ideas, yeah? And this is also Magnus highlighted in his interview, that he feels like when we are talking about freestyle chess, then playing different kind of structures, different openings make more sense, but many of the players feel more comfortable teaming up, discussing, and then playing basically the same lines. So often we see team versus team battle in the openings. Clearly, I would also prefer to see more first moves.
Okay, so this is amazing that we have already some openings in freestyle, but we're just about to throw it to the stage and see what is the next position today for the first game.
Well, there you have it. Those are the players doing battle here on the Las Vegas stage. But now we have to draw our position for the first bout of the day. In order to do that, I'd like to invite Alyssa Yokota on stage. She's an ambassador for freestyle chess in the Japanese region of the world. So if we could get her up on the stage. Lovely. Big responsibility. First position of the day. I'm going to have Tanya release the remaining starting positions and then get you over here.
5, 5, 5.
Ooh, that feels like a lucky number here in Vegas. Position 555. Alyssa, thank you very much. We can place this right here. Just a quick question from you, as you've been a part of this live audience and the new experience here in Vegas. What has it been like to, be sitting so close to 16 of the best and watching them do battle for some of the biggest prize money the chess world has ever seen?
It's very exciting. Yes?
Well, we appreciate you coming to join us. We appreciate you drawing this number. The players have their normal 10 minutes to discuss within their pods. Again, down to 6 players apiece. After those 10 minutes, they step on stage to do battle, and we'll catch you in the studio to break down all the action. We'll see you soon.
Before G5, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, before G5. F5? G4.
Yeah, you can try.
What are you gonna
I think
do
they
with
will
this
put like,
white
I don't know,
bishop?
maybe.
F4, F5?
Okay, maybe they can put something.
G4 is not that scary. It doesn't feel...
G6.
G6, yeah, just... Just G6, huh? Okay, what if they... Let's check, like, the most obvious, like, symmetry, yeah? Say. Is there any danger in the symmetry?
E4?
Yes, E4.
Shouldn't be dangerous as first game, no? Bishop was C.
Bishop on G8, yes.
That's more dangerous, no? That's more dangerous, no? At least, yeah. That's not knight C5 and everything. It should be fine.
Bishop E5, yeah?
Yeah, bishop E5.
C3. Yes, similar, yeah?
Or E5 immediately after knight C3. Also fine.
But when the bishop is on G8, this D5 is not hanging, but here is hanging. Maybe this is slightly better. How are you going to stop this? Can be quite annoying.
But F5, G4 take G5? What do we do?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking about. But G5 you can also do Queen G2.
Yeah. You are also attack B7, yeah? Queen G2. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because Queen G1 he has this.
Yeah, but is it really so? Queen G2 also is probably
Chicken, oh, knight E6. Oh, okay.
No, but this looks tricky.
You're white, you're fake.
This is too risky for black. Well, I mean, you just lose the pawn, no?
You can play knight E6.
Rook G5?
Tiny bit better for white still, no? And he gets this pawn on D4. Huh? 6. Okay, here. I don't know, but how are you gonna protect this guy? 93, you will play D4 or what?
Yes.
This. Okay, here, let's say. G5 you want to play, yeah?
G5,
Yeah. I'm just a bit afraid it will be slightly worse. I don't know. Bishop D2 and Queen H3 castle.
Knight E6.
Hmm?
That's a weird probably a bit hard, no?
Yeah, I kind of like this for white.
If we go E5, yeah?
Maybe we should try to build it up, yeah? Ourselves with C6. Yeah, E5?
You can develop it.
No, I mean,
they can play E5.
later, yeah?
I don't like this is actually best.
Yeah?
No, now
And
okay,
C6,
they play
C4?
E5, maybe you should take D4 again.
Take D5, Queen H3, King C7. Oh, but okay, here bishop is there.
Yeah, bishop is on the
G4?
F5. G5, D5.
Okay, this. Knight F3.
Yeah.
You want to play with G5, huh?
I don't know. G3? G3? I don't know anymore.
Okay, maybe not. But yesterday in your Armageddon, Prague was worse after 2 moves.
Does it help us here?
You need to get more. Let's say
G5.
not.
I mean, G6 is
This is stupid. I mean, I'm gonna play F4. I'm like,
Yeah,
this
that
is
makes
going
sense.
on.
Okay, now E3, E6, E6.
Ah, you play
D5.
Squares.
Okay.
I'm worried for black.
But he has knight d7.
96 or
96.
96. That's a double.
You know, he spent a lot of time on knight.
Yeah, maybe it's
It's still very superficial.
could be good.
Maybe we should try f4, f5, knight c3. If they play g6, something like g4, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I thought something like this.
But okay, let's say they copy.
The knight C6.
Okay, if they copy, maybe
Let's say here first.
g4 we can.
G4.
Ah, you want d4.
But okay, copy this.
Yeah, right now he doesn't have bishop h5.
Yeah, but
Maybe.
knight c6 is...
Okay, now we cannot play e4. Take.
This is fine.
Take down g6.
I don't know.
I feel like it's gonna turn very.
The bishop...
I want to take something like endgame, better a little bit. Yeah.
You don't like it.
But G4 is better version because now e2 doesn't have to take G5 or Queen D5.
Yeah, maybe. Thanks.
Yeah, queen g1. But let's go here. What do you do?
Yeah. E3
E3. B4. I mean,
Yeah, something like this. I don't know.
with the knight on c6. Yeah.
But also because it's E3, E6 with bishop H4. Maybe you can activate this bishop because the bishop on E8 doesn't get active now. Maybe.
Yeah.
And he can never castle.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I like this.
FG, E5, knight e6. And...
Different like
And if you go queen G2?
yeah, queen g2.
Hey, what about h1?
H. I don't know, but here you have bishop G5. Bishop D5, no?
Knight e6.
Maybe. Ah, you want to do this?
But black is not worse here. All pieces are good.
Yeah.
So maybe we should have used this knight. No? So then
But in general, this G4 plan I think doesn't offer.
Yeah, I don't. How do you get? I mean, so E4. What was wrong with E4?
F5, F5.
E4, F5.
Yeah. G4 doesn't work, yeah.
Are we so sure? G4. Queen F4. That's 3. Go bishop G3.
What are we doing?
And this is double F.
G5.
Is it?
Louis before white. G5.
So gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes.
As long as we're in time for G5, the stuff is at 4 expression. Yeah. Many options for white.
No, I think you're right. A4 was like
Good morning and kindly welcome here to this day number 3 of Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. I kindly ask to the audience to keep the mobile phones in silent mode and please be quiet during the games. Before the start, we will have the gong of the owner here. Please, Jan, it's your turn. After players, you can start.
So day 3 and game 1 is about to start. The players will have to switch again in time controls, and they are playing 30 minutes for each player, 30 seconds per move they are receiving. So we don't know whether it's going to be 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, or whatever number of hours of game, as we had it yesterday. What is your take on the starting position, Peter?
It's a very tricky position, and I'm already very happy. I see 2 first moves, and they are 2 completely different moves. G4 played by Wesley, and Fabiano goes for 1A4. I think Nicholas will be super happy, because he has been already advocating throughout the Grand Slam and that this A4 idea is always suggested by the computer. It's an interesting move. We're finally going to see it. There is the handshake between Fabiano and Hans Niemann. And definitely A4 is not the move that Hans was expecting. Let's see how much time he will spend on. G4, the move that is already played also by Hikaru. And Vincent also opted for G4, the most natural, most straightforward move.
Maybe we can go to the lower, to the lower bracket, so we see what they are doing there. If anybody has been playing other moves, G4, G4, G4.
Yeah,
and Sindarov is hesitating what to do against Magnus.
Yeah, Hikaru also G4, Vincent G4, Pragnanda played G6. That's kind of a surprise. G4, G5, what Abdusattorov played, I believe, is the move that you automatically expect after G4. And then Wesley played A4. Is this an improved Fabi? This will be a very interesting question later to Niklas, because of course humanly we cannot answer these kind of things, but computer always helps us there to highlight some small nuances, differences. Judith, what your take?
Lenier also played G6. They are not going for symmetry with G5. Maybe they want to give a support to play F5 at some point, but one thing is for sure, they are happy to open up the bishop diagonal from H8. And we see Abdusattorov playing G5 there, of course.
Yeah, which already means that even the Team Black was not entirely convinced what is the best way. Lenier and Prague decided to, yes, we're going to play G6 because we want to make sure that we will be able to play F5 next. A4, D5. Hans follows the golden rules, right? Against some flank attack, play in the center. Now let's see if in freestyle chess the golden rules really help.
Okay, so we have 1 F4 and 3 G4 in the lower bracket group. Maybe we can go back to the other one, to the semifinal, those 2 games. Where are we standing? Because I see that Arjun is still hesitating. What is the best first move right here?
I love this approach. I like if the players are thinking, because I'm also a little bit worried for this, that especially when you play with the white pieces, that a team sends you in some direction which might not suit your style at all. It's not your soul. Then you blitz out the first 2 moves that you kind of discuss with the team. And then you realize that I don't like the position. This is not my position. And clearly before, with the 90 minutes time control, the players always had time, at least 5-10 minutes at the beginning, to spend over the board, decide the information that I gathered from my colleagues. Do I agree with it or not? Do I like it over the board or not? But here with the 30 minutes section, clearly it requires a lot of courage. Also, that how much time you can spend on move 1.
And it's also interesting how the players are preparing, because of course some of them already have quite a good experience in in not only in freestyle, but setting up the circumstances and the setup here that once they know which game, which starting position they're going to be playing, then they team up. Who plays with white, they team up together. And the other side also who plays with the black pieces. Today we've seen again Hans Niemann going on his own, sitting at the board, actually moving the pieces also, but only by himself. While, for example, Arjun, he was in a very good mood and he was very active in the group of the other players, Dominguez, Pragnananda. They were very open how we are going to do and what's going on. And also Magnus was a player who decided to be on his own and figure out what his strategy is going to be. And interesting, Arjun finally made his 1A4.
Yeah, 1A4 on the board. After carefully looking at all the alternatives, it's kind of interesting, yeah, that A4 was the move that invited him the most, and Levon plays the move D5, sticks to the classical principle of chess. And now also looking at Fabi, yeah, that he played A4, D5, and now he went G3. This is very much the spirit that I've seen from black players after G4 playing G6. Yeah, that they want to go F5 now. Clearly, Fabi is also tending to F4, and that's why he does not want to weaken his king side.
And we see G4 in Arjun's game. Nicholas, I would ask you, can you help us out? Was A4 really the best starting move in this position?
Well, no. No, actually, A4 was not even one of the top 4 moves that the computer suggests in the starting position, which doesn't mean it's a bad move. There are many playable moves in this starting position, 5-5-5. The best move, according to computer, is G4, which was played in a number of games. There's also the move F4. I think then it was knight BC3 and E3. So, but G4 and F4 make a lot of sense to me, especially G4, because you open up the bishop, you grab some space on the right side of the board, and you can afford to do that because your king is on the other side of the board. So the king will most likely stay there on C1, and you can claim space on the other side of the board, also being supported by the rook and the queen potentially. So this just makes a lot of sense. And I'm not A4 in the first move. I'm not quite sure why it was necessary to start with this move. I would understand if black goes A5. Here I understand the point. Now you have weakened the square on B5 already. You can maybe exploit it in the future. But black is not forced to go A5 at all. And we saw Arjun and Niemann going D5. And then the question is, does this move really do so much? Yes, you're opening up the rook. Yes, you're claiming some space here on the left side of the board, but I think it did not really have a priority. And after A4, D5, G3, what Kawana played, we saw Arjun going G4. Actually, a computer is already a bit happier with black here after now playing E6 to protect the pawn on D5, then going G5. The computer quite likes G5 here. It makes a lot of sense. Why shouldn't you claim that space and also give that rook some more scope, open up the bishop? So I think the opening so far has not been so impressive by Fabiano here, Judith.
Well, actually, the way I'm listening here and looking these positions, who played what, and we have basically 4 players played A4, if I'm right, in the first move. And D5 seems to be a very logical reply. This is why I would think that the G pawn would make a more logical sense, not to allow to play D5. Because the central pawn, especially when you have a bishop on H1, it can hurt. But we see Arjun is very energetic, playing only pawn moves up to this point.
But you see exactly, Hikaru used the move order that you were suggesting, yeah, that first G4, then G6, and then A4, making sure that D5 is not happening. This was the move order that Hikaru used. and only on second move he played a4, and this is how he got the pawn to a5, and he hindered black of going d5. And once that pawn reaches to a5, then it already makes perfect sense. Yeah, black is obliged to play the move a6, which is also a loss of a tempo. So this case, a4, a5 was not like wasting two tempi. The rook is already in the game. It's a very interesting kind of position. The big question, for example, with black, do we actually maybe intend to play bishop c6, neutralizing that beautiful bishop on the long diagonal? I think that bishop c6 would be kind of a nice strategic idea, and white will have to think about how to face that.
Well, we see between Nakamura and Dominguez interesting pawn clash. They are just moving with the pawns.
And Magnus just put his bishop on c6, a little bit different structure, but still it's the same spirit, because very often we talk about this bishop on e1, bishop d1, bishop e8, bishop d8. Those are the trouble pieces. And if you can activate the bishop to the long diagonal and then try to play some f7, f5, undermining the center, and able to trade the light squared bishops, then it's kind of a clever idea. But does he have time for this?
Can we pick and show specifically this game between Sindarov and Carlsen? Because it's very funny to see the pawn structure. It's a Sicilian, Najdorf kind of setup. So if we could pick that up.
Yes, it's a Sicilian. Magnus likes the Sicilian. Yesterday also against Vidit. Yeah, he immediately opted for this c5, b5, c5 kind of play.
Because this can be a close Sicilian very easily, right? The queen is going to be moved, the bishop moves away, knight c3, and white castles to the right.
But honestly, I like the bishop c6 idea, especially in other positions. But here I'm liking white, because simply white's position is so much more harmonious. White also has bishop c3 ideas. And let's not forget that normally, in all the close Sicilian positions, the black knight is fighting for the d4 square.
It's still from d8, it can reach there.
Yes.
Knight e6, knight d4.
It can, but if you put the knight on e6, then I'm going to put my pawn on c3. That's why I would love to trade the dark square bishop first. Okay, Sindarov goes knight d2. That's a surprise. That's a surprise.
He wants to go to c4 and
I don't know.
Somehow towards to a5, maybe?
Maybe. Of course, it's such a bizarre kind of close Sicilian with the kings on c1 and c8. Normally,
but maybe
it's G1,
very soon
G8.
they are going to be g1 and g8.
Well,
but maybe not.
Okay, b2 is now a weakness. Yeah, so actually white will need quite some time. Yeah, he definitely probably wants to put the pawn on c3. And then, well, bishop f2 would suit. Spassky was doing, no? Bishop e3, bishop f2 in all these close Sicilian positions. Of course, it's slightly, yeah. Basically, I think we want to see c3, bishop f2, queen e2, and then castle to the official king side, to the right side of the board, and have a harmonious position. Where is Magnus going to put his pieces? Yeah, if he puts the knight on e6 against the pawn on c3, this will be very shaky construction.
Yeah, and also the c6 bishop, is it supporting move f5, breaking in the center?
Yeah, but actually also f5, how much damage does it do for white? Yeah, because the center is quite nicely protected. Yeah, so we will never react to f5.
But knight d2 was a surprising decision by Sindarov.
Well, surprising in a sense that bishop c3 was kind of interesting, but he probably did not want to commit his bishop to c3, because black would have most probably not traded the bishops. That's what I'm expecting. Maybe he did not like some e5, f6, whatever, and then he gets stuck there with the bishop. So he's following a plan, and I think he should be happy.
Do you think he might stay in the queen side with the king, playing maybe c3, and then playing g4? And,
no. Well, I can't really visualize it, but it's Sindarov. Yeah, I think he's one of the players who makes completely different moves than what comes to my mind first, and that's why I cannot really judge it. To me, c3, bishop f2, queen e2, castles is the most natural, but clearly depending how Magnus will react now. Yeah?
So, if I ask you, which side do you pick at this point?
At this point, white.
White. What about you, Nicholas?
Definitely white, yes.
White. Okay.
Especially this knight on d8, I'm wondering where it is heading. Because usually in the Sicilian you have the knight on c6 and not the bishop. So here, this knight on e6, I'm also not sure how I feel about it. And you guys are talking a lot about putting the king on the right side of the board. Well, why not put it? Why not leave it there where it is on c1, for example? Yeah, I don't even know what move to suggest for black here. f5 is one of the top computer moves, which is a committal move, but it does also make some sense to attack the center. And, well, I can just castle here, put the king, well, the king stays on c1, the rook goes to d1. I put the king on b1, maybe I go c3. I like my king here on b1. It feels pretty safe. And then I can push pawns forward, maybe also on the other side of the board without having to worry about king safety. The bishop can go to f2, maybe, and it feels more harmonious for white than for black. Actually, if we're going back a little bit to see how this happened, Magnus, I think, rushed. He was playing very quickly in the opening, and he had at least two chances to play f5. First here, which I understand is a bit committal because you allow e5 to happen, but you can go and try to break up this pawn chain. I understand, though, that this was not an easy decision to be made, but one move later, after d6, here Sindarov played g3. Instead, he should have gone for g4, claiming more space, also being more in the close Sicilian spirit, because here after g3, f5 was definitely quite a decent move, immediately attacking the center. And now e5 is not possible because black is controlling that square already.
But wait a second, Nicholas, then
yes.
It's very nice that we see the game, how it unfolded, because if already Sindarov played the move g3 here, it indicates that also later he's not planning to play g4. At least it would surprise me very much that you play g3 and then you go g4 later.
But I don't know why. Why not claim that space? You're not weakening your king is on the other side of the board, so there was nothing wrong to push the pawn to g4 and also make it more difficult for black to go f5. So this decision to play the Sicilian here, put the bishop on c6, I know Magnus likes to play the Sicilian, but this seems to be a good version for white. Now f5 was played, and here the computer quite likes to just go castle, put that rook on d1, and then continue from here, put the king on b1, and
no, but he follows it up with queen e2. Yeah,
he's playing your plan most likely, bishop f2 and get the king over here.
Yeah, well, these long castles, castling to the left side of the board, yeah, keeping the king on c1, moving the rook from a1 to d1. Well, if you have not told me, I would have not said that this would come naturally. I did not even consider it. Maybe because we are talking about the close Sicilian
and you
spirit,
never see it there.
You never see it there, yes. So automatically in my mind I was thinking like, yes, the legendary world champion Boris Spassky, yes, c3, bishop f2, and then slowly squeezing out something out of the position. After all, we are restricting black. And normally I think it's always a very nice idea against Magnus to restrict, because if you give him something to play with, he's extremely strong. You just better keep everything under control, make sure he can't do anything to you, and then you see if you can do something to him.
At the same time, it's also, I think, that it makes a difference that after f5, black there's a very slim chance that he wants to castle short, right? So it's a double-edged thing that in one hand, white can play c3, a3, b4, and attack the king if he really wants to castle and go to the right side with white. But also maybe black will be able to attack. With the rook on g8, maybe at some point e6, g5.
Yes.
So it's like, you keep an option to castle here and there, but there is action happening in the center, f takes e4.
Yeah, so FED is Magnus actually maybe planning to play g5 and...
Yeah, this is what I'm checking also.
Try to get the e5 square. Yeah,
he wants to push things.
But then it's also a question that do we take with a pawn or do
bishop or knight?
Even consider taking with a piece? Yeah, because automatically one would think like FED is the recapture. But yeah, if we have to think about the consequences of g5 and we are unsure of, then... But if we take bishop takes e4, then black's knight Black's knight from d8 can land on c6. Yeah, then Black will later get this harmony like that. Tough question. Very
well, okay, let's say, well, to me, well, bishop e4 kind of seems to be a very logical continuation, but knight e4 is also possible. DE, I don't know, I have a bad feeling about DE.
Yeah, dg5 immediately, yeah? And you start undermining.
Well, okay,
would be
g5,
also,
rook f1.
Yeah, but then we can never castle already on the...
But Peter, maybe you're alone here at the table with Nicholas and me.
Yes.
Who wants to castle?
No, I understand. I might not want to castle, but I want to keep my options open so that
After
my
G5,
opponent...
you want to keep it option?
No, but in general, in general, because in this freestyle chess we have seen already that if one of the side has the unpredictability where he can put the king, that is like a bonus, an extra X factor, yeah, in this game. We
Especially in freestyle,
yes.
It is, because indeed you always have to shift your mind that, is it on c1? It looks normal, but no, it doesn't look normal to you. It looks okay for me. But anyway, when the game is shifting from here to there, it can change. I think there is less and less chance, though, that Sindarov will have a good opportunity to put his king on the right-hand side.
Yeah, but often it's a game changer, yeah? Like Magnus already got the upper hand against Vincent in the very first game. Later on, he used it against Sindarov to escape. We have seen Hans Niemann yesterday blitzing out the long castle, trapping that knight on a3. That was also like a total shock, not only to Sindarov, but also for us. Yeah, we haven't seen that coming. But okay, we have already covered this game, I think.
Yeah, but
enough.
It was a very interesting opening because it rarely comes to something like that. Like it's freestyle, but we have these patterns in our head, yeah, that you want to go c3, you want to have your king here, you want to have your bishop on f2, while in the other positions we don't rely on our general classical chess patterns because the pieces are somewhat
But let's maybe pull up the bird's eye view, because what I'm looking at, I'm so happy. Because in every single game we have some different structure. Did the players listen to Magnus's interview? Yeah, maybe, and they took it personally. Yeah, because Magnus said that is really the point of freestyle, of playing always the same things that you discuss. Isn't there a wider possibility? And he also claimed that many times they are teaming up, they are playing the moves which lead nowhere. Yeah, and this is a very valid point. And I think also the players are getting now more and more experience that, wait a second, we don't necessarily have to follow everything, especially in the 30 minutes games. Then later in the 10 minutes and in the blitz, when you have little time on the clock, you make your strategy together with the team. But also I feel like very often teaming up is more about socializing, that you ease the pressure, ease the tension, you somehow calm down, you see that the other players are also unsure what to do, not like you think that only I'm facing problems.
Well, for some I think it's a socializing thing, but also somehow grasping ideas from the others and feeling that not only what kind of ideas they have, but also what kind of form they are, who is in good form. Of course, players are paying attention on Fabi, for example, a lot, also
Fabi,
Magnus, because they know they have such an experience. And I mean, Fabiano was really special. I had the privilege to have this experience because we had the Chesstival event before the Grand Slam started, and we were playing with NBA players. It happened to be that I won together with Grant Williams in a hand-and-hand. But that's not the point I wanted to say. What I wanted to say that we were teaming up also before the games and analyzing, and Fabi was there and explaining. And of course he was explaining, like he was trying very much to explain it on a very low level. But of course, suddenly he was just showing, okay, this is this, okay, the strategy from this knight to go here, later on to open up in the center, control the center. The queen is very dangerous. You have to bring out the queen. So I had the privilege to see he's brainstorming on the position, and immediately he has an intuitive feeling already for the position. So he has an understanding somehow that which pieces are standing worse than the others, what is the priority to look for. He understands that the bishops are on A1, B1, they have their own soul, how to treat them. When the queen is in the corner, it has a different kind of priority also. So it's interesting. And of course, many of the players, I think Sinderov was telling that, wow, it was so good that it was with Fabiano,
Exactly.
he understands so much.
Yeah.
And yes, indeed. And of course, Magnus understands a lot, because we should not forget it, that for many of the viewers, freestyle is something very new, and you can debate about it, that for whom is freestyle and who likes it, who doesn't like it so much. But for these people, players already, they have thousands of games in their hand and in their head, what has been happening. And of course, Magnus, I'm pretty sure that he has a very different vision and understanding and motivation and interest about the freestyle. So that's why probably he's saying that, hey, guys, don't play the same opening.
Exactly.
Make experiment and discover and the excitement and learn in every game. And so he has a different concept to it. But of course, to win, that's, after all, the main thing why they are here.
Of course. Yeah, clearly. And yeah, we have so many different positions.
So which position would you take? First of all, we can go back maybe for the semifinals.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that I see that while we are talking, Nicholas is working very hard behind the scenes to try to analyze, break down some positions. So I will give the chance for Nicholas to pick the game, which he has already analyzed and can share his insights with us.
Yeah, I was looking a bit at the two semifinals that we're also seeing right now in the bird's eye view, and they're both looking quite promising for white.
Wow.
As right now, and actually Arjun has the even better position than Fabiano, plus he has an 11-minute time advantage already. So let's just take it from the start, because we haven't really seen this game at all yet. Arjun also started with A4, D5 as Caruana. D5 is fine, but after G4, the computer really dislikes this move C6 to protect the pawn on D5. This is a very common motive and structure to set up your pawns like this against bishop on the long diagonal. But here, I'm guessing that for one, you're weakening your king, and on the other hand, you're also taking away the square for the knight or the bishop, and the computer really dislikes it. So the computer wants to see E6 instead, and then maybe you can use that square later for one of your pieces. So C6 now. Arjun plays F4, he's claiming more space, makes perfect sense, stopping black from going E5, building up a center, and G6 was played, opening up the bishop, and now E4 is also a great move, trying to open up the position and maybe also get closer to the slightly exposed black king. Maybe black should have kept the position close, going D4 instead. Arjun took on E4, bishop takes E4, and already here it is quite a tricky position, and the computer did not like this next move as well by Arjun. Bishop D7 maybe is a bit too slow. Now knight E3 was played, and this is where Arjun is thinking right now, and it is a tough spot, because white has much better pieces and you're not really finding good squares for these pieces. For example, if you want to bring your knight to E6, maybe white goes C3 or F5, immediately hitting that knight. Where are you going to put your king? I guess maybe you can stay there, but you have to get these knights out of the way first. And this is quite a troublesome position for Arjun already. And he has just played knight to E6. This makes sense. You need to get your pieces out. But apparently now C3 is quite a strong move to prepare going D4, also taking away the square on D4. And Arjun so far looking very good.
Yeah, I would like to add one thing. How did the game started? by Arjun taking his time on the first move, not rushing, finally opting for a4. And what happens after 5-6 moves? He has a better position and he's way up on the clock. Yeah, this is a kind of paradox. Yeah, it seemed like, no, you have to play quickly and so on. No, sometimes making sure that you know what you are doing and you are following your strategy. And also maybe, and CC already on the board. Yeah, this was a very important kind of nuance. Also shutting down the h8 bishop. White is getting ready to occupy the center with d4, I believe. It looks fantastic for White. Judith, what's your feeling?
Absolutely, it's White who has the space advantage, and I don't know though how much. Basically, it's space advantage. What is the reason White has an advantage? I believe because otherwise pieces are developed kind of better. C3 is a very sharp, very unpleasant move to the bishop on h8. Though I'm not so sure how White is going to be developing. Is he going to play d4 in the next move if possible? Or knight a3 coming to c4 also? And is the White king going to be staying on c2? Or does White want to castle? I don't think it makes too much sense to castle. But probably the bishop will be brought back to c2. That can be a nice spot to the bishop if knight c5 is played.
Yes, after knight c5, always bishop leads to c2.
I'm
That's
kind of worried a bit of Aranyan's knight and rook.
And the king and the queen and everything. Yeah, this
But okay,
is
let's say black goes knight a6.
here, yes? Okay, let's put it on a6. Okay, we just play d4, yeah, for example, can we? Can we do d4? Would be very tempting. And I just feel like, yes, you can make this long castle move, yeah, by jumping with the rook from a8 to d8, and probably you have to. But then also you determine the king's position. On the other hand, okay.
So knight a6, d4. Yeah, I was wondering if I want to go castle.
Yes.
Let's say castle.
Probably you have to castle, yes. And now I know that you castled. How do I treat the position? Is a move like bishop g3 kind of maybe a natural human move, reinforcing the pawn on f4. Even also when I go f5, then I'm already preparing something on the diagonal.
Well, there is very little space for black. This is his biggest problem. I don't know if
computer hates bishop g3. That's already.
I don't know if bishop d4 will be on the board at some point just to get rid of.
Maybe you can sacrifice.
Yeah.
And you sacrifice, yeah. Just knight d4,
Knight
cd,
d4,
bishop
yeah.
d4, and this
And then
gets
bishop
tricky.
e6, queen g7,
Yes.
knight b4. Maybe I don't have enough pieces, but
But
at
this is
least
very
I can
nice.
breathe.
Yes, no, this white should never allow. So basically, after d4 long castle, I have to watch out for the sacrifice. Because otherwise, without sacrifice, black is anyway passive. The big question is, how do I stop it?
Maybe queen c4 coming out.
I think Levon
F4.
has to play like this.
F4.
There is just no other way, practically speaking, for black than to play this, is my feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult otherwise.
Nicholas, what are your thoughts? Are we dreaming with black that this knight a6 long castle gives us some counterplay?
Knight a6 is definitely an option, and it makes sense to develop the knight. Maybe white doesn't need d4. There's no reason why I should play knight a6 on the board, by the way. There's no reason why I need to play d4 right now. The knight can come to c5, that's all right. I can always retreat to c2 with the bishop. Let's say I go knight a3. If you play knight ac5, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn, I bring my bishop back, and then I can play d4 with tempo, and you're not going to be able to stop that. And I will also be ready if you sacrifice. That should not work here. So for that reason, first, white can focus on development, knight a3, and if castle, I was just looking at knight ac4, and you're not even giving black any target, any sacrifice opportunities, and black is just suffocating here. What are you even going to do? You don't have any sensible breaks, and you are in a lot of trouble. Actually, computer, instead of knight a6, was also looking at f5 to at least get some breathing room, because after g takes f5, you can play knight c5, but I think also here you're just losing a pawn. Or are you not? Bishop c2, keeping an eye on the pawn. And now, I mean, this looks like you're just dropping one. Bishop takes f5. Looks like you're just losing a pawn here. But it already shows how desperate the black position is. And I want to make one more point, which I was thinking about. You know, white played a4 in the first move. And if we look at this position now, it's not like this move did so much for white, right? You have a pawn on a4. You could even say, I weakened my square on b3. It was interesting to me, though, because after a4, both Niemann and Arjun in this game played d5. But I think if they were playing with the white pieces, they probably would not have gone d4 in the first move here, right? So it's interesting to me that they felt like after a4, after white just plays, it's of course not
It was
any
a provocation,
move.
right?
It was a provocation in a way, that they now went d5 when instead playing a move like g5 or maybe g6 or f5 was better probably to not give white a target in the center. So a4 might turn out to have been a very smart, like waiting, provocative move by Arjun and Caruana.
But okay, this is very interesting what you're saying, but it's very counterintuitive. This whole thing, what we're talking about, right? I mean, a normal chess player wants to go and play e4, our traditional thinking, right?
But it's freestyle, yeah.
And then you go a4, and you're claiming it's a provocation, that the opponent is going to be taking the center, and then that's dangerous for him.
You remember, we were not sure how to play with white, actually, yeah? That what is the right way. We were speculating that it's a very kind of intriguing position, no clarity. However, we haven't looked at all the development of the Fabiano Hans Niemann game. Let's jump right in there. Here we know that Arjun is doing great. Did you have the chance to check it out already, or?
A little bit, yes. We can also have a look together. So I think we last looked around here. G3 was played, bishop c6. Here I was saying the last time that the computer really wants to play e6 and go g5. So bishop c6, similar to maybe to the Magnus game, it's not clear yet if the bishop should be on c6. Fabiano played d4. G6,
well,
E3.
Sorry, let me just say that this bishop is a horrible bishop on c6 after having played d5.
Exactly.
I just can't sympathize with this move. It's basically a move that you should never ever do in this structure. But okay, there was certainly some reason behind, but this is probably the cause of the trouble for black.
Yes, well, I'm guessing we see the idea here behind it is that Niemann want to go e5. So you want to have the bishop on c6 protecting a pawn so that he could break in the center first. But now you're actually ending up having some pressure on that pawn on d5, knight bc3, and d4 was played. Now it all does make more sense again for black because you're able to trade the bishop and get this square maybe for the knight. But Fabi says, not so quick. I will put my knight on d5. Yes, you can trade your bishop now, but then I will have the bishop pair, and you will not be able to oppose my bishop on the long diagonal. And in this position, Niemann played knight a6, and now e takes d4 was played. Apparently, there were also other attractive moves here, like queen c4, maybe going f4 first. Computer really wants to put this queen on c4, and does look quite attractive to
well, he did
the
it in the next move, actually.
Yes, so he took on d4 first. Now the bishop takes. And this is also very, very intuitive play, hitting the bishop with tempo. But apparently now black can at least go knight e6, get another piece out, preparing to castle. If I'm not blundering anything, no, it doesn't look like it. And this is okay for black. Queen c5 is also on the menu. Black has more pieces out here. Black has already developed all of his minor pieces.
And the bishop c3 now?
these pieces are still on the original square. Bishop c3 is possible now. Maybe queen c5.
You can, yes. This is very important. And then you take with the bishop and cover the e7
yes,
square.
very important that I cover this square. So queen takes c5, bishop takes. So knight e7 is stopped. And this might as well appear on the board, but it is definitely not as scary as maybe some of the other options could have been for black. So queen c4, Niemann is thinking the bishop is attacked. I'm sure he's considering knight e6 or queen c5 here. Any other move would probably be too slow. You want to get your pieces out. You maybe want to trade that active queen. So I would expect knight e6 here from Niemann.
Yeah, looking promising. Also, I see the Vincent game. We don't have to go there. I just want to say that very common theme, bishop on c6 and the white knight on d5.
Also, just
yes.
like here, yes.
Just the similar, because black is somehow hoping to trade the light square bishops, and white is trying to be very energetic by blocking it with knight d5. So far, this a4 kind of operation worked out perfectly for both semi-finalists playing with the white pieces.
Yes, actually, I like there the pawn on a4, king on c1. And it's not clear whether white is going to be bringing his rook on a3 or he's going to be castling once the knight moves to e3, let's say, or c3. But of course, the position can change when the knight e6 and castle comes from black side as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight one more thing that Nicholas was already showing, that after knight e6, which board? Nicholas, you can, I think, put it. No, it's my board.
Good.
Okay.
Actually, just queen c5 was played, by the
queen
way.
c5. Okay, it will probably lead to the same position, because basically what I'm trying to show that, for example, queen takes c5, bishop takes c5, we are expecting that one of the knights go to e3, yeah, knight d3, bishop goes to c3, and eventually b2, b4 is in the air. So black always has to be super careful, making sure that after b4 he has this bishop takes d5 idea and the b4 pawn is hanging. So if I reinforce this knight with knight d3, is already the move b2, b4 a big threat? This was my kind of question, trying to play against that knight on a6.
Yeah, b4 can be somehow very powerful, it seems.
At least it's very scary, no?
Very scary.
Yes. Probably computer has a very direct way of somehow getting rid of all the problems. But
well, maybe he just wants to take bishop d5, c6, knight c7.
Okay, but then two bishops, free row, no? Knight f4, knight d3, cemento, slowly we will start to enjoy, like Hans was doing it against Sindarov. Yeah, okay, we will be seeing it, I believe, because
But is there any other option for Fabiano?
Yeah, this we have to ask Nicholas, because my heart is so much for takes, knight d3 and this b4 idea that I can't really even look at other direction.
No, I mean, you're exactly correct. You need to trade queens here, and then knight 1 to e3, as you pointed out, this just makes perfect sense. You're developing the knight, you're reinforcing the knight on d5, thus threatening to go b4, b5, and this is a bit more pleasant for white for sure, yes. So I would expect this to happen. Very, very likely.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Fabi is also up on the clock, which is very important, knowing that Niemann was playing always very quickly, a part of that first game against Sindarov.
Actually, we have a video from yesterday after Fabiano finished the Armageddon game versus Pragnananda. Let's see how he was feeling after that.
Fabiano, you just played 10 hours of chess, but you're through to the semifinals after a crazy match. against Pragnananda. What does it mean to you to win at the end of the road in the Armageddon?
Yeah, of course, it's amazing. I've had a few of these matches, but none quite this long. And also with so many swings, losing the first game and then coming back, and then also losing with white. I thought it should be over at that point, but then somehow coming back in the rapid and then reversed. And the Armageddon was also crazy. It was very, very complicated, and then he was also trying to flag me. But at some point I looked at the clock, I saw that I have 17 seconds. I looked like a few minutes later, I still have 17 seconds. I thought, okay, I'm probably not going to get flagged.
I think you're the only player I've ever seen Armageddon in freestyle. In Weissenhaus, you were the only player, if I'm not mistaken, to play in Armageddon against Sindaroff. Do you think your extra experience compared to your younger opponents helps in these spots?
Yeah, I've even had 2 matches against Levon as well, and it ended in the same way. I got black in Armageddon every single time. Yeah, I think that I realized that probably it's good to have black. I don't know why, but it feels better to have black even down a minute. In each game, I felt like in each game that I've played in these matches where I went to Armageddon, I've always felt like it's easier to play a bit faster with black. You have less to worry about. Like with white, you always have to consider so many things, and it gets in your head that you have to like get an advantage or something. So it feels a bit easier to play freely with black, which is why I went a bit lower. I wasn't even disappointed when I saw he was like nearly 430. Of course, I could have probably gotten an extra 20 seconds out of it, but I was happy just to play black. That's why I went a bit low.
And Fadi, we're gonna let you go to dinner, but one final question: your thoughts on the matchup against Hans Niemann tomorrow?
I didn't even realize I would play Hans. I wasn't sure if it would be Hans or Levon. Well, of course, it's going to be very tough. I mean, he's been playing well. He beat Sindarov. Okay, it wasn't super smooth, let's say, but it was a tough match, but still relatively convincingly. And yeah, he's obviously in good shape, and he's a very, very tough opponent.
Fabi, congratulations on a stunning day of chess, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, it was interesting to listen, Fabiano, his feelings and experiences on Armageddon games, but now we are very happy to have Vidit here in our studio with us. Unfortunately, he's not part of the competition anymore, but this is why we are lucky to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you.
How do you feel here yourself in Las Vegas playing in this event?
I think freestyle is really fun to play. Because of this obsession with theory preparation in recent times, it's so refreshing that we go to the board, we don't know what to expect, and every time there's a fresh position with new plans and you're thinking from move 1, which is like unheard of in normal chess. So I really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, I didn't play really well, but that doesn't take away the fact that I enjoy freestyle chess.
I guess you were very surprised after the first day that you faced with Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, I mean, after the first day itself, I was a bit disappointed. And then you know that you're not going to get an easy opponent the next day. But I still enjoyed playing against him.
What do you think, why it is not working out for you yet to play really well in freestyle?
No, I mean,
to play successful in freestyle.
No, I think it's very easy because I haven't been training at all for the last 6 months, something. I have not trained, like I would be embarrassed to call myself a professional at this point. So I haven't trained, and that's why it shows, because when it goes low on time, I'm not sharp enough. I'm losing that edge. So especially in rapid formats, it matters a lot. If you're in good form, you see the moves instantly and so on. I still know where to put pieces, but when it comes to time pressure, if you're not there completely zoned into the game, you will not find those opportunities instantly. So that's the only and obvious reason why I haven't done
do you
that.
think it's much more difficult for you now that you feel like you're not focusing only on chess, more difficult to play freestyle than regular chess?
Both chess, because in fact freestyle is better because I don't need to prepare openings and there's no worry of getting caught in preparation.
At the same time, there is no familiar position at all, whatever you're getting.
But it's not familiar for both, for my opponents
But
as well.
some players, they have thousands of games behind them.
Yeah, I saw Hans, for example, was playing a lot of training games. In fact, I played some with Vincent because we were in the same flight and we had 10 hours to kill and we ended up playing a lot of freestyle games. But I clearly did not inspire him enough.
Well, he wanted to win against Magnus too much in the qualification part on day
Yeah, he
one.
thought he was playing me.
Okay, so what do you think about the semifinals so far? Did you have time to check on the positions?
Briefly, and I think
Then okay, maybe let's get the bird's eye view then.
Yeah, let's
Yes,
go
so
to the
that we
bird's eye
can-
view on those two games between Fabiano and Neiman and Arjun, your countryman against Levon.
Yeah, I think the opening position itself was quite promising for white. So I've noticed that in freestyle chess there are a couple of positions which are very boring and with a lot of symmetry. But the current position I think promised an advantage to white because of the piece placement.
Well, maybe let's talk about it then and just bring up the starting position because we do have a little bit of time as the players still have some time to think about. So take us through your mind here as you look at the starting position. And we saw some players going A4, we saw some players going G4, there was F4. What are you looking at and how do you get to your first move here or how you're going to put your pieces?
So these are all standard kind of opening moves. So for example, G4 is the first move that I would consider because it opens up the bishop and the queen. And I don't see myself putting my king on the shorter side, like king on G1. It's most likely that I'll castle long. So G4 makes a lot of sense. And in freestyle, space matters a lot. If you manage to get hold of the center or you have space advantage, most likely if you don't overpush, you are having an advantage right out of the opening. So if I was playing, I would think of G4. And I saw some games where black played G6. I think it was Prague or no.
Also Magnus, I believe. No, Magnus played F4, G6. But I think Linnea played G6.
Yeah,
maybe?
G6.
Yes.
Yeah,
Linnea played
Linnea played
G6.
against Hikaru. Yeah.
I think people did not play G5 because they are worried about F4 trick. And they think that this is not good. GF4, there's this standard idea, Queen F4. If you play F5,
Rook F4.
Rook F1. And that's why I think many people go G6. And in fact, it's a thing, like Prague always goes very solid in the openings. Like even against Fabi yesterday, I saw him. He'll not take unnecessary risks. He'll play G6, F5. He wants the stability. I think Peter understands exactly what I'm trying to say here. He wants
Yeah, but
the
I would not be
control.
afraid of G5, F4. Somehow G5, F4 for me, this is a very strange kind of pawn structure. I don't know how to assess it, so I stay away from it. Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
he really hated it. I also mentioned F4 is that
No. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was G4, G5, H4, H6, and you said F4, which is probably even an improved version of F4. But I was still saying, no, my body can't take it. Yeah, this
I think
GF, Queen, F4
H4 was,
structure.
I was checking briefly with engine. H4 is the way, like in weak engine.
Yeah, H4 and then H6, and what next? Then F4, right? Or what?
Yeah, probably either immediately or you play knight C3, one move, and then F4, something like this. But I see some
it's not your
position-
style, Peter.
It's not my style.
No short castle. No.
And you can see what I'm saying in the game Levon, Arjun Levon, like it's completely hopeless for black.
Yeah, we can go there. Maybe
go
just
there.
your thoughts on this first starting move A4 by Caruana and Arjun?
It's a bit surprising, but before the tournament I was checking at a lot of engine games in freestyle because there's no data. How do I study freestyle? And I saw that they push this side pawn a lot. It only works mainly if the rook is on A1 or something.
Right.
But generally they play this when, let's say, the knight is on A8 and knight B6, A5. You know, there's this trick. So there are various points. I think if you play A5 with black, which you'd most likely do, then the B5 square can be taken by one of the knights. So because the knight is on B1 or D1, this is a good idea to do it. If the knight was, let's say, E1, then A4, A5 doesn't really give you much. So it's so nuanced. And generally playing A5 with white, it's like a strategic win. Black will play a6.
Exactly.
And then some point knight will come on c5 and it won't be kicked out. Like, of course, it's sounds so far-fetched, but after looking at the freestyle games, we see these patterns happening over and over again.
I also, when I saw Wesley reaching with his pawn quickly to a4, a5, I thought, that's it, finished, game over. This is a matter of technique. Yeah.
All right, let's go over to the current position between Arjun and Levon in one of the semifinals. And you were just saying the position is hopeless for Black. Why is that?
Hopeless might be a bit strong, but like really tough. Because White has this monstrous bishop on g3. And if you ever castle on the queen side, you're asking for trouble. And
you could castle right now.
Yeah, this looks...
Yeah, just the queen maybe coming to the long diagonal or something like this.
It's just slow play, like knight d2, bishop d3. The pawn on f5 is completely blocking out the bishop on d7. The c3, d4 is a great pawn structure against the bishop on h8. And the piece placement, the space advantage, I mean, this is a joy to play with White.
Just looks really ugly for Black.
I'm so happy to hear what you are saying, that whenever because I'm the one who is exaggerating, whenever I feel like I like one of the sides, he's winning, the other one is losing because he should have not played the way he played, and you are thinking very similarly. Yeah?
I'm from the same school as you, like the classics, you know.
Yes,
I enjoy.
if positionally we are better, that's a win. Yeah, it's just a matter of time when we win it. Yes, very nice.
All right, so knight f6 was just played by Levon, who is also, by the way, down to 4 minutes against 13 minutes by Arjun. So bishop drop him back probably to
d3.
D3 makes
but
a lot
wait,
of sense.
forget about this game because there is some tremendous action in the Hans's game. Things are heating up.
Okay, then let's go over there. So here Levon is doing quite well. Let's go over to Fabi against Hans. So we have some action here. This is the current position.
Look at this.
This is looking quite dicey for Black, to say the least. And the engine is also confirming. Black is in a lot of trouble here.
And we have castles. We check also.
Castle,
yeah?
king d6, and then you take rook d8, right?
But
so you
why
have to
not
go
knight
knight d6.
Yeah.
So castle, we're just saying if the king moves, there's...
Yeah, but we can also first take on e4. There are so many things. Takes and then, it's played. Bishop takes e4. And then castles.
Okay, so here, just to finish this thought, was to take. This would be winning for White, but after castle, there's still the move knight d6. So
what about rook d4?
Yeah, well...
Instead,
D4,
here,
bishop
bishop takes e4 was played, bishop takes. And now castle was played with check. How satisfying, king to e6.
I thought the point was rook e1, f5, knight d5.
Okay, let's see this. Rook e1.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking too. And after rook c8,
knight f4 and rook d7.
No, knight d5. Yes, knight d5, f5, knight f4, and rook d7. Yeah, this also was coming automatically.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
So you have to defend this pawn on c7, not allowing a family fork. And now knight f4, and the king has to retreat to f6 or f7, but
rook d7.
Now the rook is coming in, the dark squares are weak.
And checkmate is coming.
Checkmate is coming.
Yeah, g5, bishop c3. Mate almost. So this is very bad for Hans. I'm
so
curious
this is the current position. Oh, he played knight d5 immediately.
Well, it might
fancy.
Be.
Oh, is this... So if bishop takes this rook e1 check, king d7, rook takes d5, king c6, rook takes e8, king d5, and bishop e7, and you pick up the knight on d8. So, knight d5.
I'm very curious to see Hans's
body language.
We should zoom in. Yeah, let's zoom in. Yes.
Let's see.
Otherwise, we are missing out on the big
But after rook c8, it should come down to the same thing, or does White maybe go knight f4 immediately?
Straight.
Yeah, so many tempting options. But yeah, we have to see Fabi and Hans at the board.
Because Hans is so expressive.
Exactly.
On and off the board.
There, and look at this. Yeah, he's not liking, he's not enjoying this.
Head in hands.
And we talked about it that Fabi is a big nemesis of Hans.
Yes.
Yeah, he's leading by very big margin in classical chess.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think Hans has ever beaten Fabi in classical chess.
Yeah, and it's like
Fabi has
some
beaten
4-0,
4,
5,
5,
yeah,
something like this, like
this,
every
yeah.
time, basically.
Yeah.
So rook c8 is on the board. How's the time? 12 minutes still for Hans, 7 for Fabi. So plenty of time to figure this one out. Knight f4, rook e1 here. What is the verdict?
I'm not sure why knight d5 first. Oh, he played knight f4.
Well,
I don't
that's
like
why,
this so
yeah.
much, honestly.
Yes,
Well, with the
if
pawn
he's
on
not
f5?
winning, then I don't
Yeah,
like
knight
it.
f4 is a question mark, actually. Apparently, you should have gone rook. I guess you should have gone rook e1 here still.
Yeah, transpose to our line, yes.
I like the other line because it was very clear that white is better.
And
Here,
total domination, yes.
here there are too many options for black. King can go to f6, f5.
Right. So knight f4, the king goes to f6 quickly.
You can sense it through Hans's body language that he feels some optimism now, at least.
He's little relieved.
Yeah.
At least he's not getting checkmated, and the king has some safety with the pawn still being on f7.
But
The
can-
7th rank is not as weakened.
Can he be happy about his position?
No.
Maybe rook e1 now?
He's not happy,
Is
that's
the-
for sure.
Happier.
Happier, yes.
Rook e1. Can I
Black
go-
should go back. Bishop c6. Can he go back?
No, then there's knight d5 check.
Ah, knight d5. And?
And knight e7. Or
And?
bishop c3 and then knight e7.
Ooh, this is looking.
No, but rook e1, bishop c6, knight d5, king g7.
Sorry, what is after knight d5?
King g7.
My board is not anyway up. You cannot see it anyway.
Sorry,
You
so
have
which
to make
move?
arrows if you want.
I think I can make moves.
You can make moves here. Bishop c6 we were rook e1, bishop c6 we were discussing.
But I thought knight c6 might be an option.
Knight
instead of,
c6.
bishop c6.
Ah, knight c6.
Yeah,
And then bishop c3.
And king g5. and
King
you escape.
g5. Just try to run somewhere. Yes.
I think Fabi messed up.
At least practically speaking, and now he's burning time. And for Hans will be very easy because he will have only moves always. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's just running away, and
Well, he can go king f5, king g5. Little to think about.
yes, but still, it's much more easy for him.
Engine is saying that white is still better, but I don't see it. I don't see anything obvious here. Like during the game, I would feel I messed up with white.
Yeah, this other one provoking that pawn to f5, and then the 7th rank and
Yes.
everything, and there is no safety.
So what about bishop c3 now?
Okay,
King
king
G5.
g5. Rook e1 played, it just played right now.
Okay, knight c6. I think Hans will play knight c6.
So bishop c3 is coming.
King g5.
Maybe knight h3, you go king h6, right?
Yes.
Or I can put on h5 as well.
What do we prefer, if I make moves or if I put arrows? What should be the solution?
Depending on how many moves we're saying. Yeah. But knight c6 is. Are there any other moves? I mean, knight c6 makes so much sense to get this piece into the game.
Yeah, and also to protect the rook so that
Protect the
there is
rook.
some harmony.
Take knight d5 out.
Yeah.
So knight c6 should be played, right?
And it will be played because Hans also understands that he's under pressure. He wants to.
Also, I want to add that I see the other boats, and Magnus seems to be worse. Slightly.
Magnus is slightly worse. Hikaru is worse. Wesley is equal, and Vincent is also equal.
Yeah, knight c6 on the board. Bishop c3 check. Let's see the money move after king g5. What is the money
If there
move?
is a money move.
Yeah, but there should be because otherwise black
Just have a
somehow
pawn.
entangles. Is a move like rook d7
Yeah,
just
what about
very
rook d7?
simple rook
This is what
d7?
I
That makes
wanted to
sense,
I
ask.
was thinking, can I play b4? Or am I being too much? No.
Wow,
No.
I was dreaming of b4 with the knight on a6 earlier in the game, but yeah, I'm happy.
b4 is...
Okay, we are kind of expecting the move king g5.
And
But
then
what
rook
about
d7.
rook
yeah?
d7?
Then rook
That
d7.
looks very
Rook d7, I
sensible.
thought bishop f5. And I can try to...
Oh, rook e8, bishop d7.
Cheeky.
Okay, but I can take on f7.
Yeah, after bishop f5, we take on f7.
Yeah,
simply.
rook e1, bishop e1.
Bishop e1, yeah.
And then some knight e5, knight f3, and try to...
But we are
But
collecting
h7
on
is hanging
h7.
too.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe we have to protect that one then.
Yeah.
Probably it will go in this direction.
Yeah, but it's a very sympathetic direction for white.
Definitely.
Because actually
Getting back
he's
the pawn.
collecting back the pawn,
Yes,
the king
yes,
remains in danger zone, the c7 pawn, h7 pawn, and the king, everything is compromised. This is what you want.
Hans is thinking.
Yeah, so maybe that's why he's considering king f5.
What's the difference?
But then rook this time you can play rook e7.
Oh.
Because the bishop is protected. But it's very dangerous that it should lose somehow, but if we don't lose, we survive.
Yes, that's how it goes.
No, there is some potential behind.
Oh, that's interesting. So is this a big decision then, king f5 or king g5? King f5 just looks so wrong.
Yeah, king f5 looks like asking some trouble. Also somewhere maybe h3. I don't know.
Well, after king f5, maybe just rook f1.
Yeah, also rook f1. No, of course, black has to play king g5, but unfortunately for him, he wants to put some pressure on the clock. If they are going for this technical position where things are clear, then practically speaking, it will be very unpleasant.
In chess, these are the difficult decisions when your intuition says that the king should go to g5, but calculation-wise, you cannot prove king f5 wrong. And you
Yes.
spend all the time trying to refute king f5 because, you know, it is wrong, but why?
If it would be fine, it would be good, yeah?
Yes,
Yes, but intuition says, no, it should not be good, yes.
And this is the mental battle you keep fighting over the board.
Yes, especially in the short time control, this is crazy, yeah? It's so much better to have just one move that you play and thank you very much, I can relax, good or bad, whatever. And yes.
So king f5, rook f1 is the current continuation, or?
Well, I was thinking that if after that king g5, then I thought knight h3 might be the move.
You really like this knight h3, huh?
Well, but then
Well, I
f7
just-
is hanging and you are winning, yeah?
Yeah, well, but I'm not
So you
sure
want to
because king
checkmate,
g4.
right? You, king
Always.
g4.
She always
Yeah.
wants
Rook
to
f4
checkmate.
is not working.
Ready to checkmate.
But look, even after king g4, just knight f2 check, we
f2.
take on e4, take on f7,
Okay, we're
rook
happy.
d7,
We're
and
happy.
we take all the queen side.
No.
Yeah. No, actually, I'm just desperately want to take that f7 pawn.
I
whatever
thought you
it
want to go
takes.
bishop f6, rook f4, rook h4, something like this.
If you force me.
If you insist, yeah.
If you insist, yeah.
Sorry, which line are you guys?
If rook f1, king g5.
Knight h3, and then king h5, and then, or king h6, bishop f6, rook f4,
Yeah, no, I
something
was
like
just
this.
very simple. I just wanted to take boring and take the
Yeah.
f7 pawn.
Now, king f5, rook f1 looks strong.
Yeah, I don't like king f5 at all. Just
Yeah, no, he will play king g5, but yeah,
I don't
that's
know.
why.
Hans sometimes plays not the most natural move at times. Like he has a very specific kind of understanding.
Trying to distract also the opponent, to play something that he does not expect, yeah? It's
No,
some
it's
surprise.
just how he thinks. He thinks a bit differently, Hans. Like it's not the traditional understanding. He's
How many
worked a lot
times
with
did you play with him?
like a lot of rapid blitz,
A lot of rapid
blitz
blitz.
especially, and classical I have +2 or +1 something.
So actually, what is his strengths, you think? What is the secret,
I
for
mean,
example,
if
here?
I
he's-
had Hans's confidence, I would have been in top 5 in the world at least. His confidence is unparalleled. Even before the game, when we are analyzing, he will come and he'll show this and he'll say, no, I've played training games. I've checked this with engine. Of course, you open the bishop. I mean, this is such a stupid move. I mean, like anyone would suggest a move, he would
And this
say
is
that this is all
Niepo
stupid.
style.
And
Niepo
Karpov.
style, no?
Old Karpov.
Karpov also, yeah?
Well, he also wanted to show that he's the best. Well, he was the best for a long time.
For a very long time.
So he has extreme confidence and a lot of ambition. I think that's his biggest strength, Hans. And it's not easy to face it. Like you have to be. It has to
Exactly.
be inherent within
Yes.
you. And I noticed yesterday that there was a game where everyone played the same move. And it was because of Hans.
Yes.
Exactly,
That
it's
was not
B
good.
for F4 stuff.
Because Hans said, oh, we had a training game and
Yes.
this is the best move of engine and everything. But it was the wrong position.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I was wondering, how is it possible that he remembers what game
Yes,
he played
well, he did not.
exactly?
And you were facing Magnus, and Magnus was alone on the board, and Magnus played the best move against you.
Yeah,
Did
so
F3.
F3, yes.
Yeah, also Vincent said that F3 is very strong.
That's what happens when you have an intuition and you're sitting with these 8 people, you get influenced by them because
Yes.
some of them are like really very confident that this
Well,
is the
the
best
famous
way.
Paris story, no, with the Nyepo
Yeah.
gambit. Yeah, that I also
Yes.
checked with Engine. Engine says it's already better and so on. And yeah, there we go. King G5 final, played Rook D7 on the board.
But the evaluation rose, so maybe it was King F5 after all.
I don't know.
He spent 6 minutes.
But
deciding
usually they
between-
also say in bad position there are no good moves. No, this is the old famous quote.
Yeah, because I was thinking that King F5, Rook F1, King G4 maybe.
Yeah, and H3, King G5.
No, King G3.
Yeah, everything,
Bishop E1, Rook
everything goes along a logical line, actually, and now Fabi picks up the pawn on F7.
Yeah, maybe
We will
knight
see the
D4
trade.
after bishop takes E1. Can I try something? King G4.
Wow.
What is this? Rook H7 G5, but Rook
I
G7.
like King G4. Very good move.
And with confidence, like, yes, I
Yeah.
have, it was difficult, but I found it, and now I'm getting out. Yeah, the body language also, look at this.
Very nice move because King on F3 is actually very safe.
Yeah, and very annoying.
Yes. Rook H7 is G5.
Well, Rook G7.
Rook G7 there is, yeah. Now very important for Fabi not to get under the influence of Hans, yeah. That he signaled that I played a great move, I'm getting out. No, you have to play the
I
position.
would play Bishop C3 or just dominate the knight on C6.
And not grab that pawn?
No, I would rather go for like Knight D5 and then just play for domination rather than
Yeah,
material.
makes also perfect sense.
But I'm not sure because G5 is kind of a threat.
Yes.
Well, right now there's still H3 of G5.
Yeah, and knight
Yeah.
H5. Or knight E2.
But
So
I
what
think Fabi is a pawn grabber generally.
Yes, there we go.
Spot on.
Just to make sure. It's
But
better if
why
it's
not?
in my pocket than
Take
you
that
have.
pawn.
Give it to me, yes.
What does black do? Knight D4 or?
He would calculate, and if he doesn't see why not, he
Yeah.
would just.
Then he takes. Yeah.
That
But,
makes sense.
Can I just point out that Magnus is significantly worse now?
Yeah, he's pawn done, and there is some human compensation maybe, yeah, because of this A4 C4 pawn structure, but
Magnus always has human compensation.
yes. But the computer is not impressed. Yes, maybe even some Rook B1 B4 idea. Who knows? It's
And also,
possible.
Aronia's getting more and more back into a game, has equalized the time situation and the position also.
Wow,
almost.
that's where Bishop
jump
disappeared.
there for
What on
short
earth
time?
is this? He wants Knight C4, Knight B6 checkmate. That's why
All
Arjun
right.
played. Yeah, we can jump in there because the reason why Arjun opted for this, giving up his dark square bishop, that he wants to checkmate with
Checkmate.
Knight C4, Knight B6.
Arjun seems shaky in this tournament, especially with converting advantages. Like usually he's very good and brutal, but somehow here I think he has been a bit more shaky. That's
So he wants to go for the brilliancy prize. Yeah? King C8, Knight C4,
But there
Rook
is Knight
G8, Knight
D5.
B6.
But there is Knight D5.
That's the only
defense.
move probably because he must have seen Rook G8, which
And
is a
Knight
very
B6,
natural move.
yeah.
Still Knight
Then
B6.
Knight
Yeah,
B6.
that's
Yeah, he
beautiful.
plays for the gallery. Yeah, we should show this. This is such a stunning, beautiful line.
So we are going to Arjun, Levon, Aranya because we haven't seen that for some time. Let's focus on
And
that.
we
Wait,
have
why
some-
is Aronian think? Oh no, he's not thinking.
Yeah, Knight DC4, and now after the move Rook G8, attacking the queen, there is still the stunning, let me even put it, yeah, Rook G8 would be a blunder, because of the
Play it
incredible
out, please, yeah.
Knight B6 check, A
We
takes
want to see it
B6,
on the board.
A B6, and we see the power of 1A4.
It reminds me
Yeah.
of Judith's games, you know. It used to be like this.
Absolutely, yeah, let me
Thank
even
you.
put it, yeah, Rook take G3 and Rook 8, checkmate.
I can
So
take this compliment. Knight B6, Rook
this was
A8,
the
checkmate.
reason why Arjun gave up the dark square bishop, which is the soul of white's position and the
Oh, yeah.
advantage. However, to Knight DC4, there is Knight D5. Isn't Knight D5 a move?
Yes.
And what is Arjun doing?
Regretting.
Regretting. Yeah,
Very-
let me play Knight D5.
King B1.
And Levon down to 1 minute 40. He will play Knight D5.
Yeah, King B1 is a good square because Knight B3 you can still go Knight B6.
Yeah.
But I have queen f4.
No, knight d5,
King
knight
b1,
d7.
queen f4. I'm occupying the dark squares. Excuse
is
me.
better.
But knight d5,
I'm playing for
knight d7, or not?
Ah,
Oh, yeah.
yes. Yeah, you have check. Oof.
So maybe this is what...
Yeah, knight d5 on the board.
King b1.
Yeah, king b1 instantly. This is... Here, Arjun missed something. And we have to figure out what it is.
There's
And-
no threat still.
There's knight b6 threat.
No, knight,
Knight d5 and knight b6 is a threat now, no?
Or knight d5 is also a threat.
Yeah, knight d5, see the knight b6.
But I
takes
thought
the-
knight b6, ab, knight b6, knight c4.
Knight d-
Oh. also
I
a
like
threat, yes.
this
yeah.
one. Yes,
So Levon
okay,
has
no.
1.5 minutes, or now 1 minute
Very
15 to figure it out.
Well, he can go.
Yes?
Knight f4.
Knight f4. You have to block this somehow,
Knight
yeah?
f4, knight g4, queen h3, and then d3
Queen
hanging.
g7. Ah, that makes sense.
Queen g7.
Trade that queen. Yes,
move,
this is
good
it.
move.
This is it.
But I like knight f4
Maybe it's
more.
the only move.
No, knight
Knight
f4.
Wait, so how does this work now? Knight d5 and then knight b6? Why does... Ah, the queen
But
comes back
knight-
to b8.
Knight f4, knight g3.
Queen comes back to b8, yes.
Queen comes back to b8.
So just to highlight that after knight d5, cd5, knight b6 check. So the same idea of trying to open up and go for a checkmate with rook a8, then there is queen take g3, and after rook a8 check, it's not checkmate, it's just a check, because queen b8 comes back. So super stunning after ab.
Hans is close to equalizing. Just
Is there some
nothing.
a6 idea? No. No. Okay, then it's not clear. Why is it even equal?
Queen f3? No.
Just
After queen g7, queen f3.
yeah, no, okay. So after queen g7 is the current position. So the tactic does not work. Arjun will have to find a different direction. And you are suggesting just to sidestep with
Yeah.
queen
Because
to
the
f3.
bishops are still bad. Both black bishops.
But it hurts that there are no more mating nets, yeah? Or long
No,
terms,
long
who
term.
knows?
Long term meeting. Nets.
Well, Arjun wanted to checkmate.
Yes.
For sure. Otherwise, he wouldn't give up that bishop. The pride of his position, a dark square bishop.
Yeah, but now he slowed down, so maybe he missed the move queen g7 after all.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay, can I go crazy? I go knight g4.
Knight g4?
Queen f3 played. Excuse me. We don't have them.
Too bad.
Yes.
But how did
we
you want to go
escaped, yes?
crazy?
We escaped your threats.
No, I just really wanted to keep my queen on
And to play knight b6 somehow, yeah? Make it work.
f6, I wanted.
It's still very annoying, no, for black?
Yes,
This position? Like,
Okay, down to a minute and all these mating threats are...
it's really annoying position. Like, what do you do? Knight c7? Or you take on e3?
Knight c7 is horrible.
You cannot take on e3, can you? Knight b6,
ab6,
ab.
bishop f5.
Can I play bishop?
Queen g1
No.
you can do, no? Bishop
Also.
f5.
Okay, queen g1.
Queen g1
king
check.
a2.
At least he's forcing the king to...
King on b3, you know.
Yeah,
He
king
wants to
goes
take on
b3.
h2, or?
But knight d5.
Yeah, white can take twice on d5 then.
I don't like bishop f1. It looks ugly.
What a game, what a position, yeah? For time pressure.
Bishop f1 I also don't like.
King a2, right?
Yes, it's played and he takes on h2.
Okay, there is rook h1 and there's knight d5.
Yes, two options to grab a pawn, basically.
But look h1, queen f4.
Yeah.
Then
So knight d5.
that I should survive. But then my bishop comes to life. Not so easy.
So what happens on knight d5?
CD.
Queen d5?
Okay, bishop c6, whatever, I'm
Queen
already...
f7.
Queen c5 also.
Oof, and then bishop d5, I'm getting very active.
Queen e7.
Okay,
You're giving all the pawns.
okay, you know me for such activity.
Well,
And it's
not
not your
sure.
pawns.
I mean,
Not my pawns, but I'm very happy.
I mean, the
But
bishop at
usually
h8
Peter
is still out of the
sacrifices
game.
exchanges.
Yes, I love
That's
to
his
say.
special
My
thing.
heart is still aching from yesterday's Abdusatlov
Yeah.
exchange sack against Arjun, and he
You
got
saw that?
knocked out because of this exchange
Bishop
sacrifice.
e5, d4, like move 5.
I missed.
Yeah, well, we are going along the line. Let's see. Levon will prove me right. I believe in Levon. Now he gets chances. He gets dynamic.
Queen d5 is wrong, apparently.
Well, grabbing a poison pawn, don't do this. The light square bishop, unfortunately, dark square bishop is still out.
No, maybe there was a6 first, you know?
Oh.
A6. Oh, that's nice.
Or rook h1, I was thinking. No, queen c7. Yeah, a6 was the move. It was a brilliant move, actually.
You think, yeah, a6 was possible, yeah? Let me just...
I think it was
It's
very
very
Because now
close.
queen c7, yeah, queen c7. It's a very good move. Stabilizing.
Queen f7?
You guys always want the poison pawn? No.
No, the bishop e6
He
is
want
a
to be
threat.
poisoned.
But I will go bishop c6, bishop d5 anyway. Bishop c6.
He takes it.
But you know, Arjun loves
Just making
pawns.
jokes on
Okay, last
Peter.
pawns, but he's also a dynamic player. He would love now also to be black. He would
He
be very
loves pawns
tricky.
more than dynamic.
Really, yes?
Yeah.
You know how
He's a
much-
pawn grabber.
Arjun?
Arjun, yeah.
Yeah?
Okay,
Alright,
but
so
if you
bishop
come to
c6,
hunt him, bishop
bishop
c6,
c6.
you
Okay.
can't play like this against Levon Adonia. You cannot give him the chance that he shows his mastery.
Queen e6 and bishop no, knight e3 have to go.
Then you are
A5
losing
is-
the control.
A5
No.
is
Yeah,
hanging.
king b1 and stabilize
Yeah.
to equality.
Levon is slowly becoming a favorite here, in my mind, at least.
Well,
Yeah.
it's quite scary with white, I have to
Yes.
admit.
No, you can't play like this.
Isn't white still better?
I don't know.
Very, very slightly, apparently, according to the evil bar.
He might even take on h7, you know.
No, don't tell me that. Don't tell me this.
That's just too much.
It's already way too much what happened
Bishop
so
d5,
far.
king b3. He can.
Yeah, but
Say
no,
king
okay, you will get
B3.
crushed. No, okay.
Rook c8. King b8.
Rook f4 and just that's
Oh my god.
rook f4.
Cemento. This is not a cemento.
No, this is how Arjun plays.
It's okay, let's see if it's
If
really...
he doesn't see something wrong, he would do it. But if he sees, it's a different story.
But what about intuition? It just feels so wrong to take this pawn at h7.
His intuition says to take on h7.
Well, actually, Hans is escaping. Levon is fighting back. What a turnaround. What a turnaround. Maybe we can again go for the bird's eye view, just so that we also appreciate what happened in the Fabi's game.
Also, Magnus is back.
Queen and game.
Yeah.
Of course, if it's Queen and he's the best in the world in Queen and
Yeah.
games. It's just
I agree.
completely unmatched. Because he's anyway the best, but everywhere else, I feel like we can. But in Queen and game, it's completely different planet.
Yeah. Knight e3, bad move by Arjun, apparently. He had to take on h7.
No, and now he's losing. Of course, he's losing.
He's not losing yet, though.
Okay, look at the evil bar also saying that.
Peter's always exaggerating.
No, but now his king is compromised.
Bishop f6, actually, I like this.
Okay, anything, just enjoy the game for black now.
All
No,
right.
this.
Let's go back to Arjun game.
I cannot believe.
This is where the most action is
Yes.
right now.
Bishop d4 by Levon.
Wow, punishment time, checkmate is coming.
Oh, brilliant.
Absolutely brilliant.
Ooh, tactics.
Okay,
Wow. E3
I
is
have
loose.
lost enough games against Levon. I know like this you cannot play like this.
But
Bishop
apparently
d4
it's
is
not
very
winning.
cool. Very
It's
cool.
not winning though.
Queen a5 and queen e1,
Queen
that's
e1,
the point.
yeah.
Queen f5, queen e1, just simple.
But why is
Simple
it not
chess.
winning for
So
black?
the pawn grabber changed his mind.
Well,
Yeah.
because now black is picking up all the pawns, but,
But there
it's
also,
the
I think it was scary, some bishop d4.
logical
bishop b5,
punishment.
Bishop d4.
It still was better, I think.
Absolutely
Well.
logical.
Now he doesn't even have a pawn for the suffering.
No, but this is what I feel like. The youngsters have this tremendous strength that they are completely fearless, but they can also make such insane decisions.
Yeah.
Total control for white, black cannot move at all. Why on earth do you change the character? Only Levon is dreaming of changing the character of the position.
Yeah.
He's in a hopeless situation and had also no time. Why do you give him chance to show his mastery? Unbelievable.
Well, what does white even do? How is this still equal?
Hans is drawn, by the way. Hans game.
Yeah, Hans will
I mean,
draw his
almost
game.
drawn.
Well, basically a draw is a big win
Yes.
for Hans.
No.
Yeah,
Yes.
from that position.
This is going to be a draw. Just a few more moves remaining.
Unbelievable save by
Queen
Hans.
e6 check.
Magnus is also drawing.
This is correct. Queen e6 was the only move for Arjun.
Yeah, because he protects the knight, but okay.
Bishop
this is-
d7.
It's terrible position.
Queen
What do you do?
e4.
Or queen e7.
I didn't dare to say.
Queen e7?
Yeah,
E8?
yeah, queen e7.
Rook e8.
And then knight d5.
No.
No, it's too much.
Peter will leave
Queen
the
A5.
studio if we
Queen
keep doing
e4.
this.
Queen e4 once again only move. Arjun, up to the task here.
Good
Well, up to the
defense.
task, okay, he spoiled everything.
Well, but now you still have to keep it together and try to save it.
Of course,
You don't
okay,
want to
but
lose.
How do you end up in this position? No?
Yeah, you should have never taken on c7.
Of course. No,
Does it
this
hurt,
is-
Peter, to see?
It hurts. Okay, I can't take such things. Yeah, it was a perfect harmony. Everything was in place, and now we destroyed everything. This is my body reacts to this kind of things.
Oh, this is great defense though. Queen e6, queen e4. Black cannot take on a5 because of king b1 hitting the queen.
Are they going to repeat?
Oh,
He's
maybe.
gaining time.
But I think
Nah.
Levon should keep playing.
He will.
He should, but he's also probably very happy that he survived this horrible position.
But he isn't the material completely equal.
It is equal, yeah. But after bishop d7, queen e4, there's also this knight d5 looming in the air.
Is it 3 times already?
No. Second time now.
Okay, what do you think? Will he repeat?
So how can he play?
Big question. Yeah.
Why can't he go, let's say, bishop f6?
Knight d5,
Bishop queen a5?
king b1,
Queen c5?
Isn't a6 a problem after bishop f6?
then bishop c6.
Yeah.
And I'm hiding on b8 with the king.
Yeah. No, knight d5 has to be correct.
Yeah.
He has 1 minute.
Yeah, I think he will play on somehow, but how?
And after queen c5, maybe I play b4.
Yeah, not afraid of a check on
I
g1.
may take on f6 later, but
there's no threat.
No, the queen on c5.
No, I mean after like queen f2 or something.
Yeah, knight f6, ef, rook takes a7.
But
no,
queen
it's
is
protected.
Queen protects. Oh, no.
Bishop f6, here we go.
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
This
now
is
we
not
find
over.
out. Now we find out what happens.
I would have been very surprised if he goes for a draw.
But I think you have to
Knight
be
d5,
extremely
indeed.
precise. Your
Yeah, we will be seeing this line, yeah.
queen a5, king b1, queen c5.
Queen c5,
Queen
yeah.
c5, and then what?
Yeah. I know b4 is kind of the most craziest move, but somehow I feel that...
Yeah,
this-
queen g1 check, queen f2. I don't like it.
You don't like it.
Not
but
really
then king
giving
b2,
you what
king b3,
anything.
then I'm climbing up the ladder.
And black
King
has a
d8.
pass h pawn. This could become very relevant.
Yeah, but you
in
can also
endgames.
even take queen f5.
You
Queen
can?
c4 check. No?
Yes. Okay,
No,
we're gonna
but-
see
Okay, we
this, yeah,
find-
queen to
we
c5.
find-
We will
Okay.
find out what
Yeah,
Arjun
he'll play b4
has.
because I don't see anything else. If otherwise, Peter would never suggest b4.
Exactly, it's all total desperation,
Yes.
yes. If I would have a normal move, I would never ever play a move like or think about it.
During the game with white, I would think I've messed up and I'm losing.
Yeah, it looks like it.
I don't understand the equal evaluation yet.
Well, that would be crazy difficult for Arjun if he would...
On the board,
b4.
this.
b4 on the board.
Now check out queen f2. I like queen f2.
Yeah, to block somehow.
And also
yeah?
maybe sometimes rook g8 or something like this.
Do I have some rook a5, rook c5 idea, or it's too slow?
Rook a5, rook c5. And then what?
Yes, no, because this queen, yeah.
Yeah, queen
I'm going to
f2
checkbait you. Rook g8.
Queen on f2 is a...
No, but rook g8 is not
Knight
possible
e7
for...
and
yeah,
queen c4.
queen
yeah.
c4.
Yeah.
But...
I'm dreaming.
So queen g1 check and queen f2.
Well, why not queen f2?
Yeah,
right
this
away?
is the problem, that for me it's very good because I don't know if it's
Queen f2.
Queen g1,
Queen
queen
f2.
f2. or-
Queen
Queen
f2
f2 is the
hurts more.
more natural move, yes.
And what does white do now?
This is a big question.
Queen c4,
Bishop c6.
knight f6,
Takes.
b5.
And then b5, yeah?
I mean, I don't see what
Close your
else.
eyes and
Pray.
go for it. Yeah, maybe that's it. feels like you have to do something immediately, otherwise.
Well, I can attack the bishop.
Yeah, but the clock is ticking down. Okay, he still.
Well, he has enough time.
Yes.
So queen c4, bishop c6, trade on f6, play b5.
Knight f6, we are not forced to take ef6. But we have to, yeah.
With it for just 1 second, look at Vincent's position. What does it remind you? Isn't this the semi-tarash from reverse? It's the semi-tarash kind of structure.
A little bit, yeah.
Yes, when I looked at it. Yeah.
Looks like it's going to be a lot of draws this round, honestly.
By the way, Hikaru was worse, and then Linear made a serious positional mistake. And now he's better.
Wow.
Hikaru's better even.
And he's way up on the clock. Yeah, this is very scary.
Like Black's pawn was on c7 and Linear played c6, allowing this knight to come to b6.
Oof.
Like big positional mistake.
All right.
Yeah,
so
but what is Arjun doing here? Because this is so dangerous.
Well, queen c4 and knight f6 and b5 is their refutation.
Sorry, which move? Queen c4, king b8?
Queen c7.
Ah, you mean, sorry, yeah. So queen c4, bishop c6,
Knight
f6, b5, yeah, this is what you guys are talking about.
I don't see a refutation. Yes.
So probably Black has to attack the bishop somehow, queen d2.
Bishop c2.
Or queen e3 maybe.
Bishop c2 and queen d5. That's how the game ends in a draw.
Oh,
After queen d2,
yeah.
White could probably also take on c6, no?
Yeah, after queen d2 take on c6.
I mean queen e1 check, king b2, queen d2, bishop c2, queen d5. Maybe we can show.
Sorry, yeah.
Queen c4, bishop c6.
Hikaru game, yeah. So queen c4, bishop
c6, knight f6.
He takes f6.
Yeah, b5. And now queen e1, queen d2. And it's a draw.
Queen e1, king b2.
Wait a second, rook e8. Do I have rook e8? Can I give checkmate?
Valid try.
Bishop c2.
Oh, Arjun played rook a2. So
apparently a good move.
Yeah, well, it was a human move, but
this looks lost to me somehow. I don't know.
Rook g8 is possible already.
But I was afraid
it's not
that
hanging.
Inchin keeps saying it's equal, but it looks lost.
I know, but rook g8, knight b6.
Always does knight b6 or what?
Oh,
are you serious? Oh yeah, knight b6 and queen c4. But
bishop c6, what happens now?
Levon down to 1 minute 20.
Bishop c6, let's go.
On the board.
Yeah, most natural move. Bishop c4 or what?
It looks so wrong. Don't have anything better. Can I go queen e6?
Oh, can you take on e7 with check? How is this knight
Bishop
e7?
e7?
Bishop e7, queen e7. And then I will protect with on e2 somehow.
No. Queen g2. No.
King b3.
No, he wants to go queen e2 simply.
Back.
Yeah.
He went
queen e6.
He goes queen
king
e6.
b8.
This is
it's
shaky.
a mistake apparently.
But not too bad according to the evaluation.
King b8. Knight f6 he wants.
Probably.
And then take
and then
the
what?
pawn on f6 and attack the rook on d8.
I don't trust this somehow.
So do you play rook d7 here to be clever, quote unquote?
Rook d7, yes.
So that the rook is not hanging.
Wow, but this is with 1 minute on the clock.
I think you play king b8 with hand, but...
Yeah, king b8 is hand.
Oi, oi, oi.
Huge tension.
This is
First
dramatic.
game.
Dramatic game. It was a completely one-sided affair, and what happened?
Well, what happened with Fabi?
Yeah.
The same story.
Pawn hunting. Rook h7. Pawn hunting business in both games.
Oh, king b8 is a mistake.
Yeah, rook d7 was the move.
Rook d7 was it.
Wow.
Crazy.
Oh my God.
But yeah, now what to do?
Knight f6, of course. Or knight e7 is also a move.
Yes, that's why it's very similar.
No, knight e7.
No,
yeah, because the rook is hanging.
No, but I would play knight f6. Somehow feels more right. But feelings can be wrong.
In position like this.
Yes, actually, takes. Rook d3.
What?
Takes queen d1.
And?
King
Rook D2?
E3, or where do you go?
Yeah, because there's always queen d8 mate,
Mate,
so
yeah.
you should not lose. I agree with perpetual check.
97, there is bishop f3, so
Bishop f3 is, but it's not a mating threat, no? Queen d1.
Yeah,
I
queen
still
D1.
have king b2.
and then I take this.
Yeah, very dangerous.
It's a crazy game.
Okay,
Crazy.
he
Knight
takes on
f6.
f6.
Yeah.
And this was a mistake.
Apparently a mistake.
Okay, but it's hard to understand this.
Yeah, it's impossible to understand. Okay, you need half an hour to understand.
Queen f6.
Yeah, I was wondering about queen g2, king b3, queen g8 with bishop
But
c4.
what about queen G8
the
immediately?
evaluation changed so much.
Oh, black is winning now.
Queen
Black
G8.
is winning. Queen g8 right away. No, yeah?
Really?
No,
Queen if I
don't
check.
scam.
No, no. Why to give tempo? No.
Yes, no.
And King A8?
Wait, there must be some tactic here. Come on.
Queen A5?
Yeah. Come on. What's the move? Queen b6 is cheeky, but is cheeky good? No. Queen e5, queen c5.
What the position?
I think I would give queen g2 check.
Yeah, queen g2, king b3, and then
Also king c1 after queen g2. Not sure.
But then queen d5. What rook d2?
Oh, he
Queen
went queen
G2.
g2, but king c1 now. I think
On
queen
the
g2 is a mistake, in my opinion.
Well, the engine
good
doesn't
move.
approve.
But king c1?
you see what's happening. Yeah, when too many opinions, yeah, this is why everybody has to sit with his own board, think about the opening, yeah, because we are influencing each other. Yeah?
Just
Maybe
really-
this, maybe
it's
that.
really difficult.
But Queen D5 seems to be the right spot.
King c1, queen d5, rook d2, bishop b5.
King c1, queen h1 probably, and you just take on d3 next move.
No, but okay, I want to play king b3. King b3,
No.
and then
King b3.
and then queen d5
But how can
check,
you
and bishop
take
c4, queen
King
d1
b1?
check. King b1.
Okay, this feels wrong.
Queen D5.
Queen
Bishop
d5,
c2.
bishop c4.
Bishop C4, Queen D1, Rook D2, Queen
Yeah,
D4.
no, this-
Queen d5
bad, yeah.
also bishop
Yeah.
c2, and now everything is protected.
But it also looks very bad with the rook on a2.
I think he would give a check on h1. You have to.
Yes, on the board.
King C2.
King b2. No, king c2, sorry. Okay.
And now queen d5.
Double attack.
Do you go bishop c4?
Or queen d1. This is
Queen D1.
basically
D1, and
checkmate,
then
no?
rook d2, queen a4 checkmate.
Yeah.
Wait, is that it?
That's it.
That's game
That's
over.
oh, yeah.
That's it, yeah.
And Levon, yeah,
Because
he
the same
realizes
problem
that,
was
yeah.
with king
Wait.
b3, queen d5, bishop c4, queen d1, then queen a4, rook d2 was the same problem.
Game over.
So if you go to b2 instead of c2?
This I did not.
Rook
did not
D3.
have.
Yeah, you would
Just take the bishop.
Yeah, it's lost now.
Queen
What a shocker.
d5.
Well played
Levon.
by Levon, actually.
This was
The second half,
unstoppable.
he was close to perfect after bishop d4.
Of course.
And also, he made the exceptionally great decision. He
Yep.
felt he had less time, and in the equalish position, he decided to move on.
So it was half self-sabotage by Arjun, but then well converted by Levon.
Yes.
Yeah, but only young generation can be surprised, yeah? Okay. In my generation, this is what Levon was doing all the time, yeah?
Was he always the counterplay guy?
Well, not, but initiative guy.
Initiative,
Yeah, if he got the initiative, okay, Marshall and all these kind of things.
Yeah,
that's
Arjun is
brilliant.
visibly...
He's completely shocked.
Yeah.
And how was king b3 refuted?
Well, then queen d5 check, bishop c4, queen d1, then queen a4 check, rook d2 was right. We can
okay.
after show
yeah.
it.
Yeah, always queen d5.
Yes.
Do you want to go to Hikaru's game after this?
Yeah, we should.
Also, Vincent is worse against Prague.
Yes, suddenly he got into a lot of, and he has no
There's
time.
some checkmate ideas, Rook h2.
And Arjun resigns.
Yeah.
Big win for Levon Aroni with the black pieces. One step closer to the finals. This man is on a mission.
Yes, let us just very quickly show this move that we were asking that why not. Okay.
Vincent is lost, by the way. Rook e2, rook b2, rook e2. Yeah, it looks really bad for Vincent.
Well, that was a big miss by Arjun.
Very
This
big.
kind of fantastic position you don't get every day.
Yeah, we did call it hopeless, right, for Levon. But Levon dug in and...
Well, at that point it was.
It was hopeless.
Yeah, don't put it on me. It's on Arjun.
Well...
He's not coming to us next time.
I mean, you give that position to Peter and you play 100 games, he never loses even once.
I love such positions. I'm probably not the only one. Yeah, so what about Hikaru? Let's go to Hikaru's game because that is...
Magnus Drode, of course.
Yes,
That very
no problem.
difficult position.
A6.
So here we are, the current position. Lenier down to 16 seconds after Queen e7. If he trades, then 97 and the pawn on g6 is falling. So he can't trade. But if he does not trade, then he has to play Queen e8. He has to play...
5 seconds.
He was
Queen g8.
He keeps the pin.
That makes sense.
Yeah, keeping the pin, yes.
Do you think Hikaru will manage to win this?
No, I personally don't think so. Lenier gets 30 seconds per move.
Yeah, these 30 seconds are super important for Lenier.
And you just can't get this rook active on b3. How can you get it active?
Okay, somewhere this d5 sacrifice.
d5 has to be the way somehow, yeah?
If it's possible. For example,
How?
here d5, cd, queen c5.
Or first queen c5.
Or queen c5 first, yeah.
Okay.
But then queen f8 maybe. If you go queen c5
queen
first.
f8. No, queen f8, I give you knight c8 check, double check, and then takes knight e7, I get your g6 pawn. Crazy
Nice,
stuff.
that's a good line.
Yeah, crazy line, yes. Absolutely
Easy to fall
crazy.
into.
Yes, queen c5, queen f8, knight c8, double check, and then trade the queens, and knight e7 jumping towards the g6 pawn. Crazy tricky position. So how do we react after queen c5? Then king b8 is only move, but it's a very scary one, no?
Actually, there's no threat after queen c5.
Yeah,
but you still go king b8 for your sanity.
Yes, humanly. Can you imagine you play queen c5 in the open, but you are not settling anything, my friend.
Well, it's definitely to make a move.
Lenier is now using all this extra.
Do you quickly
to
also want to show Vincent game, like just for the audience, while Hikaru is thinking?
We can do bird's eye view for a moment, also seeing that Wesley is so against up to the turf
By the
and
way,
then
also
draw.
Nodiebek managed to held that game against Wesley, was worse. But okay, there is tension here. This is the semi-final.
No, the semifinals are already done for now. So this is the lower bracket.
Oh my
Yeah.
God. Okay, all this 10
Magnus
hours
is here.
yesterday. Yes. And okay, you see Hikaru, then out on your brain says, that's the semi-final, yes.
Yeah, Vincent is under pressure being a pawn down, but he has active pieces.
Well,
and
at least he avoided a loss on the spot, yeah, because it was very scary.
It was just lost one move ago.
Was the knight d6 one move ago? What was
When he took on b2.
We don't know exactly why it was lost or how, because the rook b2 followed by rook e2 looks so natural.
But activity apparently.
Yes. Maybe he should have not taken on b2, he should have played rook e2 simply, yeah?
And then knight d6.
And then knight d6, yeah.
It's hard, eh?
It's hard.
Chess
yeah.
is hard.
You want to take, okay, one check, yes. But look at this, yeah. Hikaru jumping
played
in
knight
with the
d7.
knight d7. Okay, with 30 seconds on the clock, how does poor Lenier navigate this? Very difficult. Can he get active with queen c4?
Maybe king a8? No,
Or
king
then
a8.
the endgame will be bad, yeah?
King a8.
Knight c5.
Rook
h7.
h7. Rook h7. King a8 is a hard move.
Knight c5, yeah.
d5.
Rook
On king
h3.
a8.
Rook h3. No fear.
All right, let's go back to Nakamura.
I don't
Yes,
like
of
rook
course,
h3.
we have to go back to
Wait, now, Peter, your idea. Queen c5, queen f8.
c5, queen f8, and winning.
Winning, yeah.
Yes.
No, rook h3 was.
Blunder.
Look at this. Hikaru, is
Hikaru
checking.
sees it.
What am I missing?
Yeah, he sees it.
Yes, queen c5 check, forcing the king to the back rank.
Well, it's
Hikaru-
interesting that it's not completely winning yet for white, even though you're getting that pawn.
Okay, Hikaru made a career out of such tactics, so there's no chance he's missing this.
So what's the defense for black? Knight c7, knight g6, knight d5? Counter-attack?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I don't believe in it.
But I just don't see what else can
of
he
course,
do.
no, you have to play it, but it should not be enough.
Is Hikaru also considering playing d5 after queen c5? Or direct? No.
Well, the temptation is big.
Okay, here.
And then after cd5, rook b5, h6?
Yeah?
Or no?
Maybe.
I don't know what you had in mind after cd5.
At least knight b6, but
And-
rook b5 is also.
Interesting for sure, yeah?
But okay.
Yeah, well, this rook
d4 check
h3
and
move is a
stuff.
very nervous move. It's a very nervous move.
Well, it's not a fun position to play with black, this
Yes.
one.
Yeah,
Of course, yeah.
it's true.
Because, for example, if black would have played rook h7, then queen c5, knight f6 is a fork, simply.
Yes.
So there were no easy moves.
He is not convinced.
So what about queen c5, d5? That looks...
No, but probably it's not so good because c takes d5,
Yeah, rook b5.
takes,
b5.
and
I see.
d4 check.
And d4 check
That's what
is a
I
killer,
forgot.
or
b3.
b3, yeah?
b3.
But there's no mate, yeah? So you play rook e3.
Sorry?
b3, rook e3.
Rook e3.
Wait, with the pawn already
But-
on a6?
Yes.
No,
but
then
then
I
a
can
takes
take on
b,
b7, play queen b6, queen
queen
c6,
c6, queen a8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
either
what,
he's going for a
Hikaru
good
is thinking,
endgame, or he's going all in.
No, queen b8.
Yeah, that's why. Of course, he will go for the endgame.
Yeah, he'll go for endgame, yes. I also agree.
Of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah, it's after
Well,
a knockout
he's
match.
right to do so.
Let
Well,
the
I will check it.
professional-
I'm curious.
No,
It looks
this
very-
is correct, I think.
It looks very promising.
You cannot do this d5, rook b5. Right?
Probably it is a kind of over-optimistic there.
Yeah. And
So
then
knight
queen
c7
d8.
is only, and knight g6, knight d5.
What do you
Knight
want?
e5.
Queen d8. Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
Knight
you have
c7
to
is
take,
good.
and you have to take with the rook on e3.
Or you just don't take.
You
Just
don't
keep-
do anything.
yeah, just keep the
yeah.
Just rook
position.
g3.
Rook
Just
g3 if the knight moves. Otherwise, there's knight h4.
Yes, if the knight. Yeah, but knight
No,
e5.
knight e7, yes.
Yes.
And the knight is
It's a
trapped on
tricky.
h4.
Yeah, Lenny has to play the move knight c7.
He will play. There's no other option.
Well, there is no other option. Knight d6, knight c4, another one. But it's
Actually, you should
knight
have played
c7,
quick.
it's much more natural. Actually, I think when he played rook h3, obviously he had that in mind.
No. He's
I
not
think he
doing
missed
it.
this. He missed this. He wouldn't. Why would he allow this?
Yeah, knight c7 played, knight g6, knight d5.
Oh, it's serious mistake apparently, knight c7. I don't understand.
Yeah, the computer said something like king b8. I saw it briefly, but okay, nobody plays like this.
Oh, now king b8, knight c6. Your king is stuck. You cannot bring your king.
And he
Rook
he took
e3.
rook e3, yes.
Look at Nakamura. He's shocked.
What?
This move should not be possible. And
Yeah, but
indeed,
it
it
was
is
the line
losing.
that I was calculating. Yeah, takes
But takes
g6, knight
g6?
d5, g7, knight.
No, just knight d7. Like g7, what do you do?
Knight e7, knight g8.
e7. And then I also have the e pawn.
Well, I
Okay,
have
it's
king.
lost. It's lost. But
Okay, I play knight g6, knight h4, knight f5.
yeah, no. it's-
Okay, knight e7, one.
King b3.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, and just lost. No, rook
Yeah,
e3
the
is shocking.
c6 move, yeah, that you mentioned,
Yeah.
the c6 move, we haven't seen it. We will have to come back to it, change everything, because he was having a normal position, Lanier. And it's always with the 30 seconds increment, as long as you have things under control, it's fine. If control is lost, you just collapse.
Well, it seems like if it will depend on Vincent, we will sit here again.
No, why? Vincent is on the defensive.
I know.
And he's...
But the game itself...
Okay, he's dreaming of rook knight again, but this is very far away. Yeah, this is not just hopelessly lost. Because white first plays king b3 comes closer to the e-pawn, and then this knight g6, knight h4 idea. That
converting good games is such a key thing, actually. That's the difference.
Which one?
Converting winning positions.
Yes.
That's the difference. Because Magnus and Hikaru are really good at this. And many times they have bad positions, actually, like out of the opening.
But when they have
extremely
a chance,
resourceful.
then, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
When they have a chance, they are merciless.
Yeah, poor Lenny, he's regretting this c6 move. One tiny little move.
Well, if he has to make something, he should go knight e7, I believe. After knight f6, king b3, he can't even bring his king.
It's the same.
Knight d7.
Yeah, but I mean, knight g8 anyways you have to do.
Yeah. Ah, so you go knight... Yeah, but after knight d7, you can bring your king. Ah, no,
you
because
cannot
knight d7,
knight
f6.
f6. Yeah. Anyways, it's...
Yeah.
But then your king is also stuck on a8 with the knight on d7.
Yeah, it's anyway hopeless. Yeah, knight f6 played.
Yeah, king b3.
Okay.
I think he plays
king
instantly.
b3, of course. King b3 he will play, and he's just enjoying it.
Instantly. You know, after knight g8, you can even play knight d7 and box the king.
Box the king, yes.
That's a nasty way of dealing with it.
But okay, you don't have to be so
brutal.
Cruel, yes. Just knight g6, knight 8, and I will resign. I will resign, yes. It's in my interest to resign. It's such a hopeless position. Yes.
Why is Hikaru thinking?
Because he's enjoying the moment. And he knows that he's completely winning.
If there was music in the headphones, you would see him head bobbing.
Isn't there?
Well, he wants to make sure that everything is under control. No surprises. King b1 or king b3. How do you choose?
Well, knight d7 also. I like knight d7.
It's the same.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It's true.
Not much of a chance for black.
Yeah, king b3, of course, professional. Now the king is always in time to...
I would have gone king b3 as well.
Yeah, just you make
King
sure
b8,
that
knight
you are covering
d7, then
the
for
only
sure.
counterplay.
Oh, great technique by Prague. Very nice idea. Last two moves.
The problems are not running away. It's a crazy position there.
It's like he found
Well,
an
maybe we
amazing
can
idea.
jump to Vincent game, I believe, because
Yeah, this is
here
over.
we know that
Yeah,
it's
let's
going
go to
be
Vincent.
over.
This is
So
over.
let's go to the bird's eye view and
Nakamura
then
will win.
focus
Yeah, he played knight
into
c4, now going
Vincent
knight d3,
game.
knight d6, knight f5. So all eyes on the Vincent game, because this is a crazy time scramble.
But I thought he played brilliant, but engine doesn't approve.
So rook g4 now?
Yeah, but
no,
Vincent
then
has
rook
2
g5.
seconds on the clock. He has to move.
Ah, he gives checks.
Check and rook g8 back.
Yes.
Yes, but then
Then king a5.
still it just starts, the whole operation.
No, he has to give a check, then rook... No. Ah,
Very difficult.
so difficult, 15 seconds. Gives a check, king a6 so far, so
But
good. But now what?
Now is the problem. Yeah.
but maybe he can go rook g4,
And
rook
rook
g5,
g5?
rook e4, rook e1, d5.
Oh yeah, now you put the king on a6.
King on a6.
Oh,
Yes.
my goodness.
Yes, will he find rook g4?
There is no much left.
I mean, you can play rook g8 and then play the same with king on a5.
Maybe even better.
Okay, 20
That's the
seconds.
question.
He goes rook g8.
He goes rook g8.
Yeah. King on a5 and then rook g4. You're forced to do it.
Yeah, I think it's better.
Oh, what a comeback.
Wow.
If he
It was
saves this
completely
one.
lost for Vincent.
Yeah, but just for one move. Yeah.
No,
Well,
even earlier.
also
it
earlier.
was-
I mean, this one moment. Yeah. Oh, you mean even before in the end game?
He was worse.
Okay, it was
He
five
was
versus
worse.
five.
But I think
Dead
clearly
low-
lost was
dead low position.
this
was
one.
them. But okay, now he has to still find this rook g4 idea at the right moment. Yeah?
Well,
But isn't
there's not
it-
much else to do after
It's
king
the
a5,
only-
actually.
Yes.
But was it only rook g8? Are you
me
sure it's not
see.
rook g4 is the same story?
Could be.
So
But I was afraid of some king a7.
Okay, I
some
can
point.
also make this
Maybe.
move just so that it's easier to visualize, but this is what we are
No, rook
talking.
g8 was... rook g8 was only move.
Really?
Yeah, I guess the other line, the endgame is one for...
Takes and d5.
Takes and d5, and it's very important that
That
black's
king a7.
Yeah, that's king
still on
a7, right?
a5 as far as possible. Ah, you have then d6, king b7. Yeah, you have after rook takes c4 check, for example, king b7. You are shouldering the king.
Wow.
You have access to that square.
It's a full study composition.
Yeah. It's very nice.
Just to highlight.
Yeah, king
for example,
a7, and with the king on a6, king a7 wins.
This could be
Wow.
a key
Beautiful.
move. But okay, let's see if Vincent has foreseen all this.
Of
Well, there's nothing else he can try at this point.
Yes.
Basically.
King is on a5.
King a5 is on the board, by the way.
Where is
king
the heart
a5.
rate monitor?
Actually, yes, good question. I didn't see it throughout the match.
Rook g4? No, he didn't play rook g5.
Peter's heart sank for a minute, you know.
I know it's not the first time that we have this issue. Already I'm I'm used to this.
As
Brilliant
Parag, do you
endgame.
go rook knight versus rook now, or do
How
you
do you even
accept
do
the
this?
draw?
Well, I immediately accept it. I sign it, yeah.
Yeah?
Yes, of course.
I mean, trying 92 or what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you try 92 and then try to win rook knight versus rook?
No,
But maybe White
from,
doesn't
from
even
Vincent's perspective, I
collaborate.
sign rook knight versus rook. I give all the pawn. Just we get there and then okay, I get the 30 seconds.
Maybe White goes c5 after 92.
No, maybe rook f6 check first. Then.
What a fascinating end game it is.
I think
Yeah,
rook
Hikaru
f6
is
check.
completely winning.
And then king d5?
King d5, knight c3, knight e2.
Like this.
I guess you do rook f6 if with black, yeah? To try.
But wait, knight c3, king e5. And then rook f3.
and then you try somehow.
What a construction. And
Probably he
now Prague
has
is
to try
down.
knight d2.
Yeah, no, he goes
No,
rook
rook f6
g5.
check, no?
Ah.
Oh, no, this is draw. This is instant draw.
But this is the only chance.
Why?
If it works,
But-
No, but you calculated it doesn't work, so you try something
So
else.
you go, something else,
Yeah,
right?
something else. Rook f6.
Okay, but rook knight versus rook is a dead draw.
Well, rook f6 wasn't necessarily immediately.
Yeah, it was not
in the
instant.
Let's see.
You ask one more question after rook f6. Yeah.
Yeah, after rook f6, for example, king
c7 was the only move, yeah.
king c7 was the only move, which is not so obvious. Because,
Otherwise you keep the pawn. Yeah, it was the only move, absolute
after
only
king d5, there would have been rook f4. Oh, that would have been a great try. Great try. Rook f6 would have been fantastic because king c7 is not obvious.
Wow.
We can show this later.
move. But Peter is already very happy, you know. He sees
no,
the
I'm not in the position because rook g6 check is first.
Rook g6,
But okay, anyway, king goes to b7,
C7.
no?
No, king b7, king b4, c5, yeah.
Probably, okay.
Probably king c7, king b7, isn't it the same? I know never everything is the same.
Yeah,
I would go king c7.
yeah king c7
Yeah.
is the more natural one. Because that king b7 was a very special position. Of course, we stay close. Yeah, look at this. Hikaru has won his game
Yeah,
and
he
checks
has won.
out. It's a very special endgame. Yeah, not easy to figure it out. Yeah, you see.
But king c7 or king b7 we feel good about, yeah?
As a chess fan, this tournament is such a delight to watch. You know, all the best players in the world are
Amazing.
playing and exciting format.
Incredible, yeah. Non-stop action
Yes.
everywhere. Yeah, king c7 on the board.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Knockouts are always very interesting also.
What?
The knockout format
Yeah, the
is
knockout
very
form, of
interesting
course, with
to
these
watch.
matches. Yeah, crazy matches. The only sad thing is that, again, we will depart from 4 players. Yeah, it's wonderful to have this incredible dramatic matches, but at the end of the day, people are getting knocked out.
Beautiful save by White.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you look at the game, how it was a total disaster that it ended up here, yeah, because Vincent was putting pressure, and then Prague equalized, and then instead of draw, suddenly in a couple of moves, Vincent was all of a sudden lost. He got careless. Rook G7 check, king back to C6. Imagine before how many tough decisions Vincent had to make fighting against that G pawn. Yeah, and now it's already calm situation. Yes, time. He doesn't need to make tough decisions anymore. And
Beautiful accuracy.
Yeah, and Prague cannot believe that.
He plays it out, of course.
And this king b7 will be always key, yeah? Rook c1, d6, rook c4, king b7. I just enjoyed it so much. Maybe king b8 is also, but of course king b7.
King b8.
Yeah, king b8. Don't do it, never do it.
Yeah. Unless it's the only draw.
Yes.
Rook c1, d6, rook takes, king b7.
And king
and
b7.
black
That's
cannot
why it
stop
was
the
so
pawn.
important to get that king on a5. The black king. If the black king is on a6, probably it would have been winning.
So a lot of draws in this round.
Yes. 4
Only
draws.
2 wins.
Yeah,
Two
but
wins.
I don't calculate draws or wins or whatever. Crazy games, right? When we see crazy games, then
No,
what is the...
I meant as in like who has to play for a win in the next
Exactly.
game. Like Arjun is in a desperate situation to win with black, for example, and Linear also has to win with
But
white
you know,
next
there
game.
was this moment yesterday when all the players won with black their first game, and then when they went for the second game with white, they left
played
the
bad.
analyzing board in the cheerful mood. They are laughing and like this. I said, it's punishment time, you know, just because of this. You can't show this attitude. You have to stay alert.
Pragnanda is not giving up so
Well.
easily. They're trying. He will play out all the way.
Yeah, now we will see king b8. Now after rook c4 check, king b8. Of course,
King
it's
D6.
unnecessary.
King D6 is not a bad one
Yes,
either.
not a bad one, but insisting the shouldering, yeah, king b8.
I mean, okay, there we go.
And that's it, handshake.
And the final game of today's first round is over. Vincent saved it, so he's not in a must-win situation. That's how it seemed like for a very short time. Maybe we can listen them.
Oh, you guys could listen.
Yes, yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we can, but it's hard to understand.
Yeah, it's hard to follow.
Just start pushing,
Yeah, okay. Vincent says this should be lost, and he's right. It was, I think, at some point lost.
Yeah, but with such a short time, it's not so easy to find the
And it's also
accurate
logical,
moves.
when you save a bad position, it's very nice to tell to your opponent, I think it was lost, no? Because there's a second game coming.
Peter, you have all these hidden tricks.
All the tricks,
I know
okay,
you already for decades from childhood, and I didn't know this how tricky Peter is.
Well, I learned it when I was 10, 11, yes, all these tricks. Yes, of course, tell it to them, yeah, you were winning, yes, you know, you had this. The next game is coming up in 15 minutes, yeah? No, there is a much longer break, you know the schedule.
Yeah, before we go for a break, I think it's nice time to wrap it up a little bit, summary.
Yes.
That what has happened, what was the key moments mainly in the semifinal part for, where did the Arjun went wrong?
Yes, we're going to take a look, but maybe first we let Vidit go. Thank you very much for joining us. It was great to have you, and maybe you can join us again if in
Yeah,
the
I really
next days.
enjoyed. Thank you so much for having me. And yeah, hopefully I can join again too.
Thank
it was
you.
really fun.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right, so we're going to take a look at the Arjun game.
Yes, basically just in one sentence, the mistake was playing for the galleries.
Yeah, I think
With
we
bishop
just
takes e7.
see the key moments where it went wrong. After that, we will have a halftime show and a little break for us.
So the move that Peter really criticized, and we all criticized, was here after 15 moves in this position. White still has a very nice position, maybe had been nicer before, but White is still doing well. For example, King C2 makes sense, gets some more harmony, and you have better pieces here. So Arjun decided to give up the best minor piece in his position, the bishop, which is lined up against the king, and he traded it against the knight because he was trying to checkmate the black king with a beautiful motive here, this idea to go knight b6 check, open up the rook, and checkmate. But black had a defense here. It was the only defense to go knight d5, and probably this also Arjun saw, but here maybe he might have missed queen g7 in advance, and it is again the best move and maybe only move to stay in the game. And even here White is still better, but you have given up this bishop and the position is not as clear anymore. And then later on it was apparently a mistake to take this pawn on d5, a6, a move that Judith pointed out was a strong idea here. Black cannot take the knight because of checkmate on b7. And after queen takes d5, queen c7, Peter said it correctly. Now, don't give Levon this kind of position. He loves to play dynamically, and this is exactly what he wants. And now after queen takes f7, bishop c6, maybe objectively it's still better for White, but it's much easier to play for Black. And I guess the next mistake was right here to go knight e3. Maybe he should have played queen e6 check, bring the queen back, get some stability. Either way, it's already difficult. And then after knight e3, beautiful tactic here. Bishop takes d4. Levon took over, and Arjun, he found some great defensive resource, but in the end he could not keep it together. And Levon takes a huge win with the black piece here in the semifinals against Arjun, and now he just needs a draw with the white pieces to wrap it up, Judith.
Actually, yeah, this was quite an amazing rescuing himself for Levon Arjun, and there was a great opportunity for Fabiano to win against Hans Niemann. He could not convert his advantage. Maybe we can show just the critical moment when he went wrong, because more or less we felt where it goes wrong. Just one critical moment
it
to
felt
show.
like, again, picking up the pawn on h7. Yeah, going pawn hunting, went on to hunt White in both promising positions.
Yeah, he was actually doing everything right. We saw this position, we were criticizing maybe knight d5 a little bit. Rook e1 was also possible, but what he did, knight d5 was correct, rook c8, but now he should have gone either, yeah, bishop c3, or still actually also this line that we're looking at now, the computer is also giving more and more of an advantage here to White, with the rook coming in, the king being weak. This also looks very difficult
I
for
think
Black.
this is a typical position. The more you look at it, the more you appreciate how bad it is for Black. Yes.
So instead of going rook e1, or maybe also very strong is to move bishop c3 here with the idea of knight f6.
Wow.
This might have been even stronger. Fabiano went for the third best move, but giving away a big chunk of his advantage. King f6, rook e1 now, and to c6, bishop c3 check, king g5, rook d7, and here already, yes, White is still better, but Black is definitely back in the game. The king is also active. Rook takes h7.
King g4 we claimed as a very big
yes,
move.
This was a good move. Rook takes h7 was actually also still correct here.
But wait a second, we did suggested bishop c3. What does computer say? Was
Yeah,
it a
bishop
more professional
c3.
move?
Maybe a more professional move, but objectively it was worse.
Worse.
Apparently also here black activates the rook to d8 or g8, g5 is in the air. Black has enough activity, apparently. So, yes, Caruana maybe had to do something else. He had some chance still, but in the end, Niemann saved this one.
Yeah, it was a great miss by Fabiano, I believe. He's going to make very good use of our break, and we are going on a break. We will see after that what happens. How can Arjun bounce back and digest this situation, what he is in? And there is a half-time break, and the show will be starting, so you should not leave because you're going to witness Ray Enigma and Alexandra Borez on the Kremlin to play some blitz games. So stay tuned. We are going to be back afterwards.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here.
But don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, time, my time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, my time, my time, my time. What I wanna do. My time.
Trust me. I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even If I choke on the words in my mouth, will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about
If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who could love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who could love you better? All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Hello and welcome everybody to this beautiful, beautiful halftime show. I am Women's Grandmaster Dina Belinkaya, and together alongside me is the wonderful Emily Plays Chess, as well as Sabo Pasha, the Turkish superstar of content. And today we are here to host the match of the century. Julien Song, international master from France, the king of French content, versus the most suspicious of them all, Ray Enigma. Ladies, gentlemen, how are you feeling today?
I mean, it's pretty exciting, and I can't even guess who is winning, so it's better. So maybe Emily can help us. What do you think?
I think I'm going to be relying on you guys to handle that part. But I'm very excited to see these two legendary content creators.
Yes, and they're going to be playing 2 games only, so there is absolutely no opportunity or chance for them to make any mistake. And as far as I know right now, Julien is actually losing. He is down 4-6, which means that he needs to stand up for his rights and fight back.
So today you already play against Julien. How do you feel? How is his form?
Yeah, I did prepare Julien this morning. We played freestyle chess, and I feel like he is now warmed up. So 11 games of Blitz were very good. So I believe in my man. I think he's gonna do well, and we should be seeing the board soon. So I'm excited.
I'm excited too. We will be able to also see them, and the position is not.
Oh wait, we have Fiona. I think we have Fiona who is ready from the playing hall. Please bring us the players.
Thank you so much, Dina. Welcome everyone to our first ever halftime show. We had one scheduled yesterday, but the games went on a bit too long. So today we are going to see two blitz games between Ray Enigma from Spain and Julien Song from France. And without too much further ado, I'm going to invite them to the stage. For the little audience we have in the room, give them a round of applause. Ray Enigma and Julien Song. We are going to immediately start with the position draw to find out which position you guys will play first. Does one of you want to pick the position?
It's position 366.
So position 366, gentlemen, maybe Ray Enigma, quick question. Are you excited for this match?
Very excited. I am willing to play against Julian. That is a very strong opponent, so let's see how it goes. Not easy.
Who's gonna win, Julien?
I think Ray Enigma is stronger, and I want my revenge.
So we're gonna find out. I'll let you take your seats. We have commentary by Dina, Emily, and Sabri. So, gentlemen, best of luck, and to our audience, have fun.
And here we go, position 366, my favorite one, with the king between the two rooks on the queen side. Lovely, I'm so excited for this. Those two bishops and the knights in the corner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last moment to take any predictions. Emily, who do you think is gonna win?
I mean, I think Julian is definitely the favorite, but you know, I don't mind seeing an upset.
All right, Sabri, who are you rooting for?
I mean, I like the position for white here, since I think we saw similar position yesterday or the day before yesterday, so I like f4, e4, and you know, just like playing, like attacking to, you know, like a7 would be so nice to, start with f4. I'm rooting for white here.
You're rooting for Ray Enigma. All right, well, let's see. Is he gonna push the F pawn, Henry the A?
Already.
No. Ooh, nice, it did work out. All right, come on, Julian, I have trained you well, so let's see. Okay, so we have this massive control of the center from the white side, and black just developed the knight and trying to counterattack. Very interesting. White is also developing the other knight. Things are going very fast in blitz, so usually you just have time to commentate on what's going on. So pawn takes, queen takes. What do I say about queen developments, Emily?
You never want to bring the queen out too early, Gina.
Exactly, and watch this queen being punished after bringing the bishop. Oh, changing queens? Seriously? Ooh, Sabri, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, I think, okay, f5 is interesting. I was thinking maybe knight g3, so then we can develop our knight to also the center. But yeah, okay, I think this is a little bit good for white, and a4, a5 is coming, so yeah.
Julien is still trying to trade queens, but this move is slightly deep with. I do say over and over again, when you are in the opening, whether it is classical chess or freestyle. Oh my god, bishop a6!
Oh my god, how he missed it. Oh my god.
No, bro! No, No, come on.
So
Keep it up.
bad.
Just rook, push your rook. It's
So
okay.
bad.
It's just an exchange. It's a blitz game. Come on, Julien.
I was thinking it's checkmate, but like rook. Yeah.
Oh my god, it's a rook. It's an entire rook.
So
Oh, no. Well, you know what? Maybe we have time for 3 games. Who knows?
yeah, it looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, why he took with B pawn? It's
It's
so
okay, but
strange.
honestly, I think it's important to fight, continue fighting, and then just like, keep yourself composed and do your best. Like, you will not believe this, but earlier today, me and Julien were playing a game where I had the entire queen up, and then I, like there was an opportunity that Julien just captured it. Like, I had a queen up, and then he just tricked me. So this is just a rook. I believe it's still fine. It's all good.
I love how you approach the position, but it's just the rook is like, I mean, okay, yeah, knight is going away. I mean, I would just go.
Oh, see, you're ready for a pawn.
Okay.
Yeah,
Maybe
and then now aiming another pawn on the G file. Very interesting, and yeah, it is lost objectively, but it's blitz, and it's stressful.
It's very stressful. Yeah, this is how we allow, freestyle chess. So in the opening, just 5 moves and it can be over.
I see the famous commentator in the room watching us, so we have a lot of pressure right now by the one and only Grandmaster David Howell. And, oh, another pawn. Look at
Another
this.
pawn, yeah.
Now 2 pawns for a rook. It's better than nothing. Maybe black is
He's
going to try to develop the knight somewhere. Push the pawns. What?
Wow.
What?
It's
Sacrificing the knight?
Wow, it's super nice.
Wait, but
Super nice.
what's the idea?
Maybe bishop c8? Maybe bishop c8 here?
Oh.
No, okay.
No.
Both
And
of
the discovery check and grabbing back the bishop. Seems like, Emily was right. We might be seeing the upside.
The upset, Dina, yes. What do we know about Ray Enigma and his chess strength? Obviously, he's a strong player, but he's not titled, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a great question. And the problem is that we do not know anything. We don't know nothing. Like, I used to believe that Ray was around 2000, but after seeing him, leading the score in this matchup for the 3rd day in a row, I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe he's a master. Maybe he's a secret grandmaster.
Maybe. I played against him 2022 in Madrid. Okay, of course he beat me, but yeah, I had a winning position. So I think that, yeah, he's strong, but I don't believe that he's a grandmaster.
All right, well, he's definitely showing a grandmaster skill in this matchup, as you can see. He certainly did see all the blunders.
Need to be
from
careful.
his opponent. Ooh.
There's a checkmate idea. Rook
Oh,
F1.
that pawn on E7.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Rook F3 to stop all the activity on the F file. Now black rook goes
Now we can take, right?
away.
Yeah.
And then the pawn takes, and the rook takes the pawn. And then the knight jumps in, attacking the other pawn. Maybe white king could be in a certain danger, who knows?
Oof.
Honestly, I think it's a game over. Oh, check, and the king goes away. Oh no. Oh no, there is a checkmate incoming! Honestly, even if...
It's a nice checkmate idea, actually, with the knight.
Even if Emily was playing with white pieces, I wouldn't be able to do anything here. It's just so lost.
Do you think that it's possible Julien was a little tilted from your match this morning and he was not going in the right headspace?
Good question. Good question. I definitely, messed up his moral state of mind, and that affected this blunder. But it's okay, buddy. Just resign and then start a new game.
Exactly. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh. It's a checkmate! He blundered a checkmate?
He blundered checkmate.
It's a checkmate! GG's, game over. Congratulations, Ray. Well done, well done.
I mean,
So, what do you want to say to Julian? If you would have a call, just like 30 seconds, what would you say?
Wait, let's hear what they're saying. I think we can hear them discussing.
Is it the same position for the next one?
The game.
Oh yeah, it's the same, huh? I don't
No,
know.
but this is
They're already discussing the second one.
So we do the same position?
Then it's coming.
You guys. Okay.
Same position?
Yes, we do the same position. So knight. Okay, knight. Rook. King. King.
They're gonna play the same position.
Queen.
Perfect.
Bishop, bishop. Bishop, bishop. Knight.
Yeah, this position is super nice for white, so I believe that Julian will come back, but need to focus the game.
Yeah, I have to.
Up.
What happened was so
Ready to start?
I mean, need to just wait.
Don't tilt, my friend. Don't tilt. Don't smile, don't laugh. Focus.
So, second game. Let's
All
take
right.
some guesses.
Let's go. Is it gonna be the same pawn? Here we are. Welcome back, everybody. Let me just... Allô? Julien? S'il te plaît, est-ce que tu peux être un peu plus focus? Parce que là, ça va pas. Tu as donné ta tour. Bon, c'est... bon courage, mon ami. Allez, ciao. Okay, it's good. He's set. He's right. He's set. I told him what to do exactly. You're gonna see the right moves here.
Okay. Do you want to translate what that advice was, Dina, for us non-French speakers?
Actually, no, because I'm afraid that Ray might actually, hear that and then take something for him. But Emily, you know me as a coach. You know that I can give only good advice. Isn't that true?
Yes. Dina's a very principled chess player. And so, however, with freestyle, the principles are maybe not as reliable as they are with your classical chess.
I will tell you the secret. In freestyle, everything that matters is actually principles, because there are no openings. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get better at freestyle chess, you need to study strategy. You need to study tactics, and you don't need openings. No fried liver, no cow, no nothing. Why are you laughing?
The cow opening.
A good one?
I mean, I haven't played.
Okay. Up here comes
The same opening.
the moves, and Julien repeats the same opening choice as his opponent. So we have the F-pawn push, and then the two knights are developed. Let's see if Julien's gonna grab the center. Now black is thinking.
Yeah, F5, and if it's E4 or not. Oh, okay, he didn't like the idea.
Yeah. E4 or D4. I'm confused with this D and E, these files. Okay, and then another pawn protecting the center.
E4.
Ooh,
E4
white
directly.
is better. Interesting. Why would white be better? Yes, attacking the center, control the game. We all know that.
Yeah, you have to take, otherwise maybe E5, so...
Okay, pawn takes, knight takes. Great. Knight in the center. What do they say about the knights on the center?
Emily?
They're very good. They control lots of squares. So hopefully Julian can maintain.
Yeah, I think
That's
D4 is
right.
a really nice idea. But computer didn't like it.
Well, it's different. It's it's different. It's complicated, right? Because you have the evaluation of the computer, and then you have the human assessment.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put Emily on spot.
Oh, great.
What color would you choose in this position? White or black?
Probably white.
Just pretend you don't see the eval bar.
Okay, well, white, I would say.
Why? Why would you say so? Why would be that your choice?
You have the nice knight in the center, as we addressed. The light squared bishop is fairly active. You have your rook on d1 that's getting a nice
support of the pawn. That's correct. Yeah. Very good. Yeah.
And the center is super nice, right?
Yeah, that's true. And now bishop takes knight, and that is not great either.
Queen A5. Queen A5.
Wait, what? Queen A5. Oh my god.
Same idea with
And then rook a1, right? I love that. Wasn't played.
queen a5, and you cannot play a6 because you can basically take, right?
What? What's your level?
My level is 1900.
Wow, you're
Hey there.
good. I'm impressed. This guy near me is calculating all the moves ahead. No, but honestly, white is definitely better, as Emily said, by all those means. The rook is in the center, the pawns are in the center. Whoa!
Oh,
What
there was
that?
already a knight d6.
Yes, but what?
And the checkmate. Queen c3.
Whoa! Knight d6 and queen
Knight d6
c3
again?
checkmate! Oh my god, in 2 moves! No way!
Julian, you
is thinking,
should check.
I know this body language. Look at his head. It's right
Yeah,
inside
calculator.
the...
Oh no!
What?
Still there, still there.
Oh,
The king is gone.
no!
The king is gone.
The king is gone. Emily, how do
This
you
is
like
the freestyle
castling?
chess. This is the freestyle chess. So exciting.
You know that move? It's called castling. Impressive, isn't it?
Yes, very much so.
When the king can jump from one side to another. Believe it or not, but in my today's match, I actually messed up 3 times. Okay, good thing for white is that they still have an advantage. Probably because, how do you guys like the knight on h8?
But the problem is... Oh, okay.
How do you guys like the knight? Well, he just heard me, but how do you
Yeah.
like the knight? That knight, it's a bad knight. Man, these people have no class. Look at their pieces. What, you disagree?
No, I do agree. That knight is going to have a hard time developing, especially, it's going at the cost of the activity of the rook.
Yeah, and now the pawn on b7 is attacked, so things are going really weirdly.
Yeah, after that checkmate idea, I'm not impressed by white here because it was already, over.
Yeah.
And hopefully, Julian will not lose that one.
Yeah. Well, the rook of black is on the open file, but luckily there is no danger on this open file because none of other pieces can participate in the attack. And I think we can just take that pawn. Take that pawn, baby. It's free. Don't be shy, my honey. It's all good. You like my trash talk?
Of course, of course. The computer likes white here. I mean, how do you think, from a human perspective, how easy is that to convert?
Yes. Indeed, the good thing is we didn't lose any of our advantage, right? Everything is developed, everything is cool. So yeah, taking the pawn is probably the right move. Most likely rook attacking the knight and then skewering the queen, but I don't think there is any discovery attacks, so it should be good. Queen back to e8, protecting the rook. What a weird choice.
Yeah, knight c5, I guess. But the problem is our bishop on g1. How we will develop that?
Well, step by step.
Step by step, right?
One thing at a time. Queen attacking the knight, which is protected by the bishop. Oh, I see what black is trying to do. You see that little queen and the rook?
Yeah,
they are trying to double on the open file and cause a very scary checkmate. Are you scared?
I mean, I cannot find any idea for white here. I don't know why.
Okay, now our queen is attacked. We can move the queen back somewhere to b4. You guys still like white position?
Computer likes, I feel like we have to like, but how? Yeah, queen d3 was a really good move, actually.
Careful, careful. That queen is coming after us. Knight a4, but you didn't have to give away the pawn.
Yeah,
and that doesn't stop the idea.
You have to play.
That does not help you anyhow. Bro, what are you doing? Okay, now we have to push the pawn on c3. See, guys, that's what I call tilt. Have you heard of this word? Tilt or letters.
My God,
And he gives away another pawn.
it's incredible.
No way.
Incredible.
So nice of Julian. He's so kind. He is such a sweet soul, but he might forget that chess is a sport.
He needs to play so fast, like C3 something. Like.
Just try to intimidate your opponent, right? Just push pawns.
And also there's, 50 seconds left.
Okay. All right.
C5 idea is strange. C5 and King C4 or what? C5.
Yeah. At this point, the king moves. The good thing, as you guys know, black only needs a draw to win the match.
Yeah, it is true.
So that's tough.
He wants to play with 2 bishops, so he didn't take.
Yeah, 2 bishops. It's good when you can use them. Maybe there is an idea of a checkmate. Somehow. What do you think?
What are you thinking?
Nice.
Okay.
White is pressing right now. D7.
Okay, rook attacking pawn. Pawn push. Bishop takes.
Trades.
Bishop takes, king takes. And then pawn push. No, we attack the pawn. King comes up, pawn push.
Oh,
Rook attacks the pawn. Oh my god, we're gonna lose.
Oof.
We're gonna lose again.
Julian will be so upset when he see the idea. Checkmate idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's already...
We're losing all our pawns. And the c4 will... Actually... Okay, rook protects pawn. Okay, check, king moves.
Okay, fast.
Okay. Whoa,
Trade.
things are going so fast. Check.
Oh, okay.
Oh no! And the other pawn is falling! Oh my god! And that's a change of pawns. It's a checkmate!
Ooh.
You were much better again.
Wow.
Much better.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah, I don't know.
Incredible.
Because my only trick was that 5.
That was a wild turn of events from what he had a mate in 2, Julian.
Yes.
To
Sacrifice the knight with a fork and checkmate.
Supposed to allow this queen.
yeah, those sacrifices are tough to see though. So, but yeah, he's gonna be disappointed to review that for sure.
Very disappointed. Let's hear what players are saying.
It's funny because first game you played this bishop a6, and second game I played this rook
They
a6.
didn't talk about it.
Same trick.
Yes, for sure.
Oh,
I
they just saw it.
When you played rook a1, then I saw it. But
Oh, no,
again,
you
if I had to play like rook a8 and taking on b6, and I didn't like it.
Emily, now
But
you
still,
have to
I
take to stand up for our friend.
But it was my only chance.
You have to be afraid now. You have to challenge him.
Yeah, I'm not super encouraged.
You're gonna just give him 20 seconds. Time. Odds.
It's kind of stressful.
Let's maybe show the idea. Can we show or?
I'm not sure. Because we cannot go back.
Yeah, just before rook a6, there was an idea.
Ay.
A rough day for Julian.
Oh, they actually have a little bit more time. I didn't realize. There's gonna be another position. Oh, it's a final game. Now I see.
Nice.
All right, guys. Well, I'll have to torture you a little bit more here in the studio. Are you guys having a good time?
I think it's super nice. We should do it every single day.
Any imposter syndromes in this room?
No.
No?
That was directed at me, Dina.
No. How are you doing, Emily?
I'm doing well, yeah.
Is your first time commentating a chess game?
Well, at this level, more amateur players I have.
My first time as well.
Yeah.
Is
Really?
in English.
Really?
English.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ooh.
So, thanks for that. It's special.
Nice. I hear we're about to have a pairing, that the new position is being picked, I believe. So, oh, we can let chat pick the number of the new position.
You want to just manipulate them, saying some
That's
numbers.
interesting. All right, guys, let's decide together what is going to be the new position that is going to be played in the game number 3, the decider of the match that is already decided. Why is no one laughing?
What? You want to say any number?
All right, let's say 69 something. Like 900, no, 691.
691.
Okay. 691. Let's do it. Bring it up. I want to see 691 on this screen right now.
It's
Why did you choose that number, Dina?
Well, producer told me. It was pretty random, I can tell you. Okay, that's
Pretty
the
random.
position. Let's see. That is the position. So we got the bishop. Okay, Emily, I'll let you introduce pieces from left to right. It's like, you know, the when you go to the eye doctor. Can you read the line like letters? Can you read the pieces, please?
Yes, we have the bishop on A1, followed by the rook, queen, king, the 2 knights, rook, and bishop.
Wonderful. Is the position legal?
In freestyle chess, yes.
Correct. So as long as we have the king between the 2 rooks and the bishops are on the opposite colors, it means that the position is legal. Well, in any case, here this was meant to be legal because it's one of the positions, right? But just in case, guys, you were playing a freestyle game and you want to shuffle the pieces whatever you like, you got to make sure that the king is always in front of the 2 rooks. And then the 2 bishops are always on the opposite colors, okay? If the king is not in front of if the king is not in between of 2 rooks, then you do not have the legal opportunity to castle, which is super important. We'll talk about castle later, but...
Do you think we're going to see Ray as white again here, I'm assuming?
That's a great question. Logically so, I believe, but we don't know yet.
Julian.
Looks like Julian.
Well, that might have not been yet up to date, so potentially. All right.
Oh, yeah, this is not the correct position.
Yeah, this is... Yeah.
Emily, let's say you are a coach. What advice would you give to your student who just lost 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, it can be discouraging. We've all been there. But the best thing you can do is try and be positive, not let it get to you, and try and maintain the confidence if you can.
That sounds too good to be true. Let's see if
easier said
Julien
than done.
is able to do that, implement. Yeah, Saba, what about you? What advice would you give to Julien?
Yeah, the confidence is super important, and he's playing with white pieces, so here I think he should just enjoy. After that's like the position will speak for itself, huh?
Another great advice from my co-host on my right. Very good. And we see swapping the player cards. That is important. Make sure that we know who is who. So, yeah, guys, I mean, you were saying right things, but the main question is how to actually get that into their heads, especially when they really just like lost the match, lost the 2 games. I would say at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. So just play your best chess, aggressive chess, and try to make, the last score. Okay?
B4 or G4, there were 2 different ideas, but yeah.
Opening the bishop, huh?
Oh.
Very good.
Yeah, B5.
Yes, very good. Now careful, don't push the G pawns, because then the bishop takes the bishop, although bishops are protected. That's a very interesting position, honestly, because both bishops are on the corners, right? Skewering the whole board.
Wow.
C4. See, Emily, the bar just dropped. You know why? Because after C4, pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, and then...
The queen's going to be harassed, right?
By...
The knight.
Exactly. Exact same thing. Do not bring your queen out too early. The exact same mistake, to be honest, that Julien was doing this morning. This guy, he doesn't learn from his mistakes. It's okay, I will teach him.
With these freestyle positions, when you can't really rely on your opening theory that you're used to, how are you thinking about those initial moves?
Wow.
Yeah, essentially, and the queen is out. Another guy who loves his queen, like bringing early. So essentially, you just need to follow the main principles, meaning you try to put your pawns in the center. You try to develop your pieces towards the center, right? Like minor pieces. You try to put your king safe, and you try to expose your opponent's weaknesses. For instance, like, what is the side that is like safer to castle, right? Or like, look at this. Like, how can you possibly play knight g3, blocking the g pawn, which is blocking the bishop on h1? You see that? That's a wrong move.
Yeah,
you
but
should have put the knight in the other side. What?
Yeah,
What?
the problem was like he didn't see the idea bishop e4, and after that it's just like look at the pawns on the file.
Yeah, but
so bad.
it doesn't matter. You gotta put the knight not in front of the pawn that is blocking the bishop, you know? So
Yeah, it's true.
And that was the castle, by the way. So, and then black castle too. Okay.
You want to play knight e4, I guess.
But you cannot. Actually, you can. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
sorry. I forgot. I thought it was a king on
computer
f1,
didn't like it?
but it's okay.
What is happening here?
No, it's good. It's
There's
good. I actually, I tunneled. I thought it was a king, and the knight would take knight, and it would be a pin, but it's not. Okay. So
yeah, knight d4 is like very strong move. So I don't know what to do. Maybe queen c4, something like that.
I actually would not be trading queens here. I would suggest pushing the pawn in front of the king, because we need to open the bishop. Remember? The only piece that is not developed right now for white is the bishop in the white corner on the bottom. You see that? And that's our biggest problem. You gotta respect your pieces.
It's very hard to play with white here because, yeah, as you say, g4 is an idea, but knight d4, it just...
Knight d4 is annoying. I will agree with that. Yeah. Controlling the center with the knight, putting the knight in the center.
And you can
Same
also
stuff.
play g6 and then develop your bishop. And you cannot, I mean, knight d4, oh, yeah.
Ooh!
Why?
Double question mark? But why? What is the problem?
The idea is like knight d4 and after that knight d2. Knight d2 checkmate.
Wait,
So
but
you
that
need
queen...
to-
But queen needs to go back down and protect. What are you thinking of, bro? You have the only move. You gotta play queen d1. Oh no, but the queen takes d3, and it's a double attack. Yeah. Oh my god.
It's so, yeah, annoying.
Well, my friends, it seems that
Yeah, queen d1.
it seems that
Either a2 or d3. Which one do you prefer? Okay, d3.
well, I don't see the problem that yet, but it actually seems like this is gonna be 3-0. Am I allowed to say that?
Knight c2 and the other knight d4. I was thinking, computer didn't like it.
Whoa, what? Is
G4
going
is
on?
the idea, no? G4 and rook e3.
G4, attacking the knight, opening the bishop. Come on, it's your chance to be active.
Oh
What?
no! Why?
What kind of move is that?
I mean, it's more like the same G4. No,
Yeah.
now it's protected.
You gotta be a little bit more active, my friend. Well, especially when you're already like losing, right? There is nothing to do. You have no bridges to burn. You just gotta go. Keep going. Fast.
Yeah, but
Move.
this is a problem after losing. You lose the confidence and you cannot play the G4 here. So that's the thing, maybe.
Yeah. What about your great advice, my friends?
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier said than done. You know, when we get into that tilt mode, we want to keep the confidence high and play our best. But you know, especially when there's a third game, this is Julian's chance not to lose.
All of them.
Yeah, so I can imagine he's putting a lot of pressure on himself, and oftentimes that does more harm than good.
Yeah, the pressure is real, guys. Chess is a game of psychology. It's a game of, it's a social game. It's your social status. If you lose at chess, it means you are a loser. So, why are you laughing? You don't agree?
I mean,
You don't feel like a loser when you lose at chess?
I mean, I enjoy playing chess, so I don't think about it. But like when you say it, it's just like it was very strong word.
Okay, bishop takes knight. Now knight takes back. What is Ray thinking about? Why is he hesitant? Oh, bishop takes.
Nice.
Oh,
nice,
rook
nice,
takes
nice.
pawn.
B5.
And we push the past pawn. It's not
perfect.
going anywhere, but we still push it. It's blocked by the bishop.
Queen C2.
There is no queens, bro.
Rook, sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. King to
King
F1.
yeah,
We need to protect the fork. Okay. What now? Whose knight is better? Black or white? Both in the center. Oh.
Maybe the idea was A4.
Knight back to C3, protecting the pawn. Yeah, and now he's gonna. Oh no! And then they're gonna block our bishop. What?
Yeah.
Knight goes back.
I think the idea was maybe knight d6 or
right.
Or knight d5.
Attacking
Maybe
the pawn.
knight F6, then knight D7.
Ooh, check and a fork. Interesting. Spicy.
He needs to go for that, I guess.
A lot of mistakes in this game. Interesting. Pawn attacks the knight. Where is the knight going?
Ooh, no.
Oh
losing.
no!
It's losing already. Rook D8.
Oh
was
yeah, the
idea.
knight was trapped.
Okay, now.
But now it
it's
doesn't
good
work
for
the
us,
same
good
way.
for us.
Wait, what do you mean for us? Who are you rooting for? Who are you calling?
I mean,
who do you call us?
I think we are all rooting for Julian because like we want to the game. I mean, tie,
Really?
right? No.
Okay. Well, Emily, who are you rooting for?
Yeah, I'd like to see Julien win after the past two games and also the match this morning. I think he could use some higher spirits, probably.
Especially the match this morning. Yeah. Well, you guys are nice. It's good. You're good people.
I did hear Julien talking about revenge. Do you know what he was talking about? He mentioned that a few times to Ray, it sounded like.
Yes, because he just played 2 days of intense match with Ray, and the score was 6-4 to Ray. So Ray was winning.
No. Losing.
And that was supposed to be a revenge, but it's not anymore because Julien is about to lose the 3rd game in a row. Okay, rook on the 7th rank. How do we call the 7th rank for the rook? It's the stomach paradise. Remember that?
What?
Обжорный ряд. You guys don't
I think
know
it's
that?
for you, not me.
It's the endgame marathon, come on. It's all there. Okay, bishop takes, rook takes. And the pawn pushes.
Okay.
But the pawn is about to promote. Whoa.
Okay,
King
B6,
D2.
B7 is nice idea. Can we make it?
Okay, now we need to control the promotion square. Bishop F3, very good. Knight check.
Nice.
The king goes up. Active king. Now bishop D1, very good. King back.
Yeah, F4 and either F4 or B6.
White is better.
Yeah.
White is winning. No, the pawn. Why did you give away the pawn?
No, he's so tilting.
Oh my
No.
God, this was such a great position. And it's not anymore. No, take the A5 pawn.
It's like 2 pawn ups. 2 pawns up.
Okay. Oh, I think we can hear the players.
I think he lost on time, huh?
Oh, no.
That's so
Incredible.
Easy because, like you opponent, but like with my bishops.
Yeah,
and so on,
you control the light squares.
maybe
no?
not queen c2.
Yeah, maybe
because
that was
then you lose
the
the
mistake.
pawn on c7.
That's it. No, yes, that completely missed the pawn on c7. Yes.
Yeah, I should not allow this e6 d5.
Yeah, maybe.
Because then my bishop is so bad.
It's locked. Yeah. But it was not easy because you had some trouble with the b5 pawn also, no?
Yeah, at some point, what should be better, but
Yeah,
in the first
for
place,
sure. After consolidating and I was lucky that I found that check, but I didn't see at all. Like no check, no, like 93, no.
Yeah, no. I did. I just wanted to flag you.
Yeah,
that you were faster.
Yeah. But I had the clock on the right side, and I know the tricks. Like check over here with the rook, no? Like rook.
And that was it. Very sad story. A most suspicious, or how do you say that, Emily? Ray, he's not suspicious. He's like, He's like unknown, the most
Mysterious.
Yeah. Thank you.
But possibly suspicious as well.
The most mysterious and possibly suspicious master, Ray Nigma, has defeated international master Julien Song 3-0. That was painful to watch, but you know what? It was an honor and a pleasure to commentate with you guys. I hope you had fun.
I had so fun.
Emily had the most fun.
Yes,
of them all.
It was very fun.
It was your inauguration to the chess commentary, so I congratulate you both on that.
Thank you.
And we are gonna take a quick break and be back to you in approximately 15 minutes with the next round of the Freestyle Grand Slam. Bye.
Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall now. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never walk now. We just wanna try some more.
things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality. All of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. You take me to a better place. Never wanna leave. Affection in a million ways. When you're next to me, all of my worries and fears fade away with you. There is no limit to all of the things we can do. Let's go, take my hand and hold it tight. I won't ever stop dreaming. Eyes closed, jump right in, we'll take them tight. Let's go, 'cause I got that feeling. Give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that, give me that. Never stop dreaming. Give me that, 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 give me that. Never stop dreaming. Gotta show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. You think I'm done, but I just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, 'cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave, I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
underneath the neon. Denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the reg, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on your hip, like a pin up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see a dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3, chorus on the phone. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Mine tonight. Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we breaking woke pink. Matter take it slow. Back into the moment when the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. All I want is underneath the neon. Denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to, but you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Twerk it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie.
Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out all day soaking up the sun rays.
Welcome back to Las Vegas, to the Freestyle Grand Slam, which is running here. It's day 3 together with me, Peter Leko and Nicholas Huschenberg. So we've been witnessing some incredible excitement already because in the semifinals we had something special. We have a winner already in game 1, Levon Arjun. In a miserable position, he was able to turn around things and won his first game. This is where we see the results of the upper bracket. What do you think, Peter?
Yeah, it's a very big win for Levon Arjun, especially having this horrible position, which will also hunt Arjun in the break. Yeah, you have 1 hour break to, or even more, to try to digest what you have done to that wonderful position. And the good news for him is that, yes, he lost with the white pieces. He needs to bounce back with black, but we know that in freestyle chess, the possibilities of creating mess is much, much higher than in classical chess, where, of course, the opponent can rely on heavy theory and steer the game towards very calm waters. It's not over yet. We have seen yesterday Hikaru bouncing back, then Fabi bouncing back many times. It looked like it should be impossible, and they did it. There we also see Hikaru Nakamura leading against Dominguez, and the other 3 games end in hard-fought draws.
Yeah, and we've seen a very beautiful saving after He had a nice position, later in a bad position, came a fantastic saving, and we see there Magnus Carlsen made only a draw. He was also saving his game against Sindarov, and now we are about to have the drawing, where we're going to see which position will be played out in game 2.
Position for the next round.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second 30 plus 30 game. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host for the remainder of the day. So the next game will decide how many players will we get today. Yesterday we went all the way to Armageddon. We'll have to find out what happens today, but for now we're gonna first of all find out which position the players will be playing, and in order to help me do the draw, I would like to welcome to the stage, all the way from Spain, Mr. Ray Enigma. Give him a warm round of applause.
Oh, 48.
Position 48. Thank you so much, Ray Enigma. Quick question. You've been here the entire time making some content, watching the event. What has been your highlight in Las Vegas so far?
Yeah, I would say the day I was able to play the best players in the world. I mean, I'm so grateful for that.
And we are very grateful to have you here. Enjoy the round. To the players, best of luck. To our audience, both on site and at home, have fun.
I can hear them speaking.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, what the guys? What about B4? Before E5. What's it called?
Oh, B5. E5 before you.
Maybe.
But E5, yeah.
E5.
Just temper.
Just the temper. Okay, so here, here. Maybe 45.
Yeah, this looks great.
55.
This makes sense.
Unless you want to play with a 3. Yeah. Such a strange.
Boring.
What about first D4 then?
D4? Yeah. D4, D5?
What about this like B3, C4, this type of play?
B3, B5? This one. Maybe 96. 96. Should we go through C4?
Makes sense. Ah, the first knight C.
I mean, DA, not sure. I like forward. Yeah, C3, D3.
I should play with H6.
5 H6.
Good composition. I'm trying for D4.
D5?
Yeah, D4. Some offers. Like a must.
Okay, sure.
There's no light coming to G4. That's
E5 or E5?
No, actually, rook h3 looks kind of interesting. It's interesting, maybe.
Rook H3?
Yeah, rook h3 with the idea of
you just go
f4.
E5.
And just take the square? Okay, yeah, maybe. Yeah. It's too slow, yeah. Okay.
Just to consider it.
Okay.
E5.
H4, yeah, maybe logical.
Let's just see this kind of thing.
So H4 always H5.
Yeah.
Why here? I'm not sure what to go. Why H4 and why we have to
Because here, the fleeting.
Yeah, why? 95, 97, 94,
496.
It's position, but...
Why, huh?
Yeah. No, I don't understand. Yeah, I don't like e5.
I'm a little bit worried about these.
You're worried about these h4s.
Like
Okay.
this specifically.
Okay.
I just want to know how we respond to this.
D5?
Take E3.
Yeah.
We're not
93,
sure.
bishop b7? Yeah.
Lightly concerned.
I mean, what rook h3? What do you... I don't know.
Be better with like.
Yeah.
But I don't know. There is knight c4, maybe. Knight c4 here with bishop a3, maybe.
But maybe you should go here, yeah? So after B5,
Maybe.
there's no thing.
I mean, I can deal with this threat.
I just move the queen.
Oh, but bishop a3?
Oh, we can't castle it.
I mean, I don't know if you want to castle, but it looks a little bit shaky. Yeah. Knight d3, knight d3 a... Wait.
I don't think so.
Knight d3 a5 hangs b6, though.
Oh.
Sorry, there's knight c. Yeah.
Well, then you go here.
Shouldn't be.
Why?
What's the advantage?
B5.
I might go B5.
Yeah, no, knight a5, yeah. So,
That's a bit weird in the bishop.
You could have also done it here, no? Because I don't think we care about knight A5. The knight does absolutely nothing.
You're not scared of knight A5.
First move D4, then check at all.
Yeah, that's true.
Also B4, we didn't check B4. But you think anyone will play B4?
But what?
B4,
B4, E5.
D5, no? And what do you do with
Yeah, your B1 bishop is very
What do you
bad.
play?
Yeah, so
I was gonna play
D4.
B5.
No, D5, E4, and the real trouble. You have to play D5.
Oh, we have to copy. Okay, let's see.
B4? I don't take bishop B7. So much time, right?
Yeah, no, this is.
This is not
B6. B6, rook E1? No, I'm not so sure. Have to have a plan.
I mean, knight E6, C5 is one option.
Yeah.
96, you're not worried that.
Rook takes, yeah.
Not really worried in this version. I'll play queen of 7 castle, sure.
Yeah, C5.
Maybe. I'm a little worried about it.
No, knight E6, I think it's
Yeah, but you have C5 very quick.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
No, actually, it could be something for a while.
maybe.
It's a rook.
But this looks kind of...
65 is like important, yeah?
But-
There's not much choice.
Yeah, 96, C3, C5, yeah.
Okay, of course we
No,
can.
96 B3.
Okay. But okay, so, I mean, this is the only
Gentlemen,
option?
2 minutes to the
This is the only
start.
option
2
we have?
minutes.
No, I mean...
We want to go up to
Yeah,
D4.
yeah, no, I was just wondering if there's anything else. Like, okay, F5 looks stupid, I think.
F5, C4.
Yeah.
Take E4,
D5.
C4, E4.
But it's kind of concrete. Yeah, knight D3, rook E8, E4, B6. I mean, we
I'm
achieved
not,
it.
I don't want to go knight D3.
like D3, E4, C4.
So what do we play here?
We have to play D5.
I think you have to go, yeah, D5,
Let's play
6,
F5,
F5, C4.
F5, C4, and yeah, your bishops.
Really bad.
Can't be
Can you
good.
copy?
Yeah, I was wondering if you could copy with E5, but I don't know.
Vincent doesn't like it.
No, not just b5. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not?
D5, rook e5, yeah? Don't we just lose a mass in one time?
Sorry, where?
D5, we...
Rook e5, ed5. No, rook e5, knight e5, too much tempo.
So stupid, yeah.
Takes.
Yeah, when Vincent shakes his head.
e6.
Not a good idea.
No, but also, but why is this so bad? Just like e6 and c5, maybe?
I just want to get the knight out.
No, I understand. Yeah, I understand. But
E6 might d3, yeah.
yeah.
We can get this position right.
Yeah, if we're not worried about the exchange sack, yeah. I mean, we can all do it, and then they sack, and we find out. We either all win or we all lose.
You're not in the same family.
Yes.
Okay, DC, knight d3, e5 squared, 6.
So, kindly welcome here to this second game. To the audience, please keep your mobile phone in silent mode. Players, you can start the game.
A very exciting position. For some, it's a great happening, what was drawn, this position, which is number 048. For some, maybe it can be a disappointment. So I'm asking Peter about this. What do you think? Who does this favor, this freestyle setup?
I think the one who is very disappointed right now is Arjun, because it's a very harmonious setup for white, and we know that Arjun needs to bounce back. He needs to fight for a victory with the black pieces. And Levon goes d4. The same d4 happened in Hans versus Fabiano as well. But this isn't a real pressure for Fabi, since that game ended in a draw. But how does Arjun create chances? And we have seen him sitting alone at the board, trying to figure out his strategy, because none of the other players are in a must-win situation with the black pieces. And this case, they can't help you. And d4 on the board, very professional. We can already see from Niemann Caruana game, d4, d5, b3, b6, that's certainly not a direction that Arjun can so-called tolerate, because this is very symmetrical, where will be your winning chances. So I'm expecting him to try to find a way to break the symmetry. But is there a good way? Well, maybe there is no good way, but is there a reasonable way? And there we go. The Dutch, d4, f5. I would have basically, if you ask me to pick a move, I was sure that it will be f5.
Yes, it seems that it really a little bit unbalances the game. Maybe we can say that it tries to block later on the b1 bishop also. At the same time, I can fully align with your thoughts about how stable the position is for the players. At the same time, for Levon Aronian, it is very important that he is not losing this game. He is not allowing his opponent to make very complicated positions, so he can bounce black. He's a great player. Erika is a very original player with interesting ideas. In the first game, he made it too interesting. He maybe carried away with some tactical ideas, which was not working exactly the way he planned it. But it seems like Levon Aronian is a very stable player here, though on the first day he made very serious mistakes. But how by the round to round, it seems like, especially on day 2, he was basically in critical moments. He was there and collecting the point, and we can say that he's in great form, right?
Yeah, he's
Peter?
fighting. Yeah, he's fighting like a maniac. He gets some energy, we don't know where, because it's insane what he has done. Yeah, this first day was nerve-wracking. The second day was nerve-wracking, and then today he had a bad opening. But then when he felt like there is a chance, he refused the repetition, and went on to strike with this bishop takes d4 sacrifice. When looking at the Levon's position, what I would like to highlight that we heard from Vidit, we have heard from many other players as well, that space matters. And here White will very comfortably occupy the center with d4, c4. Then White will also push the b2 pawn to b3. And look at those bishops on a1, b1 in the corner. They are lining up beautifully, harmoniously into the position, and they will support the center, while Black's bishops on a8 and b8 are doing nothing. Yeah, because if you are trying to open up one bishop, for example, b6, c5, then White will play d5 and shut the bishop out on a8. And yeah, we see the move b6. Yeah, Black is trying to at least activate this bishop. I'm expecting some e6 kind of setup, and then the knights will start to jump towards the king side, but it's a dream scenario for Levon.
Yes, it's a great start for Levon, and we see the other semi-final match where between Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana it was a draw in the first game. There is a good chance that it's going to be a second draw. Do you think, how much chance would you give to Eric Gaisi to bounce back?
Well, actually, now that I see the new position, his chances are much lower than I hoped. I hope that he might be able to get to a position where he can create unbalance without burning bridges. But at this moment, and you see he's taking his time, he's not happy at all, because how do you create yourself the chances? Yeah, okay, f5, b6 played. It's Levon's move. Probably we will be seeing b3. Will be a very natural, logical move. Levon is about to make a move. And no, Levon goes e4 immediately. Wow, this is surprising. I don't really understand this because it goes against everything that I said. Yeah, if you are trading on e4 the light square bishop, then later Black can play c6 and open up his bishop from b8. It will be in the game with knight d6, queen, somehow the knight is jumping to f5. I believe after e4, Arjun is back, he will get chances.
Well, I believe that e4 is a move regarding that Levon is making this move seeing the circumstances, as he won game one. If it would have been a draw in the first game, he wouldn't go e4 because he wants to be simplifying the position, right? I mean,
Yes.
after it takes everything on e4, it's already some energy, some tension is taken out of this position.
Yeah, but we remember what happened to Hikaru yesterday when he won with the black pieces the first game, and then he was not playing the game. He was just trying to be as solid as possible, not being Hikaru Nakamura at all, and it went on to backfire.
I suggest let's take a look what's going on in the lower brackets, because there we have giants also playing, and we were talking about Hikaru, who is also playing in that bracket.
Wait a second. So many moves have been played in the Dominguez Nakamura game. It's kind of surprising because in every other board we have move 3, and what happened there? Yeah, we will ask Nicholas afterwards to tell us what on earth is happening. Yes, we know that Lenny is in a must-win situation. He lost that game before. And is this theory? Look at the clock situation. Lenny, 31 minutes plus some seconds, which basically means that the teams had expected this kind of direction. I will be very curious after to break down the action, what happened there.
Well, and we see some similarities in positions between Pragnananda and Vincent and Nodirbek against Wesley. So we see also Hans and Fabiano.
I want to add one thing, yeah, that this seemingly we have the same position in Pragnananda against Vincent. That is the position of Hans versus Fabiano as well. I think that it's a poisonous position. And I do recall Vincent beating Fabiano in Paris in this last round when we were expecting that both players only need a draw to qualify. It will be easy, symmetrical stuff, and all of a sudden after move 10, Fabi was lost. And I feel somehow, sense some similarities. It was also this d4, b3, c4 kind of structure.
Nicholas, can you break it down for us? How much are the players that are going into the right path out of this starting position?
Yeah, it was quite an interesting starting position with many options. So d4 was not obvious. The computer also really likes c4, which makes sense, opening up the bishop, or going e4, supporting the rook. In general, this is quite a pleasant position for white because you don't have to worry about king safety. Once again, we see the king already tucked away nicely in the corner. You have to take care of this rook. So actually h4 is also one of the moves the computer suggests in the starting position. And I believe all of the games start with 1 d4, so the white team was pretty sure about it, and also Magnus, who did not analyze together with the others, I believe he also opted for d4. And d5, which was chosen by almost all the players except for Arjun, is also not obvious. The computer also likes something like e6 or maybe going c5 right away. And maybe this would be even a better continuation. But d5 was played by almost all the players. And here, the white team, which analyzed together, they all went for b3. Magnus, who was on his own, he went for the more ambitious c4, which is definitely a very interesting way to play, kind of like a queen's gambit, except that you could say that we see in his game c4, d takes c4, e4 is on the board in that game, and Magnus sacrificed a pawn early on. And maybe this is more challenging than what happened in the other games. So b3 is also very sensible. You prepare c4, you open up the bishop, and now b6 was played, c4, and here the black team, I guess there were different opinions, maybe also based on how the first game went, because Hikaru, he won his first game, so he said, let me try to play a c5, play very symmetrical and get a lot of pawn trades. And also Hikaru, he has had some success in normal chess, going this d4, d5, c4, c5, so maybe that reminded him of that as well. It is a bit risky because white is up a move here. And Dominguez, he took on c5. Now maybe taking on d5 was more promising, but either way, white is a bit better here. And the other players, they went e6, and not quite sure what happened after e6. Maybe also different
E4.
routes. E3 is what
happened.
Nordebek played. E4 is what Hans played against Kawana, and Pragnananda played it against Vincent as well. So definitely a bit more pleasant for white, but I think this is quite a solid position for black. And the one that you're referring to, maybe there were some differences in that Vincent Fabi game. So looks like here black is doing quite all right. Hikaru took a little bit more risk. And Magnus took also a little bit more risk, going for that early pawn sacrifice. So we have some different directions here, Judith.
Absolutely, but the way we have another monitor and we see there is a very interesting position between Magnus and Sindarov. What is over there? Can we maybe zoom in or, just to take a look here, because there are a lot of pawns in the center. It seems like already some action is happening there. What do you think, Peter?
For sure, yeah. This is one of those very sharp Queen's Gambit accepted variations. That
exactly.
D4, D5, C4, DC, E4, C5, D5, B5, which disappeared from the horizon because it's a bad line, but it has the similarity here. And very curious to see where this will all lead us to, because Magnus is Magnus, he's very smart, and let's not forget that actually if the white queen moves out from f1, then white is already ready to castle. Now, yeah, one could argue that maybe in this position castling is not that important, but you never know, because the center has the tendency of completely being opened up. And I feel that there are already very tough decisions to be made. I'm loving Sindalov's reaction after b3, and let me just go back and then quietly show what happened. So d4, d5, c4, d takes c4. That's the queen's gambit accepted. e4, and white is occupying the center. Black defends the pawn with b5. Now white plays the typical b3. It's kind of a positional pawn sacrifice, but here even it's not really a sacrifice because the b5 pawn will be also hanging. The queen is lining up against that pawn. So Sindalov said, no, 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 no. I don't want to give white time. And he's fighting for the center with c5, breaking up the beautiful central chain of Magnus. And after some time, Magnus opted for d takes c5, capturing the pawn. And Sindalov instantly answered it with e5. Judith, what are your first thoughts here?
My first thought is white should be playing b4 to make it beautiful.
Yes, but then we are tempo down. It's the exactly
what we had when Nakamura played with Levon, and Levon was playing with black, and he had a tempo up exactly. But it would be just beautiful. Very interesting that the players in this game are so active with their pawns, giving up the pawn back, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, bc4 on the board
bc4
already.
is the natural continuation indeed. Yes. Queen c5.
And then, yeah.
And then what? Because the c1 knight is attacked, right? So it's...
And the point, what we talked about before, that whenever the queen activates, develops already, the side who develops the queen will be ready to castle immediately in the next move.
So probably knight e3 should be the move right now to develop, because...
Yeah, but there is also knight b3, queen takes e4, bishop d3, and then bishop takes b5. Isn't this what attracted Magnus's attention? Maybe this is a move.
Indeed.
Wait a second. So that's why Sindalov is actually taking his time before queen takes c5, because queen takes c5 runs into knight b3, and humanly speaking, this queen takes c4, bishop d3 business looks at least very promising for white, picking up the pawn on b5 with a tempo.
But of course, the question is, what is Magnus playing for? Would he be ready or not ready? Happy with making a draw in this game?
No, first game was a draw.
Yes, I understand.
Well, of course,
but does he want to win this game, or he's very happy to go for the playoff?
No, Magnus going for a playoff. If it's absolutely
only in the World
necessary.
Championship matches.
Yes, okay, but that's a little bit different. No. Here he is here to have fun. Probably is not even thinking about the result. He just wants to enjoy himself. And Sindalov, what else can he do after b takes c4? Typically, humanly speaking, the move b5, b4 is always something that one has to consider in such situations. Simply keeping the double pawns alive. I'm not sure if here black is able to do it, because the pawn is slightly weak as well, and white might get the chance of playing knight d3, protecting the pawn, or attacking the pawn and then protecting the c5 pawn. That's what I wanted. And white will also get access to this lovely d5 spot for his knight, cemented by the pawns on c4 and d4. That's why this so-called strategically clever idea might completely backfire for black. I'm not a fan of this, but I had to kind of mention it. And what about Sindalov? What is his body language after c4? Look at Magnus is so difficult to read. Yeah, now for example, okay, you are playing against Magnus, and you ask the question: is he looking for a playoff or not? Well, if you look at him, you might get the feeling that, well, this guy is not exactly sharp for this game, right?
I think he's not so happy to simplify the position and make play a symmetrical position.
But okay, now already this body language I like more. Yeah, leaning towards, like there is interest. Yes, I know what I'm doing. Of course, he already made up his mind. So I'm clearly joking a bit. Yeah, so queen takes c5.
I don't know what he was thinking about. b4, really? He was considering b4?
Yeah, okay, knight b3. Well, he had to see the consequences of this variation that we discussed. Yeah, queen takes c4, bishop d3 on the board.
Queen e6, I guess? And bishop c6, right?
Yeah, but yeah, after queen e6, bishop takes b5, bishop c6, then there will be the d5 square. Yeah, this is a huge strategical problem for black.
That's true.
That is the problem. So basically, before going for this position, he should have foreseen how he's trying to compensate for the d5 square. Is there a compensation for that square? Because we see the computer is not panicking. Humanly, honestly, I would think that I'm just simply better with white. Again, Magnus impressed me in the opening. Nicholas, you have checked with computer. Do you have some input? I'm worried for black. Is that justified, or I'm worrying too much?
I think it is justified because just looking at the position, it looks like white has more active pieces. Now after queen moves, you're also going to win the pawn back, win a tempo on the rook. The knight is ready to come to d5. But apparently this is not such a big deal here. Knight c6, knight c3, and black can also gain a tempo going knight d6. But I completely agree with you. It looks definitely more pleasant for white. So, but maybe there are some concrete lines here as well. I could imagine it's the bishop is getting hit, and the rook can come into a game as well.
But he moved back with the queen to e6.
He moved to e6, the move that you also suggested, right?
Yeah, well,
it feels
was
more
Judith's
natural.
Suggestion, but yeah, it was the most natural move. Yeah,
this is also fine. Yeah. Knight c6. I think Vachier handled this early aggression from Magnus quite well. This position is symmetrical, yes. There is a little bit of spice in the position because
Knight d6 comes with a tempo.
Knight d6 will come with a tempo, but maybe I can win another tempo first, hitting the queen again.
Yeah, bishop c4, Cementovic on d5 square.
And after it moves, then I can try to gain another tempo, getting my knight into the game. So I think white has a little bit of something, but I think the next few moves will show if Magnus can really capitalize on the slight lead here in development in this symmetrical position. Speaking of a lead, he also does have a 10-minute lead on the clock. So he's really trying to put on the pressure once again, the starting moves. He goes bishop c4 also quite quickly here, yes. Magnus Carlsen. But it is a quick game after all, and the time advantage could come in handy later on.
But there is breaking news. Let's forget about this. Let's go to the bird's eye view. And we pick Hans's game against Fabiano because it's the semifinal. And look at that rook on g4.
There's a rook on g4.
How did this rook get to g4? And is it a good rook? Because Fabi actually with very nicely timed e5 seems to have shut down the main idea of this business. Is Hans taking too much risk? Let's not forget there is so much at stake. It's the semifinals. Whoever wins this game goes into the final. Normally you don't want to burn bridges. At least that's the old school mentality in such situations.
Hans.
It's Hans. And we have seen Arjun before as well, not caring about safety net and so on, but it backfired already once today.
Yeah, for you maybe it's not so easy to understand and feel this, but I remember when I was playing in several occasions in a tournament, and I thought I just played the best move. I wanted to play the best move. And after that, the people came and said, but why did you burn bridges? You played this g4. I said, I understand, but that was not my intention to burn bridges. I just thought it's a good move. And I think this is the same thing, what's going on with Hans. It's not that he's desperately want to win here. He just thinks rook g4 is a very interesting idea. Coming knight e3, playing h4, h5. The other rook can reinforce the strengths of the g4 rook on g3. I mean, okay, these are dreamings a bit, but probably this is what crosses his mind.
Yeah,
look at that a1 bishop. I mean, once on the g7.
Yeah, but this e6, e5 cemented with the bishop, and we might be seeing black cementing the construction with f6, and then the knights jumping towards the king side. I'm not sure who will hunt whom in the long run. That's the point, yeah? And this is my kind of nature, that I always like my opponent to attack me, and I will use the counterattack because I don't like to to attack anyone, but if I'm attacked, I will first cement and then punish. Yeah, and this is my kind of spirit. And I'm already worried for Hans. Yeah, this rook e4, rook g4 business might look like, wow, it's an attacking move. I'm really worried for that white king on g1. Nicholas, did you check it? You have any input, and maybe also to take it move per move from the beginning to understand the spirit behind everything?
Well, Peter, as so often, your assessment is spot on. The rook on g4, it is quite double-edged, and it is a committal decision. We'll get there just to see it from the start. Now we saw the move e4. Maybe it's too early. Actually, computer doesn't like this e4. Pragnananda also played it against Vincent Keimer. Maybe the slow e3, or, you know, there's always this move h4 in a position that you could throw in at any point. Might be a better choice. So e4, takes, takes, takes. We get some trades, and now c5. This is the typical break you want to play in these kind of positions, which are very common in normal chess. And c5 now takes. Black takes with the queen to preserve the pawn structure on the left side of the board, so they stay connected. Also, the queen is being activated, and Black has one more center pawn in this kind of structure. This is called, classical chess, we call it the Rubinstein structure. At least this is how I know it, because it can, for example, arise from the Rubinstein defense. And Black has this extra center pawn, which could come in handy later on. So here, rook g4 was played. And as I said, this is a committed decision, because the rook, well, you could bring it back, but then you just have lost a lot of time. So you probably want to keep this rook on g4, maybe on g3, but might also get kicked around. h5 could be in the air. This rook might not really find safety, or maybe f5 sometimes. So it is a quite double-edged decision, and the computer does not like it. Knight to d3, queen c6, knight e3. I understand why Hans went for it. He's gaining some time. He's playing all his moves with a tempi, getting them out quickly, but Black's position is very solid. Here, Black could castle, or maybe already this move h5 is asking an unpleasant question to White. Where are you going to put that rook? Because if you put it to g3, maybe I'll just bring this pawn further forward, h4. If you go back to g4, well, I always have h3 as an option now to try to open up your king. Maybe I'll put my queen over here to e6. And this rook might be already in some danger. Queen e6, preparing f5. So after knight e3, h5 is definitely an interesting move. But it's not the only move for Black. Fabiano will feel quite happy, I think, with the position he got out of the opening. And now the question is if you can capitalize on it, Judith.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with both of you that rook g4 is a very questionable move, because basically there is not real attack, right? So e5 pawn is really blocking all the power of the a1 bishop, and that's the only bishop which would be needed very much into attack. And also, let's be realistic, we have an h1 rook for the moment. We have a very passive, not very active queen on f1, while Black's setup is much more active, according to my vision. Knight e3, of course, heading to f5 a little bit, or probably to d5. But that's a big question where the g4 rook will find... I don't know what to say. For me, I'm looking, where is it going to find safety? At home.
Yeah, I also feel very nice for Black that we see that White Knight is planning to go to f5 and to d5, and something like f6, knight e7 will be a super harmonious setup which will guard all these squares, and then the other knight can decide to go to f7 or to e6, depending the situation. And yeah, combined with this h5 kind of ideas, I think Karpov would be super happy with the Black pieces, because he was playing all his life the Caro-Kann, and he was dreaming of getting this structure with 4 versus 3 on the king side, and then advancing those pawns if he gets the chance.
Well, at the same time, let's say if I could reach my knight to d5 and come back after that with my rook, I would really like White's position.
Yeah, but as Niklas said already, if you move the rook to g4, it will be, first of all, psychologically very difficult to bring it back. Secondly, also physically. Yeah, that, how is this rook jumping back to e1?
Yes.
By the way, talking about this rook e1 going back, we can maybe bring up the Levon's game, because there had been some big development. I think Arjun's in a lot of trouble, and knowing that he's also in a must-win situation and a position without much perspective. And there, I think the move rook e1 was kind of underestimated by Arjun. Yes, I think it was underestimated by Arjun, because during Niklas was showing the other line, I quickly checked. Yes, I quickly checked with the computer, because I understood that it's impossible humanly to understand. And let me just show you this finesse. So after e4, takes. Okay, according to computer, black should have captured differently first. Okay, we reach this position, and after b3, it is such a natural move for black to play queen f5 and make the move castles. Yeah, and he's also in a must-win situation. He does this. This is what happened. But after queen f5, white falls back with the rook all the way to e1, and now he gets harmony that Judith was also talking about in the other position. Castles, knight d3, d5, knight e3, queen d7, queen e2, e6, short castle. And white only needs a draw in this position, yeah? Yes, I perfectly agree with your assessment, Judith, yes. That's how I feel as well. Castles, knight e7, so Arjun a lot of trouble. If he only would needed a draw, I would say that yes, okay, yes, it's bad, but black can defend. But knowing that he needs to win this looks like a horrible scenario. But I just wanted to highlight that the computer says that actually black is doing perfectly fine. He even gives some advantage for black with the move queen f8 to f6. Small little difference, a small, very little nuance, detail, again going for castles, but not stepping into this tempo. Yeah, this one tempo, but humanly, of course, you play queen f5. It seems like you win tempo with queen f5, but in reality, this position is so special that this was a huge, for computer, this was a very big moment. Like this, black can fight for something, and afterwards, he just ended up in a clearly worse position without much perspective.
Well, definitely the position right now for Arjun is not something he dreamed of, while for Aranyana, I think he couldn't dream of even something close to this after the opening, because first of all, if you would have this position, you would be upset if you're not pressing your opponent for another 50 moves, and then you'll see. And you would think at this level, I think, that this game is played for two results.
Yes, absolutely.
And so
we know that's not the scenario for Arjun.
It's just a brilliant position for white. You really cannot dream of something better. What do you think? Is Levon ready to play g3, stopping all kind of knight moves to f4, h4, and even after that possibly f4?
Yeah, it was my also first instinct. Yeah, that okay, just g3, shutting down the bishop from b8. The knight on g6, who knows if it threatens something. I'm not interested in this finding out. I make prophylactic. I just make sure that no danger can ever appear. And yes, we will see afterwards that do we go f4 or not, based also how black is putting his pieces. Probably the knight will jump to f7.
And then f4.
Yeah, f4. Is there a chance that maybe the knight can try to go for the e4 square?
e4.
But it's too slow. Bishop b8 also smart, because it might threaten with some bishop a3, and Levon is playing also with the bonus that he knows that, all right, if I don't get anything but I change all the pieces, it's also perfectly fine. A smart move.
It's also possible that after, no, maybe that's too much. I thought that he wants to go bishop c1, but then the d4 pawn would be vulnerable.
Yes, I just wanted to add that it's not the most ambitious move, but it's a very professional one.
And he is a very smart player. He knows what is the exact tournament situation, what the position is all about. So it will be, well, it's almost an impossible mission for Arjun to win this game. But of course, it's a rapid game. anything can happen. Nerves are there to intervene in the game. And we've seen blunders here, but that's for sure that Levon has a fantastic situation right now and great chance that he would be in the finals.
Is there a possibility to go somewhere with e6, e5, some pawn sacrifice, and trying to get then the other knight to e6? You see, I'm always trying to sacrifice them, but out of desperation. Of course, I don't believe in it. I just wanted to mention that in general, there is somewhere some idea like e5, sacrificing the pawn and then hoping that the knight can join the party, but I don't think that this position allows this, so let's even not speculate about that. Maybe bird's eye view and see what Lenny is doing against Hikaru, because he's also a player who needs to bounce back, and he's putting some pressure on Hikaru, so it would be lovely to check out Lenny as well.
Let's see. Bishop d6 was played, by the way, by
Yes, it was a logical...
Probably he didn't like bishop a3 option.
It was a logical move. It got a question mark. Every logical human move gets a question mark. I'm a little bit irritated, but yes, we are moving on to, first of all, the bird's eye view. Let's just see also what we got here. Well, the white knight is heading to d6, right? Isn't this knight going to d6? And yeah, the last move was knight b3 to d4. Let me just highlight this direction. The knight is heading to d6. That would be horrible for black if that knight lands there. So Hikaru has to do everything in his power.
I don't know, sometimes knight f5 would cross my mind too.
Yeah, you never know.
And I'm pretty sure that it crosses Hikaru's mind too. Maybe not in the next move, because of course you can go queen c5 check with a tempo, but at some point I believe that Dominguez's plan is knight b5, knight d6. He's more of a positional player. Interesting that the bar shows that it's roughly equal, and I think I don't know how is it for you, but it seems like obviously you would take the white side, right?
Of course, yeah. It's basically if there is no special solution, and that's why I always like to see the game from the beginning to understand that, okay, what is the spirit, what Hikaru is relying on, because certainly he would have not entered this position if he would have not foreseen something, because, yeah, just two more moves, knight b5, knight d6, and the game can be simply lost for black. If the knight lands there, then it suffocates black's construction. Let's also not forget that white also has very nice attacking chances with rook g3 as well. The pawn on e6 is vulnerable, so he needs to be energetic with black to try to get some counterplay. Where is the counterplay, Judy? Any move that comes to your mind here?
So what's going on knight d5? Is it a blunder, tactical blunder, or can I go there?
Knight d5. So you're asking about all these knight takes f5 businesses, yeah?
Bishop, no, knight d5. He went? No, he went bishop e4.
That was the best move.
Bishop e4 was the move, yes. I just wanted to say that, yeah, knight d5, knight df5.
I think there's some tactics.
Yeah, we just wanted to highlight. But yeah, the only justification, I think, of the position was this bishop e4, and Hikaru found it using the fact that, again, when you have a so-called statical position and long-term problems, you have to look for a way to, how can I change the character of the position? And just one trade, for example, bishop takes e4, f takes e4, would change the landscape completely. The passive rook would come to life.
Yes.
There is a tremendous pin. Knight takes e5 is already a threat, and all of a sudden, white's construction is very shaky. So clearly, white will not be able to touch the e4 bishop. And the reason why I asked you, Judith, that what move comes to your mind, that I have already seen the move bishop e4 on Nicholas's screen, and it would have not been fair to announce this move, but it is a surprise, no? This bishop e4.
Well, at the same time, I understand, because I would worry that something happens on f5, and also it's not so easy to make a move. An active move. Of course, knight c5 was kind of an obvious move, because you don't know what should be on e4, a bishop or a knight.
Yes.
And I wonder what's the plan for black after knight b5, if white is just following the plan.
Here, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, we can't touch the e4 bishop, so yeah, we have to continue
Yeah, I
the
wouldn't like
journey.
to exchange that, so I would keep the tension.
And knight is heading to d6.
And now the question is, I think, for black, does he allow knight d6 with the queen on e7, or wants to come out to c5 or b4, where it is more active? Maybe queen b4.
Yeah, but also queen b4 doesn't do that much. Let's just continue then with the plan, knight d6. And I think white should be now very happy. Whenever that knight lands on d6, so actually it's not only about bishop e4, but after knight b5, Hikaru definitely had foreseen something. Otherwise, it's just bad.
Yeah, I'm also very curious what was the plan of bishop e4. I understand if white takes, that's a
Yes.
big counter chance suddenly for black.
But what if we
But
just
after knight
continue the plan?
b5,
Yes.
maybe he wants to go rook b8 or something. We see knight b5 on the board, so we're shortly going to see.
Well, knight
what
b5,
Hikaru.
yes. Yeah,
I
knight
hope he
b5
doesn't want to
played.
go knight c8 or something. That seems extremely passive.
Knight b5 on the board. And what I also like from Lenny's perspective and for all his fans, that he's controlling the clock. Yeah, because one of the weaknesses we know from Lenny is that he likes to play super deep. He wants to be always very precise, but it comes at the cost of burning too much time, and often it backfires against the absolute elite because they are always finding counter chances. But this position, he has the grip, he has the clock under control. And
Probably he goes knight c5.
yeah, he goes knight c5.
Knight c5, knight d6.
There is something to play for.
Rook d8.
Rook
And
d8
then
or
he
rook
wants
b8.
to he wants to follow up with knight d4, trying to get rid of the d6
Yes.
knight.
Knight d6 hops in, and the rook moves. Both moves are natural. Rook d8, rook b8, it will be a big decision. Rook b8 played.
Rook b8.
Nicholas, did you check this position with the computer just to get the feeling how dangerous is this knight on d6, or after not winning the bishops, black can just tolerate this knight for the moment?
Yeah, I was also trying to understand why white is not better here, because this knight on d6 is obviously very well placed deep in the black's camp. And I think the fundamental problem is the rook on h3. If this rook was maybe on d1, c1 or something like this, then white would be better, I'm quite certain. But how do you get this rook into a game? Because to do that, you would need to move the knight on e3, which doesn't have great squares. You don't want to move it back, and it would also allow the black knight to come forward to d5. But if you don't move this knight, this rook is not coming into a game. On g3, it also doesn't do anything. So I believe this is the reason why black is actually doing quite okay here. Black will try to play around this knight, just move the rook to b8, so that if this knight moves, we can try to maybe trade some pieces, get counterplay via the b file. And Nakamura is doing fine here. There are no sacrifice ideas here for white. And yes, what do you do about the rook? This is basically the biggest problem.
And
for
also
white.
the king on g1 is kind of compromised, yeah, because the rook on h3 is now nice that you can hide the king on h2, but then the rook has to stay on h3, like you highlighted. It's not an ideal rook. If the rook moves, then king h2 can never be played because of queen h4 check. Yeah, so there are enough dynamics in the position, yes. And we know what this is all what Hikaru needs. Yeah, if he has some dynamics, then he always finds the way how to make it work.
Yeah, those weaknesses are important for black's counterplay. That h4 square indeed can be a key counter chance for black, because I was thinking rook g3, rook g6, it would be just very nice. But probably white has not enough time. I mean, to have the bishop rook on g6, play something defending the h4 square. But
yeah, let's not forget, yeah, you highlighted already that black is not giving up on this idea.
E4,
Yeah? At some
e4.
point, yeah, some knight e4 business can be there as well. Now that the position has clarified, I'm really worried for Lenny's fans, because this is a type of position, first of all, which suits Hikaru perfectly. Yeah, he is always finding counter chances. He will always find a way how to make White's life as difficult as possible, and White needs to win this game. How do you recreate? Trading the bishops, which means that the pawn on e6 is not a weakness anymore. I think this is a super important key moment, and that's why also Black can simply tolerate this knight on d6. Besides, with the bishop on b1, whenever Black would jump with the knight to e4, White could have given up the bishop and rely on the powerful knight on d6 also as an extra option.
Okay, I think we understand this position pretty much. So let's go back to the bird's eye view, and maybe we can take a glance on other games. Magnus's game, is there anything happened over there? As far as I see, it seems kind of pretty balanced, even though White has a beautiful d5 bishop in the center. But can Magnus do something unpleasant with that?
Yeah, it feels like my first impression is, you know how much I love these d5 squares and so on, but here I'm not that impressed. It feels like Sindelov actually was very clever, very smart, playing around this all, and White might have a small initiative. Definitely I would pick White, but I feel that Sindelov has been handling this game so far very well. He's behind on the clock 7 minutes, so yeah, if Magnus will be able to ask some questions, then it can be tricky, but for the moment it looks solid enough.
My question is, Queen e7 was the last move. If White goes rook c3, let's
Where
say.
did this come from? From f6, yeah?
Yeah, if White goes rook h3 to c3...
Yeah, just a second, just very quickly, because we have seen it here till bishop c4, so that we get the logic behind. So knight e3, I will not even comment it, just to look knight b6, knight d5, so that's how the trade happened. Bishop c7, knight c5, rook sidesteps, covers the d7 square, rook c1, bishop b6, and here Magnus opted for h4. Black castled. Magnus says, I don't need to castle because I did this wonderful artificial castle. The rook is in the game, and after the move queen e7, you were asking that you wanted
is
to
it
bring...
possible to play rook c3, or what should White be doing?
So
because
you don't worry about the h4 pawn?
That's my question.
Yeah.
This is exactly what I want to ask. If rook c3 is wrong due to the queen h4
I will pick it up
immediately, or is there any tactics which can bother
because
Black?
there is this f2 weakness. Yeah, if the knight on c5 moves, which starts the chance for tactics, then I'm relying on this f2 weakness.
Because this can be an important reaction by Black.
Very important. So I think
and it
this
seems
is
like completely fine for Black.
Yeah, it seems like this is the whole point of Sindelov's play, that yes, I know that this rook h3 is tricky, but I'm in time to hit this knight on c5, because if the knight has to move away, then Black gets access also to the d4 square.
Yes, exactly. So what happens if knight d3?
Okay, but that's already a...
You go knight d4.
Passive move. Yeah, let's go knight d4. And then the rook on h3 will be out of the game. Actually,
Knight
this is...
a4 was played.
Knight a4, yeah. Knight a4
Knight
is logical,
a4.
Yeah. Hitting the...
Yeah, knight a4.
The bishop, but still knight d4. I think that Sindelov is absolutely fine.
Knight d4.
And this is also a type of position where the initiative, just opening up things, because the pawn on h4 will be weak. Black has perfect harmony. Wow, it's not about Magnus wanting or not wanting the playoff. He might get it. He will be forced to. I'm not seeing...
But maybe he's going, let's say, either knight c3 immediately, or capturing first on a8 and knight c3, regrouping it to the center to d5, later on exchanging the bishop for the knight.
Yeah, but
and
be
then
careful.
I bring my rook.
Be careful, because we learned yesterday from Prague, yeah, that he was ready to go for some f5 business. And he crushed
And on
Fabi.
f2. And on
yes.
f2 I
So,
have
for example, let's just show this what scared me, because, of course, I'm also a fan of going for the d5 square, lovely little square. That's why I'm feeling provoked to go f5, and after knight d5, for example, a move like queen e6, and we are opening up the position, and once again I feel like Black should have enough activity.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I did everything move per move perfectly, who knows, but just wanted to illustrate this point that this is always counterplay.
But after bishop d4 now you have to take with the pawn, right?
No, you know me, I'm sacrificing the exchange. Bishop d4, I'm closing my eyes. Knight c7, I have queen takes a2.
And knight a8.
And then I will
takes
have
e4.
f2 pawn, hitting the f2 pawn. Come on, knight takes 8, f takes e4. Isn't this the normal way of playing chess?
Well, this
always counterplay. I'm a Sveshnikov player.
Yeah, you may have.
Yeah, basically, okay, just an illustration that there is plenty of activity and dynamic for
Of
black
course,
to
when you
compensate.
have your bishop on d4, f5 can be extremely powerful.
Well, knight c3 was played.
Knight c3 was played, yeah. But without trading on a8, yeah, so this was maybe more precise, but I somehow know Sindadov as a very dynamic player. He will be going for these counter chances. He will not go passive. Especially also knowing that against Magnus, going passive doesn't guarantee you anything, just some long suffering.
Can black play a little bit tactical, playing queen c5, taking advantage of the fact that white cannot jump with the knight?
Okay, very nice, very interesting. Very interesting. Queen to c5. Relying on this cheapo, let me put this bishop a8, rook a8, knight d5 business, because white hops in, but Judith had prepared the nasty surprise. And the fork on e2, black winning the game. So queen c5 a very tricky kind of move, because it sets also the threat of bishop takes d5. Maybe white will have to sidestep with the king to h1, but I don't believe I can lose a tempo like this.
Yeah, because I also want to go rook c8 at some point.
No, it's absolutely justified. I'm not even sure that Magnus is so safe. This is h4, rook h3 with queen on f1, and I believe we are getting some reinforcement.
Yeah, this is going to be kind of, maybe it can get complicated. It seems like it's a very slow game, and of course the most natural outcome would be a draw, but we never know with Sindarov and also Magnus.
Yeah, Magnus will be trying to get something out of the position which will force black to play actively, and you never know.
Okay, and in the meantime, we have a very special guest, Sam Savian. We'd like to welcome you here in the studio.
Thank you.
How is it for you to be here in Las Vegas and play?
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely exciting. I'm kind of like a last-minute replacement, but always been a dream to play in this event ever since it started a couple of months ago.
Do you like freestyle, and what is the reason if you do?
Yeah, I definitely like freestyle. I mean, preparing all day 20, 25 moves deep isn't very fun anymore. And I think most people here kind of agree with me on that.
So how did you prepare exactly to this event?
Well,
you didn't have much time.
I didn't have much time, so I tried to play as many training blitz games as I could. And usually when I have a lot of time, I like to play positions with the engine to see how the engine just crushes you in 10 moves. But I didn't have much time to do that this time, so I just tried playing with humans.
Yeah, you had a very special game in the group section, game 2 versus Hikaru, and you had a fantastic position. It was so promising. How did you feel there, and where did you feel you went wrong and it was not your game at the end?
Yeah, absolutely. That was probably the critical game of the event for me. I mean, the opening, probably the best we could have done as a team. We had this amazing pawn sacrifice idea with e4, bishop f3. But basically, he was incredibly resilient, like as he always is. He found this bishop f8, bishop sitting on the 8th rank, and then h6, bishop h7.
Yeah.
My main mistake was exchanging queens. If I kept queens on the board, I could just keep relentless pressure on the position.
Did you ever feel that things are going bad and it would be time to go for a draw?
I did, but after exchanging queens...
it was too late.
Maybe not too late, but it's just so hard to play against the bishops, when there's no time on the clock. I mean, he's playing very quick moves, making threats, and yeah, I eventually did blunder.
How do you like this setup that there is a draw of possessions and after that you have 10 minutes to discuss with the players? What can you take away from that in 10 minutes? And were you focusing on someone specifically that you're going to take the advice of some player?
Well, I mean, the draw is very fun. I mean, you get a random position. But when we're analyzing as a group, like everyone has their own idea. So someone says this doesn't work, and then we're wasting time looking at a line that shouldn't be looked at. So, you know, there's so many people, so many ideas. And it was funny yesterday, and not just yesterday, but even on the first day, we're analyzing a line, and then the other team, like Team Black, is analyzing a line, and we're both looking at the same position. I mean, it's not really the spirit of 960 or freestyle to have like the same position on 7 boards after move 7. So I think objectively it's probably better to look at on your own or just with one person. But, you know, I understand everyone likes to do it differently.
So if you would have another opportunity, you would have different strategy to do before the game?
Yeah, maybe I would listen to what everyone has to say for a minute and then just go to the board and just think about the position on my own.
So what Hans Niemann is doing, you think that's the good way to deal with the tension and to clear up your mind?
Yeah, and I think after a few rounds, Magnus also started to do that. So he's just looking at the board, focusing by himself. And I mean, 10 minutes is a lot to, especially if it's a 10-minute game. You get a full 10 minutes before the 10-minute game to analyze on your own.
Okay, so what have you seen in the position? But I think Nicholas has a question.
I was just curious. I mean, yesterday Hans had a very strong opinion in the first white game. You were also playing white against Wesley So, and basically everybody played this B4, F4 in one order or another, except for Magnus. And then it turned out that Vidit actually shared it, that Hans had confused the position, and in that position it was not as strong as he had claimed in the analysis. Right. Were you upset that you followed his lead there, also in your opening against So?
Yeah, it was funny because after we played this F4, B6, B4, and then they played this E5, F8, F6. I'm just looking at the position and I'm very disappointed. B4 is hanging. He has this Queen C4, Queen A4 idea, and it looks like White's fighting for equality immediately. And like everyone's fighting for equality now. So Magnus's approach was definitely better with F3.
Yes, for sure. And maybe one more question. You said you were a last-minute replacement. What was your reaction when you got the message or the call that you can come to Vegas?
Oh, just, I mean, ecstatic. I mean, especially a freestyle event. I mean, it's an event that doesn't really happen with a live audience. I mean, it's great production, great commentary team.
Thank you. Yes. All right. Let's look at some chess together. Oh, we see a first result. Wesley So against Nordebek after the turf has ended in a draw. We did not really look at this game in the first round. Neither this one. I think it was 2 quiet draws. But we'll see more chess from them as they will head
in the playoff.
As they will head to the playoffs.
They can't escape. Exactly.
So we have the bird's eye view up, and we see a lot of around equal positions, it seems like, at least looking at the evaluation bar, which is good news for Nakamura as he only needs a draw. He has traded knights on E4. He seems to be in good shape. Vincent Keimer, this is looking like a position from a normal chess game. Seems to be around equal as well, even though I don't like that pawn on C5, but oh well. And then we have Carlsen against Sindarov we were just looking at, and this seems to be also completely fine for Sindarov. Should we maybe take a look at the semifinals then?
Yes, absolutely, because for example in Hans's game there is some development. Also Arjun, the position that we felt like, okay, there are no chances whatsoever, is looking more unbalanced than it should in my eyes.
Yes,
but maybe Levon just thinks like, okay, there is only one idea, knight f4, I'm gonna take that knight, I'm gonna double up against the e6 pawn, I will always be guarding my f3 pawn as well. But I think that Arjun created some chances for himself.
Should we go to this game then, or?
Well, first let's also understand what happened the other. I don't like the other game from the perspective what Fabi has done, that he went for these castles, he did not really punish this rook on g4. Hans somehow had the chance to go f4 and he traded on e5, and now we are dealing with an isolated pawn on e5, which is not a disaster. Black is probably fine, but I don't see any scenarios how black can be better, yeah?
Well, there is no danger for a rook anymore, which was when it was on g4.
Yeah. And look at this, the h1 and h8 rook just disappeared, vanished. So it was some castles short side, and they traded. We will bring the game up, and Nicholas, you can get the game on?
Yes, and we can also hear Sam's input,
Exactly.
of course. Maybe just starting with the starting position, since we do have a little bit of time still. Just curious to hear your approach to the starting position in freestyle chess, what you look at, what our viewers can maybe, what advice you can give to them. So with this starting position,
so
what are you looking at?
First of all, if I'm black and I need to win, I'm very happy because the bishops are looking at the king. And
Interesting.
We can get a probably very dynamic position. Also because of the rooks on h8 and h1, we can try it with the flank h5, h4.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess the first thing we do is try to open these bishops with c4, b3. And I'm assuming the players probably looked at this, c4, c5, b3, b6, symmetrical.
Yes. And we're maybe not so happy about something.
Yeah,
I mean, this is reasonable to play.
It is very symmetrical. h4, black just copies with h5.
Right.
And probably they just realized it's just equal.
Mm-hmm.
So then we tried to play in the center first, so d4 or e4.
Mm-hmm.
But e4 doesn't look so good because the bishop on b1
would be blocked by the pawn.
And then if you play c3, the bishop on a1 is stuck.
But d4, you could make the same argument about this bishop.
You could, but d4, how exactly does black react?
Well, most of the players play d5, right?
d5 and black also locks their bishop.
Right, okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. So here, it's basically about the bishops. You're saying the king is already safe. The other pieces will find their squares.
Probably between c4 and d4, but there's also b4.
Mm-hmm.
I guess black would play b5.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's an interesting position because we don't really want to play c3, but black also doesn't want to play c6.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's probably between these three moves.
Okay, so we saw most of the players going d4. Let's just catch up with what happened in this game since we last left it. I think it was around... Well, sorry, it was around here, yes?
Yes, knight d3, c6, knight d3.
Exactly, and this was a critical moment where the move h5 was quite strong. Castle was also fine, but now f4 is a strong move by Niemann, trying to open up this bishop, and Fabi responded by f6. This move was given a question mark by a computer, but I checked briefly, and I don't think there was something much better than this, actually, because if you go f5, well, the rook will just drop back, and here also you still have these issues. So f6, but yeah, this is not what you wanted, right?
Yeah, I wonder if he briefly forgot that after queen e2, white can...
Yeah, I think Fabi is experienced enough to know that the rook can come over here.
But this is actually psychologically very tricky. Yeah? You feel like, okay, this is the dynamical factor that benefits you, and all of a sudden white can castle. It's heartbreaking.
Yes, because it looks like very much like a classical game with the rook on h1, which is stuck there, right?
Yes.
That's why you have this very difficult emotions.
So we saw the rook did swing over as white castled. King stays in place. Rooks were traded. King takes. Queen e6. King goes back. Knight comes forward. Rook to e4. And bishop d6. g3. All right. Knight to g6. And this is the current position. Who would you prefer here, Sam?
I think it's much easier to play white. Weakness on e5, we have this e4 square for the rook or the knight maybe at some point. Also now that we can jump in with knight d5 and then either at some point play knight c3 or just keep it on d5. Also h4, h5 is an idea.
h4 just happened. Yes, h4 just happened.
Yeah, I don't like what Fabi is doing here. I don't like. I was even thinking about then instead of knight dc6 to go knight e6 and knight f7, so that with knight d6 I can at least try to fight against the e4 rook. But right now with knight on c6, knight on g6,
they're not getting there.
they are not getting there. Yes, this is a one-sided game, and we know that whenever Hans actually gets a position where, finally the knight is heading towards f6, knight d7, and then he gets super confident and he starts to play quickly, pushing you on the clock. Sam, you I think have quite a lot of experience with playing Hans. What is your feeling? Because we don't know him so well. I haven't played a single game with him. Please share some thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, when he has a good position, he definitely likes to play fast and put pressure on the clock. And generally, he's been very good in like technical positions, especially the last couple of years. So I think he's very happy with what's happening on the board now.
Especially given how the position was a few moves earlier when he played this move rook g4, we were criticizing him heavily, like taking so much risk, but it worked out for him in this game. Which doesn't mean it was the right decision.
This case he will not learn if it works out. Yes. But okay, we have covered it enough. There is some breaking news, I would say. Well, first of all, look at breaking news.
Wait, what?
What is
it's just it was a mistake. No, there's.
Okay,
it looked like something happened.
Actually, my breaking news was the first board between Levon Aronyan and Arjun that Black is putting pressure, and we have seen that Levon actually fights like crazy in this tournament, but there was always one weakness when he only needed a draw, and he suddenly got a bit shaky, too nervous. Why is he going passive in a fantastic position? Just driving me crazy.
Well, the question is how much play there is for Black here, as Black also has the weakness on e6.
Yeah, but look at the clock situation. It's down to 7 minutes. It shows that he's very uncomfortable, and his king is shaky. Sam, please support me.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I mean, f3 is weak, and if you try h3, Black has queen c7, and then you can't really play king g2 with ease. So, and you don't really want to play queen e5 because queen takes e5, de, rook c8, and the ending will be torture.
Well, this is definitely what not the position what Aronyan wanted to have after move 12 or something.
Yes, he had the dream of all dreams.
It seems that he was falling into the same trap as
Hikaru.
As Hikaru, for example, here now suddenly after bishop d6.
Just a second, we should switch to your board. Because
I will just show briefly. So after bishop d6, here he has everything under control, and he rushed maybe trading all of the minor pieces, except for bishop obviously, on e5 when he could have played a move like g3, keep control, maybe you go f4, maybe you go h4, and Black cannot really do that much. Actually, it helped Black to trade some pieces because Black is lacking space. So we end up in this current position where Black has a nice rook on f4, and the king is also feeling a little bit uncomfortable. So do you allow the pawn to go to h3, or?
The thing is, queen f6 is also coming now.
Queen f6 is also in the air?
Again, if queen e5, first of all, there's rook takes d4. So queen e5 doesn't even defend the pawn.
Right, so let's say king g2, queen f6, queen e5 doesn't even protect, because rook takes d4 would win the pawn nonetheless. So h3 was played.
Okay, so h3, but now both queen f6 and queen c7 look interesting.
What does he do after queen f6?
I think he wants rook d1.
I mean, he has to, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, this pawn is just dropping, basically.
But this looks very pleasant.
Very passive now.
Rook c8, let's say.
Rook c8 makes sense. Activate this rook.
King g2.
Niklas, please, can you just tell the audience, because suddenly the names are wrong, that this is not the Niemann Karo game you analyze.
Yes, we're still looking at Aronyan against Arjun, so this should be corrected soon. No confusion here.
King g2.
King g2 makes sense.
The question is, how
does Black increase the pressure, right?
Yeah.
So maybe your plan to put the queen on queen f6 already played, and it seems it was the best move.
It feels right to make white passive.
Right, but then what is next? That is the big question.
E5 is an idea, but I'm not
E5, but it's a committal decision to trade these.
Rook 6, E5.
Rook takes. Maybe it is the way to do it. Queen goes somewhere.
C3, let's say.
C3. Maybe now I can go D4.
D4.
Having some tricks. White cannot take twice because there's rook E1.
Queen C4 check, king H7.
King H7, and now I'm bringing my rook into E3. the pressure is
Scary
piling up, it
stuff.
feels
scary.
like.
Very scary.
And if queen d3, also d4 looks very strong instead of queen c3.
Yeah, anyway, we're just pushing this pawn forward and getting access to the e3 square. And the rooks are doing a fantastic job. And this king, if the queen ever ends up here on g3, it's pretty much game over.
Maybe
So
e5 is the right approach.
I think so, yes. I think
This
rook
is
d1 is on the
practically
board.
Very dangerous.
And now big moment for Arjun.
Maybe let me bring my board up because I think my names are correct.
Yeah, your names
Now
are
it's
correct.
corrected.
Ah,
Yes.
no, it's correct. Okay.
No, the board was switched. So now it's your board, Peter.
Yes.
So
okay.
you can also check e5, but I think e5 very direct approach because rook c8 you're just not getting anywhere, right?
Yeah, there's no time for b5 before.
Yes, no, this e5 is exactly what is required. Yeah, Arjun needs to win, and Levon is low on the clock.
And look at Levon. He does not seem happy here, obviously.
Yeah, how can you be happy?
King
Yeah,
g2,
this is
e4.
King g2, maybe.
e4.
Yeah, then e4. Yeah, King g2. If we do nothing, then
No,
black
you
just
need to
pushes
trade,
No, I
e4.
think you have to take.
Yeah.
Oh, he plays rook c8.
Ah,
Okay,
he could
it
have
is.
said.
This
Yeah,
is
but this is
maybe-
a bit slow.
Maybe a bit of a relief, yeah, for Levon. Because now maybe we'll be in time to...
You can play king g2,
stabilize,
move
yeah.
the f2 rook.
Is Arjun
Yeah.
planning to go b5, b4?
I think
and
so, but I was just wondering b5, a3, a5, and then we attack e6, let's say rook e2.
Yeah, and then rook c6.
Or king f7.
Or king f7.
Yeah, something like...
So my idea is I want to try b4, ab, rook c4, rook a1, let's say, just get counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can
Yeah,
also
that
make
makes
moves.
sense.
Yeah, I can.
Yes, you can.
Yes, great. So, yeah, we are talking about b5, a3, stopping b4. Black insisting the idea of going b4, rook e2, king f7, for example.
Maybe it's a smart decision for black to keep the a file closed, b4, a4.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. If black is able to keep the tension, this will be very unpleasant. This is very tricky.
Tough position, but the position after e5 looked so bad. So now
Yeah,
we should
because
calm
after
down a
e5
bit.
also some concrete problems were happening. What is the clock situation? Okay, under 6 minutes for Levon. Well, Arjun will be pushing. He created chances for himself. That's the very first big giant step forward when you need to come back, because now he can play on the nerves of the opponent. Yeah, this is so important. Yeah, because the chess games are often not won on the board. It's by creating enough threats towards the opponent that psychologically he won't be able to handle the pressure.
In the beginning, after the opening, we said there was nothing better to dream of for Levon.
Yes.
Now we can say that it's Arjun. I'm not saying he couldn't dream of better, but it's a very good opportunity for him, having this incredible position, pressing. At the same time, he has like almost 3 times the time of Levon. So Levon can end up in heavy time trouble.
Yes, he can.
B5.
b5,
B5, A3 on the board.
Can you push yours? B5. Yep.
B5, A3.
A5. Why not?
Of course.
Well, now it's a question, of course, for Arjun. He has so much time. Should he be thinking or playing flashing out A5?
Well, if he plays b5, he might as well play a5, right? I mean, consistent. So how should white set up?
Yeah, and A5 on the board.
Should white put a rook on d3? I mean, this looks too passive.
rook e2.
Rook e2, king f7.
Still, the concrete approach is interesting. b4.
Oh, you want to go b4 yourself? Ah, I see.
Against king
And then
F7.
a4?
Yeah, E4, A4.
Before a4, I play rook
Okay,
d1.
let's use the advantage of Danlaz's board. Let me put it so this, and then?
b4, a4, rook d1, let's say.
But I'm sorry, Queen E6 was not a threat.
Yes,
It's also a good point.
Yeah, you can play rook c4.
But also I like this.
Yeah,
I'm happy
A3,
with
A5
this
on
too.
the board. Yeah, putting pressure, and Levon has to fight with the clock, fight with himself, that what have I done?
He goes rook e2, makes sense.
So does b4 work now? b4.
Yeah, can black go b4?
Yeah, maybe why not?
You just want to go b4 after rook e2, yes?
Yeah.
I guess he just wants passive mode. AB, rook d3. And then maybe queen d2 is an idea to set up.
And then probably black can go rook c6, then transfer the queen possibly to d6, so on g3 something can happen.
Yeah, there is something to play with.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. There is something to play with. It's nerve-wracking for Levon. If basically one has the feeling that if black will be able to create one more threat in the position, then white position will, yeah.
So rook c6, like queen f8, queen d6, or?
Rook c6, queen d2.
Queen f8?
Queen f8.
Queen f8, and then I just make some rook e1. Or actually rook e5, just to stop queen d6.
Yeah, rook e5 makes sense.
But maybe rook f7 and trying to switch to the a file.
Yeah, maybe this is
maybe rook a6 here.
But also this rook f7 business,
and then
yeah?
the rook comes in. Oh, rook
yeah,
c7.
because rook c7 is also
going,
possible.
Yes, rook c7 is a threat.
Okay, it's not the end of the
And
world. Rook e2 back.
b4, ab on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, the heat is on.
It's also the question of rook c3. It's not a threat yet, right?
d4 does fall.
d4 is falling. Okay, rook c3 is a threat. So white probably needs to go rook d3.
And just very quickly, we have to show why we are not afraid of queen e6, because takes, rook c2 check is a murderous check. The white king has to fall back to the back rank. Rook takes f3, and black is probably winning on the spot. It's a hopeless rook endgame. So that's why we are expecting of rook d3, which has been played by Levon. So he digs into this passive position with 5 minutes, well, 6 minutes on the clock.
It's not a position where Levon feels so good.
No. Rook c6, following our analyze.
He still has enough time. It's a question how many problems Arjun can pose.
But I think this is a very nice point that all this is happening. Rook f4 back to f7 is kind of a key move, because it's so easy to forget about this. The rook on f4 was causing so much trouble, hitting the d4 pawn, the f3 pawn, and then black falls back with the queen to f8, seemingly, so what's the problem? You're defending your pawn, you want to win like this, and then rook f7, rook fc7 is coming.
Well, there are a lot of weaknesses, opportunities for black, right? C file, A file, D4 is weak, F3 is weak, and the G3 square. That's what can be really deadly.
Queen f8.
No, very nice.
Predicting all the moves here. But it makes sense. It's very logical.
Makes perfect sense.
Now the question is if rook e5 is needed, but I guess...
Yeah, because queen d6,
rook e5, rook d4.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So queen d6 is a threat now. No, queen d6 is rook e6
queen
actually.
E1
No,
it's queen e1. I just want to take on h4.
It is played, Sam. You're spot on. Queen e1 is a double attack. Versus h4 and e6.
It's a triple attack.
Triple attack.
Yeah. On the e6, b4, h4 pawns. Let me.
So queen e7.
It defends all of them. But now the queen
if you
is also
can attack all of them, I can defend all of them, and that's on the board.
Lovely.
And still, well, what is black doing next?
I mean, black doesn't have many moves either. We have to make a concession.
But what about rook e3?
Yeah, what about rook e3?
Rook
going
e3, I
active?
thought maybe king f7.
Yeah, king f7 does not
Okay,
get us
king
anywhere.
f7, and then you go back. So the rook is not going back anymore.
And then what is black too?
Well, maybe I should play with g5 at some point.
G5. It seems correct because.
Well, yeah, but I mean, of course, it's risky also opening up the king. But Arjun will need to do something.
Yeah. Maybe we should also get the bird's eye view back to have an update on the other positions. It seems to me like Hikaru in a very comfortable situation. He has absolutely no problems and he only needs a draw. Let's see this. Yeah, there we see super comfortable situation. Pragnanda is putting pressure because he came up with this stunning rook d1 move, sacrificing his f5 pawn. Is the idea e takes f5, rook d7 going for this rook endgame, or is there something else? Because the rook d7 looks very strange. After ef5, knight takes c5, rook c5, rook d7.
But I'm trying to understand why do you need f5 for that?
No, he played rook d1. f5 was already played.
Okay.
That is a beautiful tactic.
Yeah, I just thought it was f5. I'm trying to figure out why do you need that for knight c5.
And Magnus, it feels like this game is also heating up. Magnus Carlsen versus Sindarov. Rook on the back rank on c1. White is trying to open up the position, maybe with e6. Can become quite sharp.
Wow, so, but also Prague, yeah, he
King
created
f8,
some...
rook d7, knight g5.
Yeah, it's very scary. This is probably lost. This rook d1 is a winning move by Prague. Vincent in a lot of trouble.
Wait, what are you going to do after rook d7? ef5 or?
Yeah, but then
knight g5.
Yeah, but he has to go for this.
Yes, he has to go
knight
for it.
d6 and then hope for the best.
Yeah.
Unbelievable move by Prague, rook d1.
Nice one.
Was so easy to miss.
Well, should we take a look at our semifinals? We have some developments in the Niemann-Caruana game.
should.
We have an endgame by now. And Niemann is down on the clock, 2.5 minutes.
Wow. Actually, now Black is doing fine.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a great improvement in the last move. Exchanging the queens, rook is
Exchanging
back.
the queens.
No, actually the big thing that knight is on f6.
Yeah.
That's the big news.
It looks like White did nothing the last 10 moves and Black improved every piece.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, probably White is still very solid, but...
It can also go wrong.
Yeah, it looks a little unpleasant for White. Knight f2, maybe.
Also, the body language of Fabi signals that, wait a second, maybe I can squeeze something here.
Okay, he wants to go to g5.
That makes sense.
So if knight d4, I'm not sure what he wants.
We'll probably take it.
Take it?
Take it and knight
And knight d1.
d1, okay.
On e takes d4.
Ah, no, e takes d4, knight d1, d3, rook.
And rook d2?
Rook d2,
Bishop g3. Yeah.
Rook
No.
If rook e3 maybe? Looks a bit... Maybe knight f1.
Or
bishop d4, ed, knight f1.
Yeah, and the other game, Levon actually now have settled.
Well,
yeah, somehow
maybe
he
rook
feels
h6,
like kind
rook
of safe.
h8.
With this tripling on the e file, he's...
Yeah, this is quite a good
Yes.
That's a nice setup.
Yes. Knight
No,
e4 on the board.
Arjun missed this chance golden opportunity with e5.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
That was a very promising situation. He had 16 minutes versus 6. E5 and all the dynamics would have given him great chances.
So knight d4. Is Hans going to take it, or he plays rook f2 first?
Yeah, tough
rook f2
question.
makes sense as well.
Yeah, he can go rook f2, king e6, knight f3. But then, yeah, I mean...
He does take it. Commit a decision.
Yeah, because there were tactical problems. Yeah, rook d2, knight e4. And then
rook f2. But yeah, also knight e4 might be looming, yeah? King, rook f2,
yes,
king e6.
always. Yeah, king e6, knight e4. It's, so he takes on d4. He wants to... He wants to get away with this. Where is the knight going? To f1 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, to f1 we
knight
said, yes.
f1, yeah. And then to d2.
Well, Hikaru at this point will definitely not lose, so we can be certain of
Yeah,
that.
Hikaru is...
So he will advance.
Basically, if he would have to win this position, we would also be saying that he has chances.
Yeah, maybe rook takes d4 instead of et.
Yeah, we can stick with the semifinals, the other games. We'll keep an eye on them, but the semifinals is more important. Who is advancing to the finals? So you're saying rook takes d4, Sam?
Knight f3 and let's say rook d8.
But okay, then I get access to knight g5 check.
King e7.
King e7. I mean, it's not the end of the world.
Not the end of the world, it's the beginning of the end. No? Some king f3 followed by knight e4, I cement on e4.
Okay, knight f3, rook d3, more active approach.
Knight f3, rook d3. Knight g5 check, king e7, yeah, like this.
Even this way, you can go king f3.
Yeah, you can also go
knight
king
g5.
Yeah, but then I'm pinned. Yeah, then I understand. Yeah, then it's a bit tricky.
Well, so what?
But okay, it's a tough call.
Because if ed knight f1 doesn't work out tactically, then knight d3 and...
Yeah, if
Well,
the
it's
knight,
very solid.
Yeah, if the knight lands on d3, but did actually Fabi rush with knight d4 and he wasn't sure? I'm not liking this, that you go knight d4 and after bishop takes d4.
You're thinking that?
Yeah.
But it
not
seems
a good
like
sign.
knight e1 was an excellent move.
Knight
because
e1 was a brilliant move, yes.
Knight
Yeah.
f3, what a regrouping.
Maybe another approach is knight ed, knight f1, knight... I hate to go to rook. Yeah.
Knight c2, he goes to b4 and d5.
That also makes sense.
Yeah, and the
And
black
no-
rook
no rook
cannot get
d3,
on
no?
d3.
Who do you prefer here in this position? Sam?
I think easier to play with knights here.
Mm-hmm. Judith, Peter?
I would think white is completely beautiful.
Knight d4, yeah, heading to the d5 square.
Yeah, this just looks
Knight
quite
d5
pleasant.
blocking the black rook.
No, it's suddenly horrible, in fact.
Unless
This
he
is
goes back. Probably he has to go back with his rook to d4.
to stay active.
But then
okay,
knight c6, knight c6, a7.
c6 or... Yeah, this
Yeah,
pawn
now
is
he has to
hanging.
calculate stuff. Rook
And-
d3, knight e7.
No, so now black will be very nervous, clearly. Black will be very nervous. It's a dream situation for Hans. He can again squeeze something without any risk. And the price of each move for black is much higher.
It seems to be getting very difficult for black, isn't it, after knight d5?
Fabi.
What is he doing?
He opts for bishop d6, knight d5, takes. King e6, rook f2, and then what?
Rook f7.
But then I
f7.
take knight c3,
Knight
knight goes
c3.
to e4, and it's nothing.
But the question is, how do you
Maybe it's
progress? King
nothing.
f5, bishop
Yeah.
e7, and the
Because my
three
pawns
pawns.
are, my pawns are
Yeah,
compromised.
exactly.
King f5, bishop e7.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's a nice.
Because what else is there after rook f2?
Well, bishop e7
Bishop
also, yeah?
e7, okay.
Yeah, bishop e7, but that is
No, but
very
then king
sad.
f3, king e4.
Yeah, king f3. Okay, then you have to try some b5 business, but okay, no. Because look f2, look f7. In the meantime, yeah, Prague is having a very promising position with his a pass pawn.
And Arjun is thinking for a long time, finally goes to
G5.
g5.
Yes.
Because what else can he do, basically?
Yeah, he had to commit himself.
Yeah, but now he's also overextended, yeah.
Rook e5. Looks very natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook e5 also threatening rook d5, potentially.
Well, look if...
Yeah, rook e5 seems very
Queen B1.
promising.
Rook e5, does he want rook c3 maybe?
It was queen b1.
Queen
Okay.
b1. Oi, oi, oi. That's a
careful.
nasty surprise.
Okay, well, we can handle that one, right? King
Well,
g7?
King g7, going back. Queen e1.
Uh-huh.
Maybe king f8. And then just, yeah, back again.
Yeah, just
And
simply
maybe I
back.
have to put a king on d7, but that feels wrong too.
Then queen a1.
Yeah.
Yeah, white setup is very solid now.
And Levon certainly also has more time by now. But it will be very difficult to see how Arjun can make any progress.
He will
Yes, very
find
difficult.
something, some idea, but will it be enough?
He needs
So,
to.
rook f7 with Fabi?
Yeah, look at some, but you see, Fabi is also taking his time. because
Hesitating.
He knows if something goes wrong with rook f7, if this is bad, it's almost lost. Yeah, but if
Yeah,
it's
because
not bad.
actually he's just on the edge, yeah?
I
Rook
would
f7.
argue that if white's pawn would be on h3, then maybe it would be. I would expect that I should win this with white.
But basically the problem for white, move to move, rook f7 takes, king f3 is not possible to e4.
Yes.
This is the...
Yeah,
the
and rook
status.
f7 on the
Rook
board.
f7.
Not seeing any ghosts.
Takes a knight c3.
Knight c3. Cementovic, but that's it. There is nothing more. Because black will always have this possibility of entering with a king.
The question is, should black be worried about knight b5?
Okay, knight b5, bishop b8.
Knight b5, bishop b8, king f3, or just king f5, okay.
Yeah, I always have, no, the knight of course has to go to e4, and bishop falls back to e7, or can also go to b4. But
I would go to e7. I don't know why. I
Yeah,
feel better
solid.
that the g5 square is covered.
Bishop e7, king f5, and
King f5, king e6. King f5, king e6.
Nakamura has won his game against Dominguez, so he proceeds to the next stage. Convincing, very convincing match by Nakamura. Bishop b4 on the board. Kawana puts the bishop on b4, king f3.
yeah,
And king
it looks like a
f5
pretty
probably.
easy fortress here.
Yeah, it's hard to see what can actually white play for.
Bishop
Yeah.
c5 and repeat.
yeah, it's just repetition. There's nothing to play
Bishop
for.
e1, bishop c5. It's up to him. So let's see if Hans wants to move around.
He does not look like he's going to try much.
Yeah.
He offered it already.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Let's go for the playoff.
Playoffs between Niemann and Kawana. Will we see another epic playoff between these two? So let's focus on Aronian versus Arjun then.
Can you?
Yes. Let's bring it up.
As Arjun is desperately trying to find a way to create problems, as he needs to win.
But now he is the one in time trouble, yeah? His clock is ticking down.
Yes.
And for Levon, the last couple of moves were so easy. He played it instantly and he's already having more than 6 minutes on the clock.
But what can you really do instead of king g7? Go king e8, yeah? The problem is he doesn't know
Yeah.
what is the follow-up move.
And rook g6 lands into queen f5 check, or what is going on?
Sorry?
Rook g6 lands into queen f5 check, yeah?
Yeah, potentially.
Just to
I was
highlight
thinking
this.
of queen d6, but you go to e5.
Yeah, there is a pin.
No, because after g5, these rook e5s also is just so dangerous.
King g7.
But yeah, what's next?
Well, temptation to play rook e5, I think also.
Absolutely.
Because rook d5, rook g5, isn't it winning a pawn? But
Yeah,
probably he will just go queen e1.
No, rook e5.
He goes rook e5.
So rook
Okay, rook
Couldn't
f7, yeah, it's probably only move.
Or rook f4.
But then rook d5, you are not afraid.
And rook
now?
c3? Maybe this is what I'm hoping for, some kind of
Also,
mess
there's
like
somewhere
that.
some rook f5 idea, rook f4
But
played.
what about... Yeah.
I'm not liking this, it's very shaky. Queen e1 blitzed out by Levon.
And after rook d4?
Rook e6.
No, rook e6. That's not the idea, I guess. Not the idea. Levon played queen
Queen
e1
a1.
with so
Queen
much
a1.
determination. Like
Queen
there is
a1, rook
queen
c3,
a1.
rook e6.
Exactly. Basically, rook d fighting is not possible without calculating anything, just believing Levon.
Yeah, Levon found this battery with having the two rooks and behind that on e1, keeping an eye on every direction
Yes.
on different pawns.
Yeah, and what to do with black? In
Very
fact, black is in
difficult.
trouble, and also the clock is ticking down to a minute.
Yeah. It's already more dangerous for black than for white. But Arjun was forced to make moves like g5 to try to show something that he's improving on his position.
Yeah, he already ran into problems, and he couldn't improve the position.
And then he worsened it.
Yes. Yeah, this is the
It can
problem with a
happen.
must-win situation. Yeah, then
Exactly.
you just self-destruct yourself. King f7. Well, it's kind of a sad move if black is already inviting the repetition with queen b1. So after
Well,
queen
rook
b1,
f5 is also possible.
yeah, rook f5 is possible.
So but
many
queen
things are
b1 was a
possible.
different position, right?
It was rook was on f6.
Yeah, and the rook on e3.
But isn't it after rook f5 is just simplification and it's a draw?
Rook
Or it's too much
f5.
calculation?
Yes, well, that's a question. But
Rook
okay, the
f5.
pawn endgame is a dead draw, right?
It's a dead draw.
Yes.
So why not rook takes d5? No?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, that's
Since
the
rook
other
f5
problem.
is so strong. Next move, I'll do it next move.
Next move.
Because we don't play for a win.
Right.
Well, rook d5,
Queen f6.
rook d7.
King e8.
Oh,
I have to try something. I mean,
Yes.
d5 has to be enough there.
d5.
or rook goes away and rook f3.
Yeah, rook b7. Rook a2 maybe, something like this.
Maybe rook d5, queen c7, rook c5.
Levon is extremely nervous, but he has everything under control. This is the good news for him.
Yeah, because he doesn't know. Should he go rook d5? Queen b1, of
Queen
course.
b1, yes. After he told himself, all I need is a draw.
What would you have played?
I have no idea. Because these are all about nerves. It's already not about chess. If he wins this game,
Nicholas,
he reaches
what would
the
you
final.
do? Queen b1, rook f5, rook d5, or something else?
Rook f5 looked pretty good, honestly.
I think.
But I would have double checked.
Yeah, but he has 6 minutes.
I like rook f5.
Yeah, it goes for. I mean,
Seems.
it's very hard to see what can go wrong there.
Yeah.
I understand.
Well,
that
maybe
it's
the
not
king
nice.
moves or something, but yeah. So, rook takes d4, I assume it's not possible? Just the endgame, or what's this way do?
Queen
Queen
f6.
f6.
Good move. I like it.
Just an update, Pragnanda is winning his game against Vincent, so he will continue his journey.
Queen h7, and if king goes back, rook a2.
Oh, and the Magnus game is super sharp as well.
Queen h7 on the board.
Down to 30 seconds. Levon has only gained time. King F8, watch out.
EF.
The
Queen
evil
F7.
bar is skyrocketing.
Oh, can the rook swing over or rook A2?
Rook A2, no?
Go for a little attack.
Wow, what's going on?
Rook C8.
Yeah, rook C8 and then what?
Queen D7,
Rook E8.
Queen E6. I mean, if I want to be boring.
So you are talking about this variation, right?
Rook A2.
Very shaky.
Rook A2, Rook C8, even Rook G5 is pretty much over.
But what could he do? I thought he will
Yeah,
go
I
Queen
thought maybe,
G7.
Queen D7 played by Lev. Attacking the rook does not let
Actually,
rook
it's
C8.
even better, because after that, Rook A2.
Does not allow rook C8 at all.
Mm-hmm.
Rook C3. So now, who mates whom first? That's the big question.
Rook
There's
G4
Rook G4. Rook G4 cheapo. One needs to watch out for this.
Oh.
Yes, yes.
So Queen E6.
All this crazy
So
things.
rook A2, rook G4 and black wins? Is that what you're telling us?
I don't know. I'm just highlighting the dangers.
It looks like it, no?
So just Queen D6 check first.
Yeah, Queen D6 check.
King G7, Queen D7.
Perfetto.
But it says it's winning. That's what this...
But Levon doesn't need a win. If he
I
sees a
understand.
perfetto,
I'm just
he will
wondering
go
what
for
is
it.
the win. You know, guys, what? Rook F5 and then Rook A2? Is that possible?
Puzzle time. But then some Queen F7.
Queen
business.
F7.
There is still defense.
But probably check Queen D8.
Yes? No.
Queen E8.
Queen
D6.
F8. Should be. Would be too much, no?
So Queen D6, King G7 is the problem?
Rook take G4, yeah. This is what a lovely little trick by Arjun. Seems like he's getting checkmated, but not so quick. Not so quickly, my friend. Now suddenly it's tricky. Yeah, Pragnanda has won his game. So that's the end of the road for Vincent, and Pragnanda continues his stellar performance.
Check.
Queen D6 check. Okay, King G7 has to be played. But now slowly already you can take Rook E6 and Rook G4, King H2 as, but Queen F4.
Queen F4.
There,
Yes.
Queen F4, yeah.
But,
Queen F4.
well, that's a draw too. Takes, check, check on the
Yeah,
E5.
yeah, but okay. You said that, okay, if it's winning, then we should win.
But probably he will give it check, Queen D7. But I
Yeah.
don't see the win.
Yeah.
True.
Where is the win? We are winning. We are in the win resort, no?
Yeah.
So we don't need a winning move anymore.
What is the winning move? And the bar says that it's completely winning, right?
Yeah, and Levon goes for it. Rook takes E6. Rook takes G4 check, and then comes the point. Then comes the point. Not to see ghosts. We just
Probably you just take and play King G1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rook G4, FG, Queen F3 check. Now
Yeah.
with the Queen on D6.
And Rook
Yes.
E1, Rook C1, Rook.
There is no more Queen
E1.
G3 check. The Queen
But there is
protects.
Queen G4 check.
No, I take with the
pawn
F
is
pawn.
there.
FG, yeah.
Ah, yes, yes,
FG.
yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that's
The
it.
Queen protects.
Yeah.
That's it.
True.
He tries it, but Levon has seen it all, and he will go to the finals. This man is unstoppable. Rook E1, this will be resignation.
Yep.
Wow.
Incredible performance by Levon. Yeah, he was shaky, he was nervous, but when Arjun missed his chance, then afterwards, yeah, look at this, and Levon says, I cannot believe what I have done.
Very.
We hear them.
I think he said e5 was scary.
Yes.
I think that's what he said. He's actually showing it on the tablet, I think, right now. If we can get that.
Much earlier in the game, though.
Much earlier, okay.
But Magnus has made tremendous progress.
Yeah, Magnus is the only game left, so we can head there next.
So we have Levon as the finalist, the first finalist, and we are going to have a playoff.
So how many
Between
players do we
Hans
have
and
so far?
Fabiano.
Two we
Two.
have, right? Between Abdussatorf and So, and Neiman and Kawana. And Magnus will try to avoid a playoff as he is a pawn up against Sindarov in this
Yeah,
position.
he fought himself up having a pawn up.
It
For a
was
long time
very
it was pretty
interesting game.
balanced.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
It reminded me of this open Spanish structure. That the knight versus the bishop and this isolated d pawn. Computer says it's zeros, but practically it's never so easy. Also controls the clock. And what a big move and clever move by Levon going into the finals, because in this case he can't face Magnus and Hikaru anymore. Right? He already knocked them out. And he's fighting for 200,000 or 140,000. Yeah, basically he's already guaranteed 140,000.
That is quite nice.
Those players who do not qualify to the finals, yeah, they are fighting for 160,000, and already with the mix of Magnus and Hikaru and all the other guys. So you have to run forward. Yeah, there is no way back, no way looking back.
Wow, this is something Magnus will convert.
For sure, because also it's lovely that the A2 pawn is beautifully
Yeah.
protected, no weakness on the
And
queen
that
side.
it's there, that they have an extra pawn.
Yes.
Actually, what is it without the pawns? Then also it's very difficult.
Yeah, I think with this fixed structure
With
it
the-
should
yeah.
be winning. Yeah.
Yep. Should be very easy. Rook c2.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook c2 looks powerful. Black cannot stop the rook from entering to c6, and then the king can join. White has a lot of activity.
Maybe he can try rook a5.
Or bishop d4 also, I was wondering, trying to kick away the knight from e5.
Bishop d4, maybe I can go to the rook ending. Rook c6, rook c7.
If you can already go to a rook in game, it's really bad news for black.
You could take king f8, but yeah, king f5.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically rook c2 just wins, yeah, on the spot or not?
Rook c2, rook a5.
Rook a5.
If you play king f5, at least I can take the pawn.
Yes.
And Sinarov looks like he's thinking about where it all went wrong, because he had an absolutely decent position.
Well, I would argue that this ED4 structure was slightly dubious, despite computer said it's all fine, but humanly speaking, it's tricky.
Playing against Magnus
Yes.
or Karpov, old
Yeah, yeah.
Karpov.
So rook c2, rook a5. Now what?
I on one side envy always the young
Rook
generation
c6,
that
rook c6 and rook b6.
Oh, rook b6, nice. Yeah.
Oh, that is
yes,
nice.
That is.
That is nice.
Yeah, that the young generation, they have access to all the computers and everything, but on the other hand, they are also getting fooled by the computer's evaluation. You don't learn that ED4 structure is bad because computer says that it's okay.
Ooh,
It's a
Magnus
very
missed
tricky-
it.
Rook
He went to
He
put the
didn't
rook
do
to
it.
d2.
Strange move. Maybe he was worried about bishop d4, but not.
And he just goes back knight, so he wants to play the systematic approach, knight h4, and slowly get to that G7 pawn. Show some nervousness in any case.
Rook A5 makes sense, tying the white rook down to the A pawn.
Knight H4.
And what is next?
Well, black has to move first.
Yes, David.
Yeah, that is already a problem. It's such a hopeless position.
Is it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bishop C5.
This construction
Bishop
is
C5, rook
just
E2, rook
winning.
E5. Yeah, there's just no... Okay, but...
Yeah, Magnus, happy to squeeze, to
Yes,
torture,
of
go
course.
here, go there.
It's a dream come true.
These are the positions. It's so awful to play with black. You know what's the end of the story.
Yeah, bishop C1, yes.
Yeah, you had to put this bishop as far
Somewhere.
as possible, but
Somewhere. And now rook C2?
Rook E2, rook C2.
Uh-huh.
Have fun here.
Okay, I guess then rook A6.
Then we can jump in, knight F5.
I see. Yeah, cannot defend everything.
Yeah, and let's
I
not
guess.
forget, it looks like it's 1 minute only for Magnus, but it's with 30 seconds increment.
Yeah, he can make some quick
Yeah,
moves.
so
Get plenty of time.
this is not scary at all.
Yeah, you can tell how calm he is also. Rook E2.
Yeah.
Forcing the king to decide, but okay, you don't want to allow the knight coming to F5, so king F6. And then rook C2 most likely.
And then maybe bishop C5.
Bishop C5.
I have one little trick, knight F5, G6. To get into a different losing ending.
What is black thinking of?
King F6,
King
rook
F6,
C2.
Rook C2, finally.
Yeah, the point is white is in no rush whatsoever. Yeah, it just it's such a completely winning position that you are not even getting nervous. Knight F5
Wow,
is
he allowed knight
possible.
F5 with tempo.
He goes knight F3 and D5 back.
No.
Oh, maybe he didn't realize knight F5 could be played.
But okay, he wants to put the bishop on the diagonal, yeah? Bishop A1. Yeah, knight F5 played. And
Bishop
bishop
A1,
A1, rook C7.
Rook C7, yeah. He has to
Yes.
go bishop C5. Which, okay, I'm not...
Which is...
Is he going to go A4?
It feels like it took so
I
long.
would- yeah.
If the bishop gets F...
Yeah,
no, but
bishop
this-
A1, now rook C7.
Yeah, but this is done, yeah, rook C7.
Magnus can hardly hold himself back. Wait a second, now finishing it on the spot. Rook C7, game over.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's much easier for Sindarov to lose it fast.
Yeah,
Yes, yes.
yeah, but the problem is there is no next game for him. Yeah,
I
It's-
understand, but to
it's the
sit
end
here
of the
for another
tournament.
30 moves and you know exactly that there is no 1% chance.
I would give him a 1%
Well, if you go in
chance.
bishop C5, you can stick the bishop on F8 and
Yes,
enjoy
exactly.
life.
Exactly. He could have played bishop C5. He would have held on for much longer, for sure. If he could save it, of course, another big question. But like this, that was too easy for Magnus. Make the man work, at least, right? Yeah, if rook takes F5, rook C6 just wins to rook, and you cannot defend the pawn on G7. And if that one drops, then all of your pawns drop. So he resigns.
Here it is, yes. And he complains about something, yeah, he missed something there. It was probably a one-move blunder, yeah, because otherwise he would have not complained like this.
I didn't see any. E7.
Yeah, there was something. Yeah. They're speaking about a critical moment where I think he played Queen E8, and it was equal at that point.
We can go to that moment. It
Well.
was very interesting.
Yes, it was very sharp. So
Yeah, because
I will pull
Magnus
it up.
played a fantastic E6 move. It is move 38. Basically, on move 37, things are out of control.
Well, we've seen an interesting game, very fun semifinals. We have a finalist already with Levon Arjun. Tough game it was, and we will have 2 playoffs, but of course one will be more stressful because it's going to be played between the 2 US players, between Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana. Thank you very much for being here, Sam. It was a great pleasure to analyze with you and have your thoughts.
It was very fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
And now we will move on and be observing just a little few minutes recap, because the players are going to have just in a few minutes the playoff of those 2 players. Nicholas, can we see the summary? Maybe we bring up the bracket first.
Sorry, we didn't have to.
And this is what we see, what happened in the matches. Caruana Niemann 1-1, right? And then Levon Arjun and Arjun, it was 2-0, so Arjun still has almost a 4 decisive score in the tournament, only 1 draw. He's unstoppable, so let's see who is going to be his rival. And in the final, Hikaru Fabiano or Hans Niemann in the final. And this is the lower bracket. We've seen just finished the last game between Magnus Carlsen and Sindarov. Sindarov, it was a sad afternoon for him because it didn't turn out the way after he had a fantastic position in game 1. And then Abdusaturov's Wesley, we're going to see their playoff, so they are prepared also. And maybe we have just a small recap what we've seen. What were the critical moments in the game of Arjun?
Of Arjun or of Magnus? Because Magnus played this fantastic move. Let's show it to the public, I think.
Okay. Nicholas, I give you the word.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Judith. Yes, well, there were several very interesting moves how Magnus complicated matters, or it was just very sharp. So he went for e6, trying to open up the position. And actually, Sindarov could have taken this pawn when apparently, yes, White gets access to the g6 square, but apparently it is not more than a draw. And I think Magnus was talking about that. So queen e8 was maybe a step in the wrong direction. Then after knight f4, it's quite tricky. So you were referring to this move, maybe, Peter, knight f4.
Yeah, this combination of e6
move,
and knight f4, everything
because
together.
now if black takes this knight g6, and you might think, well, I'm safe here, but now there's a long move into the corner, and black is getting checkmated on h8. A construction definitely to remember. So here, being down on time, just 1 minute on the clock, Sindarov did not find the best move, queen c4, which admittedly is quite difficult because you're allowing this discover check, but played king g8, and then Magnus was able to win a pawn and win the endgame ultimately. Sindarov could have put in some more resistance, but Magnus, of course, being the endgame magician he is, he converted.
Yes, actually, yes, indeed. It was some nice move over there. What you highlighted, this,
this e6 knight f4.
Yes,
yeah.
it was a Magnus magic, just a small one in the right moment, right time. We still have a few minutes until we have the draw for the playoffs, so we can go back. You can choose which one you want to show us, Nicholas.
Then let's show Prague's brilliance with Rook d1, because it was fantastic in an endgame finding that tactical spot. it hurts me to see it. Yeah, I know that basically ended the road for Vincent, but it's fantastic move and an incredible performance by Prague. Yeah, after playing these 10 hours of yesterday's playoff and then losing in a heartbreaking fashion, after that playing such a game, big respect.
Yes, we have it here on my board. We got into endgame. I would say that maybe earlier this decision after in the opening. No, actually, this is how it went. Yeah, I thought. Okay, so here.
Yeah, Vincent overruled Fabi. He should have followed Fabi with
Vincent
C5.
should have followed Fabi going c5, then take with the queen, because as it happened here now. After c5, Vincent was not able to take with the queen. And this is a pawn structure. It can be all right for black, but you always have these two weaknesses, especially the pawn on c5. So this is definitely a bit better for white. And if we continue forward to a critical moment was about here, white is in an endgame, but because the black pawn structure is weakened, white is better here. Black should maybe trade on f5, go rook e7. Either way, it will definitely be difficult, but after rook c6, Pragnananda found this really stunning idea, rook d1, and Peter found it live on air, which is not an easy shot, but the point is that if the e takes f5, white goes knight takes c5, the knight cannot be taken with the knight because of the checkmate, but after rook takes c5, white goes for the knight on b7, and once again the knight cannot move because of checkmate, so you just lose the knight. And then white has this potential of having two connected passed pawns on the queen side and the left side of the board, and white should, or has probably great winning chance. Maybe Vincent should have tried this, but either way,
humanly it looks so bad. Yeah,
it looks very bad indeed. And after king f8, it was probably even worse, and Vincent was not able to save this one. Knight d6 was still correct, but here he needs to do something else, g5 apparently, but this is also very hard for me to understand why this move rather than the move that he played, which was g6. Maybe you just need to create some quick counterplay on the other side of the board, but very difficult, and Pragnananda goes through to the next stage, Jude.
Well, Pragnananda is a fantastic player, and just yesterday he almost he qualified, but Fabiano, the experience was somehow, the luck also went to Fabiano, but of course he deservingly playing already today these matches, and of course in the playoff we'll see how it works out for him. He's a big expert in playoffs, Peter. What do you think about Fabiano? How does he feel himself playing against Hans Niemann, his countryman? He knows that Hans can be very dangerous. He knows exactly that rook g4, this idea was kind of dubious, but still he couldn't react the way to punish Hans on this.
Yes, on the other hand, he has a good score, but clearly the faster time control, the more chances Niemann will get. Well, basically, probably if you ask Hans before the match, he thinks that he has enough chances, but I think we kind of feel that, yeah, with the clocks ticking down, Hans is more and more confident. Well, Fabi did survive this yesterday's marathon, but the big question is how much did it take from him? Yes, you can't really rely on this that, yesterday I won the playoff, I'm an expert in playoff, because every playoffs are different. And besides, he spent 10 hours, basically 10 hours. And not just the hours, but all these bouncing backs, yeah, that he bounced back, then Prague, yeah, it was a crazy mess. So how much reserves he has, mental reserves, that's also very important. I think physically he is super fit, but the mental stress level is of course tremendous in these matches. Nicholas, Judith, what are your thoughts? Is it 50-50 or anyone is a favorite?
I don't know how much experience matters in this case. I think it matters because somehow Fabi has an incredible nerve system. And he's there. He's losing fine. He's bouncing back again and again and again. And Hans Niemann, of course, he has such an opportunity here, and he's grabbing this opportunity. He's very happy. We can see on his play that he's absolutely taking chances in his element, and he's absolutely making risky moves, but with full confidence. And then he's changing his mind, and then he's castling and making all these incredible moves. So I would still bet on Fabiano a little bit more than Hans. If he can calm himself, it can be controlled, then it can be, I think he can be the victor. But we are just about to see the draw of the next challenge for them.
Go into the two-game rapid playoff. One finalist is known already, that is Levon Aronian, and the second finalist will be found on this board in the match between Hans Niemann and Fabiano Caruana. That means we will get an all-American final no matter what. And then there is one more match that continues, that is Wesley So against Nordjebek Abdusattorov. We're ready now to draw the next position, and I would like to welcome to the stage Women International Master Carolina Blanco. Give her a round of applause.
Position 583.
Position 583, thank you so much. The players will get 10 minutes to prepare. So to the players, good luck, and to our audience, have fun.
The knight is coming.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
There's a knight coming.
Yeah, because otherwise it go here, yeah. B4 F. And you want knight F6. So knight F6, knight F6. First go here, knight F6. That wins. Well, what if it goes here? Ah, take. Ah, you take. Take G3.
The development is... You can even castle here.
Yeah. But what about this one? You like B4 or B3?
No, it's fair. Because does it really matter, this C4 square? It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna play F4.
It's better not to have this wall there if we have it. Did you have this?
And then 5 9.
I think we should be faster. We should be faster.
B4. What? Go here.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, he takes it. Yeah, then we can just play knight.
Always when the queen's on the corner. What is
B4, yeah? Yeah, B4.
But the can't be my G3.
Oh, the G3 is possible too.
And then we just play against the queen like what about C3? don't know. I think you have to try to get the queen.
But you can play e4,
For
d4.
example, c5 before.
c5 before.
a5 is good enough. Now we take space.
Yeah, I like this. Yeah. d4, e4.
That's the bishop. This b4 is script, I think.
Yeah.
Again, this queen is the issue. We need to, I think.
So g3.
Okay, let's see c7. Now we play b4. And then we gain the tempo.
Yeah.
And see if b4, b4.
So you play c6. And then you take c6.
C4. And just take space like this. It's queen, so how do you...
I mean, here you can even go in.
Yeah, but we're not a4 we're not worried about.
Yeah.
Just also, not bishop h6, so how do you develop? One extra time. You castle immediately.
Yeah, I like this.
But the thing is, like, once we take, if they give,
a5, d4.
no, they can't give us much space.
You're not worried about this. Yeah.
The queen. No, I'm not even just playing.
Well, I guess you
Even
can. Yeah,
before-
b4. Yeah. You're not risking it at all. Okay, g3, g6, a3. So p5, maybe they'll play b4. No, yeah.
No, it's even this, but
With b5.
even before. Yeah, it's all against them. It's the bishop.
So this is good for white. Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, rook b1.
b6.
Yeah, and then
No, bishop comes to a3, knight e3.
yeah, knight f3.
d4. D4 doesn't take it against this bishop.
Yeah.
We're playing once we get the structure, the bishop's very bad.
Then he has to waste time. Yeah. Bishop
exactly,
g7.
Exactly.
Knight e3.
Even d4.
Yeah.
Do we move our knight? How do we move our knight into Okay, maybe castle c5.
b5.
Now b6. Now c7. Castle. Okay, take knight f2, knight c6. Okay. Bishop g7, we at least don't lose this. Or, yeah, deep, no, never deep. Maybe a6.
d6.
Yeah. Now knight e6. Or just trade queens with a. Trade everything with a.
Yeah, shouldn't be fine.
This is fine. F4 we just copy it. There's no rule. Knight f2, bishop e7.
Yeah. Okay, I mean, it's b3 then?
Okay, e6.
b6, bishop b2.
Although now maybe f4 is not bad enough. Though a5 really. Bit risky. Also, knight f3 and for b6.
Yeah.
For b5.
Knight f2, so...
e4 has always dangerous. Yeah, this is dangerous.
e4?
No, we should probably get our queen immediately.
Bishop e2?
Knight f6. Right, how do you respond to this? There's a piece. There's a piece. Okay.
2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes.
Before also 5? Otherwise I lose a piece. I'll print it. Or G6. G6. Now we can still trade at least. And then say 5 people pay for 6 or just knight f6, knight f7. My position is staying. Yeah. But I think we should trade that. We should play this. Knight f7, knight f2, castle. It's not so bad. Knight f3, we can put this.
And then d6.
It's not so bad, but we have to play.
So, kindly welcome here to this first game of this tiebreak. I kindly ask to the audience to take silence, to switch off the mobile phone or at least in silent mode. Thank you. We can start.
The tiebreak starts now between Neiman and Fabiano. This will be the question. Who is going to be the finalist? But this is only game one. The time control changes now. 5 minutes and 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Portion, they are playing 2 games. And if it's 1-1, then we are going to see a tiebreak. Again, an Armageddon. Or we go on for the Blitz game first.
Yeah, first to the Blitz game, 5
and
plus 2.
only after that we go to the Armageddon. And we see the lower bracket. Vasily Slow and Abste Saturov is also playing a playoff.
And look at this. Vasily got up just to check out the other board. What happened? Is this teamwork? And it is still teamwork.
They are
and
behind.
Fabiano is the one who goes for f5, and the move b4 is played regardless. So this was some kind of a cheapo preparation. b4 is like the key move of Team Hans and Vasily's.
It's interesting that Hans was working together with Vasily.
I don't think he was, or was he? Did you see them?
I think
working
so.
together?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were working together, and Hans changed his strategy, at least for game one playoff.
Wow, but he's going for this b4, a4, and the whole idea is to box this queen in on a8. Very interesting, because it seems like everything else is going on the right direction for black. Yeah, he's improving the piece, he's opening the center and everything, but Hans wants to kind of prove that everything is fine, but without the queen you cannot play the game, and I'm going to box it in with a5.
And Fabi looks like he doesn't care. He is just continuing his development.
Or pretending not to care. Deep inside him, he is worried.
He's scared.
Yes. And look at this also. Vasily going a4, of course, in that structure, this is now, he already has the open, semi-open b file, a4, a5 is a very thematic idea. Also opening up the way for the bishop to a3.
But I think, yeah, I just wanted to say that we are going to see shortly castle.
Exactly. Nodiabek evacuates, and if he gets time to play knight c6, b6, bishop b7, then the queen on a8 will be excellent. So I'm expecting white to continue his journey with a5 probably, because you can't allow knight c6, b6.
Well, probably black will anyway play knight c6, though there's another idea maybe to play d6, bishop d7, bishop
Yes.
c6. It seems a little slow, though. Or to play d5 and block the h1 bishop, after all.
Yes. Well, but it's a tough call. Once again, yeah, after the 30-minute segment with 30 seconds increment, what a challenge on the players, yeah, to adjust to the new time control which they experienced during the group stages. So they have experience, but believe me, all this jumping back and forth with the time is very challenging.
Hans is very much in the zone, focusing.
Yeah, and Wesley pushed the pawn
Queen
to a5.
a2.
Queen a2, what a finesse. What is this? What is this finesse? Normally,
What
as
is the
they
idea?
say, it's too deep to be true, but when you see the Evel bar saying that it's kind of fine, I'm in complete dark.
Maybe you want to stop d5? I mean, I don't see another explanation.
Wow. By the way, talking about d5, Nodiabek has just played this knight c6 d5 idea. He's basically trying to create dynamic possibilities against White's play, because White's play is very positional. Yes, strategically you achieve something, but Black has already castled. White's king is still in the center. The knight from g1 will have to jump out to f3. Fabi goes e5, occupying the center. It will also give him the chance of, all right, I couldn't go d5, but I still have this e5, e4 move, shutting down the light squared bishop from h1. And now it's the key moment, because White has to come up with some incredible moves in order to justify what he's doing.
Or does he?
Yeah, exactly.
He just goes b5.
He just goes b5.
I like b5.
But do you like everything else that happened?
White has developed a single piece, really. I mean, just move the queen up one square.
What happened? What happened? Something happened.
Okay. Something
Hans
happened.
waving.
Yes. Please stop
Let's
the clock.
listen
Something happened with the clock, maybe.
Are the lights, or they are showing something up? The lights are gone, or what?
No, the light is too bright, I think they said. Oh, look at
yes,
that.
look at
Oh,
this.
my goodness.
Impossible to...
That is a
The
lot.
board is shining.
Yes. Somehow light turned on, and it's way too bright now on the board. This is not...
Yeah, it's impossible to play like this. Oh. Very friendly discussion, no? This is a little bit, maybe I'm even surprised, no? That not the arbiter is the one who says, now you can continue something, no?
The arbiter left to
fix the lights.
Fix the problem.
But still, I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised. In such a high tense situation, yeah, that you are talking with, should I push the clock? Should we continue?
Oh, and an exchange sacrifice by Wesley. You're going to like this one, Peter.
Of course. Of course. Look, d5 and b6 square.
I like it too.
Wow. Okay.
But still, the computer doesn't.
Okay, forget about computer. Knight b4. Wow. What is it?
That is a crazy reply.
Well, it shows that Nodiabek has high class.
Well,
he doesn't want to take the exchange.
Yeah, but it's a mistake.
Or he's just extremely unhappy with rook d5, and he said,
Because
no,
rook
I'm not
d4?
taking.
Am I blundering some fork? What happens after rook d4? Knight
Yeah, rook
fd5?
goes away, right?
Knight fd5? No, it's already too much.
Maybe knight g4 he wants after rook move.
No, but I'm playing rook d4 to attack this knight on b4.
Well, you have to go back to c6, basically, no?
Yeah, but then, okay, I just won a pawn.
Yes, you did.
Okay,
You did, yes.
Yeah, Hans is still.
I think.
Yeah, of course.
What is happening?
No,
They're not fixing the light apparently.
Guys,
Hans
get
is
up
trying.
from the board and wait.
Oh,
till the
this is a
situation
replay.
That's a replay.
apparently.
That's
oh,
a
it's a
replay.
replay.
Ah, it's a
Okay,
replay,
okay.
okay.
So it is fixed. Yeah.
There is a replay here.
There was a replay. Okay, let's.
They got
Okay, good.
fooled, yeah,
good.
because-
Yes, they fooled
First
us.
of all, I know that the arbiter is amazing. He's very, very good. He knows everything. And I think for chess players, it's always very important that you know that you have an arbiter who understands the players. At the same time, he makes sure that everything is under control. Then players are always very happy.
And is
Knight H3,
Hans
what is
happy?
this?
Is Hans happy right now? Is the question.
Well, he's basically anticipating that, you have to play e4, and Fabi sacrifices the pawn, yes
Yes,
because
that
the
feels
light square
right.
bishop is the soul of the position. Oh, this is Hans, we regret all of his decisions.
I think a lot what he was doing was fine, but he shouldn't have allowed d5. He should have played a knight to e3
First,
at some point, and also bishop a3 was maybe not helpful.
Wow, but sensational stuff by Fabiano once again. Somehow that Hans goes f4. He's using now the poker face. He knows that he made a horrible mistake.
And e4, I mean, this is looking great
Yeah.
for Fabiano. The only problem he still has with the queen, but now that the bishop is completely locked out as well after e4, the bishop on h1, you will be able to get that queen into the game sooner or later. You have a lasting space advantage. This is looking good for Caruana.
Yeah,
Should it-
looking
Should
fantastic.
we be focusing on that game?
Yeah, we should. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
let's
think
zoom
let's
in.
go for
as-
the Niemann Caruana.
It is the more relevant game, as the other game is for the lower bracket. Of course, it's also important these players, they're fighting for survival. Who loses there is out. But here we're talking about the fight for the final. Niemann against Caruana. e4 just played. And
Well, that h1 bishop does not look too good. What about the h3 knight? That's also not something that White is so happy. And the d1 knight. Black is getting more stabilized, developed. Basically, Black has the queen and the b8 rook, which has to be
Well,
taken
if
care
they
of.
would be in the game, White would just resign.
But Black can play b6 and c5 in two
Yeah,
moves.
Black will have now no trouble now that the bishop is shut.
Or bishop e6, rook d8, queen
Yes.
c8. I mean,
No, it's just a winning position. With the bishop on h1. No,
well, White needs to do something
yeah, knight
probably.
g5. Yeah, he has to try this because the d5 pawn is still vulnerable. So,
But takes a knight g4, attacking on h2 and then centralizing it to e5.
and you don't care about the d5 pawn, yeah, because you have bishop e6.
No, I don't want to give up this d5 pawn.
No?
No.
Well, you don't need to. You can just enjoy the position.
Yes, I would prefer
So do
that.
you want to go give up the bishop with bishop e6? Or just
Do I need
No,
to do
probably
something? b6?
or just continue
b6,
with
your
b6?
move, Judith. Yeah, you suggested b6. What's wrong with your suggestion?
But maybe it's also possible to play the knight doesn't want to move away and h6 after that. Even that can be an
Yeah, but
idea.
where do you go then?
Yeah, do you want to go back to d8? That looks...
And knight e3 is coming, yeah? Because knight
No,
e3.
that's not what I want to play.
Yeah, even if you play b6, I'm going to hunt you. I will try to harass you with knight e3.
But still, I'm not sure I want b6 because after b6, knight e3.
Yes.
And
That's the idea.
if I can put so much pressure, maybe I will be able to play d4 with my bishop on h1, so en passant will not work.
Wow.
Maybe.
What? Because, okay, this d4 business is also lining up against the king. Well, very scary, but clearly knight g5 was a very well-timed move. If not knight g5, one more move, bishop e6, and it's game over automatically. So this was a key move from White's perspective.
I'm pretty
Hindering the-
sure that Fabi is thinking about taking on g5 and knight g4.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's a dynamic player. It's possible.
definitely.
It is possible.
Though it can be also tricky, maybe.
Yeah,
So
because,
you want to take knight g4. Because queen takes d5, bishop e6 hurts. This I don't like for White. I don't like anyway the position, but this one.
Well, maybe it's not bad at all. Queen c5 and then knight e3 comes. But
H6.
H6 was played.
H6 was played. All right, nice little move. Not very ambitious, but at least it clarifies the situation. Yeah, knight e3.
Bishop e6.
Bishop
What
e6,
else?
Queen b2.
Okay.
To b2.
Well, it's very understandable, yeah, that Fabi finally got irritated by this knight on g5, h6. Maybe this is not a very big advantage, but a very comfortable one.
So is it b6, c5 the plan, or c6, or?
But now I'm afraid to play this b6, c5, because then after bc we
The
again
d4
get this.
square?
Yeah, the d4 square.
But okay, the h8 bishop covers that square.
Yeah, but still, I don't want to give you anything. This rook bd8, queen c8, queen d7, just slowly, step by
But
step.
then maybe white going to play bishop c5, d4.
Yes. Yeah, bishop c5, d4. Let's highlight this as a clever idea.
So maybe b6 is actually not primarily necessarily to c5, but to stop bishop
this.
c5.
Yeah, that makes sense. Very tricky. Yeah, freestyle is always freestyle. Something is always different.
And actually, if once white would be able to play bishop c5, bishop d4, then already the b2 queen is standing excellent there.
Yes, that's what he lined up for. And he's
Yeah, that
way
makes
up on
sense.
the clock. The game is just beginning.
Yeah. Fabi is behind almost, well, more than 2.5 minutes.
Knight d7.
Good move.
Good move,
Yeah,
yeah.
no surprise that he couldn't resist opening up the diagonal of the bishop.
Of course, yeah.
Also, he's preparing for
C5.
c5.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What about playing a6 at some point and queen a7?
Yeah, but if you have this possibility to go c5, then already b6 is a winning threat. And if bc, we are also very happy. No, knight d7 is the move that
Yeah.
had to be played, yeah.
Great move.
Very good move.
Because you can't really stop c5, I think. It's coming.
It's coming.
Unless you play d4 now.
Judith's move.
Judith's move. Maybe
But
the
you know
best
what
move.
you get. You know what you get on d4. E takes d4, and if e takes d3, I don't know if that was your plan. D4, cd c5.
Yeah, but the queen on a8 is no problem, yeah?
I don't know. On the e file there are.
But it's
some.
beautiful.
That's a beautiful idea.
I have to put it on the sorry. I mean, we are talking about d4, ed, d4.
And how quickly Judith
CD, c5.
said that.
Yeah, it's a wonderful idea. I don't know if it works or not, but it's we appreciate
It's
it
definitely interesting.
very much. White can castle in both directions still. Yeah?
Well, there is no happiness in that, I believe.
Okay, but
Well, going short, you
I'm already
have
thinking
iron
about,
nerves.
you
I
know,
think.
I'm already thinking about queen sacrifice, castle, queen d, but I cannot get knight c4, knight d6 because okay, the queen is boxed in, but okay, we have to focus on live action. Yeah, knight d7, g4. On
I was
the board.
expecting this from Hans,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Clearly.
The only question was when.
And
I
how
don't know
much
why
does
is
it
it good.
achieve? Yes.
Yeah, now the king is already well placed on f7.
Yeah,
What about
c5.
after c5? What is
C5?
going
Yes.
to happen to Hans?
Let's continue the plan.
I mean, if
there
somebody is
some-
a fan of g4, it's me. But I just don't see c5. What happens on c5?
on the board?
Could it be that Hans blundered? No.
No.
No, but he
saw
couldn't stop
c5
it.
coming.
He couldn't stop it. Yeah.
Well, except for d4. And
Yeah, but d4 is.
Well, then you
I
also have
understand.
to.
You have
to
a
think
special
lot.
taste.
But already you are in a spot where it's not like
Yeah.
you can choose. And g4 just didn't create any threat. So, of course, Fabiano goes c5. And now, what do? You don't want to take en passant, open a b file. But you also don't want to allow this pawn on c5 when black just has a beautiful structure
No,
now.
you want
and
to
d4
say
hanging
new
here.
shuffle, please.
Yeah, you want to take back your last move and play d4 instead, maybe. Or take back some other moves, but this is not allowed, obviously. So now you have to. Well, what do you
What
even do
can
now?
he do? I'm just shocked on the bar what it says. Like it's only a little bit, very little bit.
No, I think it's
worse,
not
but it
accurate.
looks
I think
like-
it's worse than that. My bar is showing more.
I mean, it seems like there is I don't know what
It's a minus plus. At least it's minus 0.1.
When you say minus plus, people don't understand. Our
Yeah.
young viewers
And
doesn't
more,
understand.
yeah.
What is this secret language, you know?
Yeah.
There's
I
zero
don't even know
plus.
what it means because there's minus plus like above each other and then next to each other.
It's a winning minus plus. Yeah, it's a clear.
But this tells you
simple
though what's
minus
our
plus.
age.
Yes.
I remember the first time when Rajabov in Vaikanze was telling me, yeah, it is something plus 2, 1.5. And I was like,
What is it?
new currency. Yes. G takes F, G takes
Bishop
F.
G2. Bishop H3 is the idea.
But you have
but it
no
comes
time.
too late.
D4.
D4.
Yeah,
Let's
D4.
go.
Let's
now,
go.
D4 is by far the best move now, and also, honestly, the most obvious one.
But it's crazy, yeah, that the black queen is still completely out of the game, and you can expand like this because you are controlling the c4 square with this bishop on e6. This is the soul of the game.
But on D4,
We will
What
have
is he
to
gonna
sacrifice
do?
something.
You're right, Peter. Probably you do. Peter is really in a mood today, always sacrificing. But no, knight c2
D4.
back. Oh man, that's a sad move. That is a sad move to be played.
but the only thing really the black position has is the queen on A8. So the question is whether without the queen can you win?
Yes. And also, not that you overexpand suddenly and then the queen
At the
will be
same
missing.
time, black can get overwhelmed and over optimistic.
Yes.
DC, then he comes back knight E3 and he's alive.
Yeah, but into that DC now, he wants then knight b6. It's a very direct, concrete idea because otherwise, I don't think that he wanted to take DC. I think it's connected with DC, knight b6. Very concrete approach.
Interesting that
Because otherwise,
Hans
I
is
don't like
thinking.
it.
Yeah, he shouldn't be thinking here.
It's a very sad moment when you think about it, whether to capture it back or no.
Or to play queen c1.
Yeah.
He does play
Yeah, he
queen
plays
c1.
queen c1. Yeah, he did not like knight b6.
He wanted to shock.
Well, this is a very pleasant shock. I mean, this cannot be queen c1. Yeah, knight b6, knight e3 here to do, I guess. But I understand, also look bad.
Well, he will have a few pawns down, but he will have a good night. I don't know if after the game a good night, but...
And castles. That was the
escape route.
Yeah, but this
Yes,
is also not a
emergency.
castle that is going to shock Fabi.
Yeah, it does that with the bishop on g2 buried.
But actually, from practical purposes, queen c1 castle was excellent.
But now so slowly black queen is coming
Okay,
back
but
to the game.
he had a very bad position
Yeah,
already.
of course.
And now castle, surprise. Fabi was spending, what, half a minute at least in the last move on rook d8, I think, or by now.
But he still has 2
Queen
minutes
e1,
50.
queen h4, knight e3.
Plus 10 seconds increment, it should be enough. But okay, Hans will try to create something.
I would just take probably on d2 and knight e5.
Take a knight e5, yeah?
Well, probably knight b6 is the same. I don't know.
Because knight e5, queen e1, where is that knight going? Because
I
c5
wanted to
pawn is
c4,
hanging.
but then
I
you
take-
show up on h4.
Yeah, maybe I will show up some moment. Yeah, he
does take.
takes. And b6, Cementovic, okay. Takes b6.
Okay, so white is going knight e3, bishop b2, queen e3, queen h3
queen
first.
h3, yeah. He's immediately looking for some counterplay, but
Okay, so rook g8.
looks horrible. I don't buy this. Normally I'm always worried of something, but here I don't worry at all.
Yeah, I mean, what can happen to black,
Yeah,
basically?
nothing. Well,
The
queen
g5
h3,
is
knight
open.
e3, and try to target the f5 pawn, basically.
Something like this, yeah, but
Also,
it feels
bishop
like
b2 trying to trade the dark square bishops. I mean, there are some ideas, just they don't work. They should
Probably
not
he
work.
wants to queen h3.
queen h3, knight g4, maybe.
I thought, but queen h5 check.
Yeah, it's a bit annoying, I agree. It's a bit
There's
annoying.
such a good square for the king. You can go to e7.
Okay, rook g8.
but
We go rook g8, of course. Close
Knight
the
f3,
eyes and
knight
rook
e3.
g8. Knight e3 and
I don't like knight e3 to allow that.
you don't want, yeah?
Rook
He goes
D2.
rook d2, but knight can anyway come to e3.
He just wants to take. And then rook e3.
And rook is, yeah, that
At
would
some
be,
point.
That would be a technical decision, yeah, rook e2 and then followed by rook takes e3. But also, what is white doing?
Well,
Rook b2. I thought like rook b2 and then, no, he goes rook e1. Very similar. Now I want to see, will Fabi, or maybe he just trades and queen c8 protects.
Rook
the-
E3 is
why
the
not
best move.
take and
Yeah, rook
knight
is-
g4.
Yep, that is the strongest here.
Rook e3 seems
Take
to
on
be
E3,
winning, yeah.
play knight G4, and enjoy.
And show up on d4 with the bishop.
No, but he took on e1.
And collect the compliments.
Yeah,
No, he took on e1.
He took, yes.
I mean, white is 2 pawns down, but he has a little bit
He
of hope
has.
left, I guess.
Yeah.
Exactly. Bishop b2, bishop f1, bishop e2, king h1, king f2. I don't know. It's there is some stability that black will not be able to immediately do something, and then you can try
Bishop f1.
to hope to do something in time trouble. At least that's the idea.
Maybe the best to play rook g8, queen f8, queen g7.
That's lovely. I'm loving it. Rook g8, queen f8, queen g7. Okay, there is no penetration square on the g5, but it feels very
Also,
secure.
queen
yeah?
d7, queen d2 is not a bad plan.
But okay, then always look d1. White has some stability, but yeah, of course, black is up 2 pawns and have everything under control.
Queen c7.
Queen c7, touching on f4. How does white protect this pawn?
He can actually
Take on
take on
f5?
h6 here.
On h6.
Wow, take on h6? And bishop g7, queen g5?
But I thought rook g8 you go.
Rook g8 then.
Well,
okay, maybe he takes because he has nothing else to do, but not because he's happy.
yeah, I mean, he should take that pawn.
He will. By elimination.
And he takes. He takes.
What else?
Yeah. If it's already losing, it's losing.
But it's not losing that much as he was losing.
Yeah, somehow this rook takes e3, yeah, eliminating that knight, because this knight gives the stability for white. Yeah, without this knight, and the rooks have no entry squares, no open files.
But Fabi down to 1 minute 10 seconds, and just a 10-second increment.
Yeah, this is what Hans is relying on.
Bishop g7, queen g5.
Bishop g7 he goes.
Probably rook h8.
Knight f5. Knight f5 takes rook h5. No.
Yeah, rook g8, king h1.
No, this was working, what you said, no? Or was the
Yes,
bishop
so
c4?
far-
Ah.
Yeah, that's
So far, so good. It was
bishop
logical.
f8.
But the black advantage is considerably lower at this
Yes.
point, actually.
And at some point bishop c4 can show up.
I can
or
see
knight
Hans
c4.
even winning this. And in time trouble, he's 3 minutes up almost. Just
Fabi
50
under a
seconds for
minute.
Fabi. This is a bit nervy. Queen h4.
Is he go?
Yeah, Fabi needs
mean-
a very professional move.
Black is losing his coordination, it feels like.
Rook g6.
g6.
He wants rook
Bishop
h6.
b2.
Rook h6.
Then rook
bishop
h6 and knight
h6.
h5 and grabbing the f4, I think.
But I can go to
Ah,
g5
to f2.
also.
Yeah, bishop b2 played.
Bishop b2. Rook h6, queen g5. This queen, you're not getting it kicked out somehow.
Well, you
Yeah,
have
that's
knight,
why this
knight
h6 pawn was-
h7, queen g3, but it's not so much fun anymore.
No, no. Fabi, yeah, rook takes e3 would have been very clean. And then queen c7 was a bit inaccurate.
Will he even consider repeating? Yeah, he repeats twice to collect
Just to collect that 20 extra seconds.
Yes.
I think psychologically to make a draw here after this like completely, oh, pretty much completely winning position is difficult.
He goes rook h6.
We might see it though. Would be a practical decision. Yes, there we go.
You're joking.
Yeah, but Fabi felt like things are getting out of control and he only has 30 seconds left or 40.
Well, that's a
You're
practical
joking.
decision. But big disappointment for Fabi, who had all the chance in this game very early on.
But it also shows that Fabi knows what to do in the next game. Pay attention to the clock. Because if in such position he is not willing to continue with 40 seconds, then...
On the other game, Vasily won against Abdusattorov. Wow. What an opportunity was missed by Fabiano.
Incredible.
Absolutely.
Incredible game, my God.
Yeah. Just take this knight on e3, sacrifice that exchange.
Basically, he had 2 pawns
It's not even a
up.
sacrifice, really, because after knight g4, you're just going to get it back right away, right?
Yeah, well, I don't
Basically.
even want to get it back, but basically just to eliminate the soul of White's construction. Yeah, this knight on e3 gave him these chances for everything.
Now I'm thinking, like, really, what is the magic? What is the point in Hans' game that what you have to be careful? Like, he was dead lost almost.
Yes, he played a horrible game.
Without exaggerating,
Yes.
right? I mean, after black played c5, d4, I mean, that is really, you say that, no way I can ruin this.
Yes, no, basically, I think he was trying to play in a way like how computers are playing, this b4, a4 kind of stuff, but this is always very tricky, especially in a 10 minutes game. If you don't know the correct follow-up, Fabi with this beautiful pawn sacrifice with d5 took over the initiative, shut down every single idea of Hans, and then finally the nerves, the time, saved...
So let's see the concrete ideas, because Nicholas prepared us already.
Yeah, so this is the moment where, well, rook takes e1, it is also still very good for black, but rook takes e3 was quite promising. You're not winning the exchange back, actually, but you're getting very active play. The queen is coming in, the king is weak, you have very strong pieces.
Yeah.
But even after the trade here, takes, queen c8 was fine, bishop f1, here he's also in excellent shape, but now queen c7, just giving this pawn h6 for no reason. The computer really likes check and knight d5. And of course that looks a bit risky because you're allowing like this check on h5, but if this works, you trade this knight, you're basically just winning because you also create threats on this diagonal at some point, and this actually works for black. So here Fabi slowly lost the thread with his next few moves, and then, being low on time, he decided to make the draw, which I think it's a reasonable decision at that point, given how the trend of the game went.
But I think it's very interesting. Can you move back if you move this rook e3 moment?
Mm-hmm.
Because now that I'm looking at it, what you said, rook e2, rook e1, I mean, would you really go rook e3 in this situation, this tournament situation? You would really go rook e3 and not saying that, okay, rook e1, queen c8, I have 2 pawns, rook g8, I'm just...
Yes.
Yeah, but here my opponent has to design, yeah? It's
No,
such a
no,
domination.
I will...
not
well,
straight
if
away.
you
Why?
play
Why
with Hans, he never resigns.
Okay, but
There
doesn't
is
matter.
a check possibility on h5.
Yeah, this is, but because h6 is now already protected, this queen d5 and then rook d8, and I will even give you checkmate. This is just completely hopeless.
I understand it's hopeless, but it's a blitz game.
It's a blitz game, but...
Well, it continues somehow.
I mean, okay, I understand that it's
It's
but
not
if we don't
completely
have the
trivial, I
bar, if
would
we don't
say.
have the computer,
Yes. No, I'm with you, Judith.
okay,
I think his decision was also very reasonable, but then just...
because he's winning, but if he makes 1 or 2 inaccuracies, he can lose.
Well, lose,
not
I'm not
easy,
sure,
I
but
understand.
he gives up the exchange, so he needs to follow up
So what happened?
But for
energetically.
example, pardon me, just one move. If I don't give bishop d4 check, or even here I take on b2, what happens?
So like this.
Yes.
I gave a check because why not?
Yes.
So
okay.
you want to trade?
King f8, bishop b2. I give a check or take on b2. Doesn't
Okay, rook
matter.
b2.
Rook b2
E2,
and then
B2.
rook d8.
No, I cannot do this.
not
Queen-
the e2.
queen-
E2.
No, here queen d1 check is coming. If you take with this, then also I go rook d. Okay, I have queen d4 check. I have rook d8, queen d1 checkmate. I don't know. It's this is absolutely crazy.
But you know, I continue. Like I mean, with
we
your
always
king, this is
continue.
And Queen D1 check is not made. Yeah.
okay.
No.
I don't think that we have to criticize this decision in most of him, but maybe his time management.
Yeah, I mean,
and then
even
maybe
takes, Queen C8, right?
yes, Queen C8, and now Bishop F1. And here, I think it makes a lot of sense to give this check. Rook
Yeah,
G8.
No, well, we shouldn't be criticizing. His mistake was just that he completely blundered that this h6 pawn white can take. Yeah, because he thought like Queen takes h6, Rook G8, Bishop G7. There is no way white can take because everything falls apart. And then to his horror, he realized that nothing is falling apart. And in fact, he gave white the chance to. It was just this thinking like from 100 times, 99 times, white cannot take on h6. Yeah, he relied on instinct without calculation.
And Hans grabbed the opportunity. It's not like he is doing fine here, but he's slowly getting back, and then some more inaccuracies by Fabi, and the final position. The final position is just how much does the engine give for black even here? It's like, okay, still -1, but only if you play knight h7, other moves are already equal, so...
No, I can also understand the decision of Fabi. He says, okay, I was completely winning, I misplayed it, okay, let's get over it, so
He'll
we
be
can
white
see.
next game.
Yeah, we can see the sharpness of Fabi, that he makes such a quick decision, right?
Well, he also feels like, okay, I outplayed with black Hans in this game. Yes, so probably he believes that I can then always outplay, and he has a great score against Hans. The only way how I can lose is in this some crazy time scramble.
Exactly.
I should try to control everything. Yeah.
Exactly.
So
I think that makes sense, but he will of course be upset with himself that he didn't capitalize more on his promising position.
Well, I think it's a very smart and very wise decision by Fabi making this draw and move on. And we are just about to go and find out what is the next freestyle position that is going to be a challenge for the players.
Of 10 plus 10, we have one player in a must-win situation. That's Nordibek Abdusattarov, who lost the first game to Wesley. So in the final, it's all left to play for after the first game ended in a draw. And in order to draw the next position, I'm delighted to welcome a real legend of the game. Back in 1992, she became the 5th woman only to earn the Grandmaster title. Please give it up for Pia Kramling. Pia, you ready?
You know, I didn't bring my glasses. Oh, I'm sorry. I will need to have some little bit of help.
Number 331.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
And Pia, let me ask you a quick question. You've been here with your daughter Anna the entire time. You've watched the games. What have your impressions been of these freestyle games here?
It's amazing. I am enjoying so much to be here. Really happy to be a spectator, to see this world best player playing freestyle. I don't know so much about freestyle myself, but I will absolutely start playing much more. And, you know, this setup is just wonderful. Things I have been dreaming about when I was young, to see chess or to be developed like this, to be able to watch like this. So it's wonderful.
Pia, it's always a pleasure having you. We look forward to seeing your own freestyle games in the future. Shout out also, of course, to Anna. For now, to the players, best of luck. They are preparing already, and to the audience, have fun.
This is good. No, this is knight f6, knight f4. I think f4 is we can. Okay. What if he tries to like go d4?
G6. Oh, you have queen h6. Knight f6, queen h6. Very careful.
I'm afraid of this king.
But you can copy, yeah. Yeah, if I bishop f7. Don't mind copy. Being it. Well, then just copy. Yeah, bishop. Bishop a5. Bishop a5.
No, not bishop.
Ah. Queen.
I don't think so.
Really?
I think you give too many.
Oh, so he's just gonna castle down or something.
Yeah.
Rook g1. You don't believe in h. Well then bishop. F7.
Yeah. No, this makes sense.
H. Yeah, I think just got it. But they play e4. E4, yeah.
But no. Well, maybe this and g6. No point for you.
Or rook f5. Yeah, f5, rook f5. Check.
Oh, check. Position.
It's good, yeah. It's been forever.
No, you just take g6 even.
Okay. Yeah, you can develop that queen.
e4.
E4 doesn't make sense. Maybe just copy.
But not c5 too early because
also d6, b5.
No, it's
Maybe he'll go d4 first.
I think.
Maybe.
We have no choice.
Copy. I like this copy.
It's the principle, right? It can't be that bad.
Yeah, you're not never gonna blunder it.
Maybe we had a 6 first.
You're not scared of this stuff, yeah?
No.
Bishop d. Bishop g.
Okay. Symmetrical. Let's provoke.
Bishop a5, knight c4.
Okay, bishop a5, just knight f6. Down, definitely. This is a waste of time.
Yeah, maybe.
Queen h6 counts. And then knight c4. We just have to stop the pawn breaks.
You're never scared of this move, yeah.
Is b5? Bishop a5? Maybe queen h6 we can, no? G8, knight f3, g5, no?
h6 also has knight e6, bishop g7.
Ah, yeah.
Maybe we should make it. Maybe f4 if I bishop f2. That's quite good. No. That makes sense.
C6 probably not?
Or b6.
Or C5 b4.
6. No, maybe we can try with b4. A little bit space.
Knight f6. And then g4. D4 maybe. That's tough, knight is G1. Bishop D4. Yeah, bishop C4. Yeah.
But maybe you have some small.
Yeah, I think
You also small hand. Bishop D4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
So F5 is a straight one.
I think at some point I have to
Like,
so B6, B4 is interesting. What if
C4?
C4?
Yeah, C4. This looks nice.
More possible.
Yeah, sweet.
C5, B4.
Before F7. P4? You can.
But wait, you cannot take.
Take and queen A3?
Yeah, but we just take.
Rook B7?
Ah, but I thought the.
So, gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start.
But you can take and queen A3, right?
Yeah, it's a
Something.
position.
Welcome back to this second tiebreak. Just 1 second. Is it clear now?
No, I want to lower.
Okay, we will change.
No, the chair is fine. I don't know how to lower that. I want to put it under so I can.
Just 1 second.
No, but I see if I can.
On the other side.
Sorry.
You got the tablet?
No, no.
Oh, no.
Can the chair go lower? Is it? The chair? It usually can go.
Sorry for the delay.
What?
No, we don't do. Okay. Now I hope you're ready. So please start the games.
So the tie break, number 2, the second game we are seeing between Nakamura and Neiman, and as well with Abdusattorov, Vachier-Lagrave, but they are in the lower brackets playing. Vachier-Lagrave won his first game, so there's a must-win situation for Abdusattorov. But the exciting part, who is going to be the finalist and the opponent of Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana or Hans Niemann?
And wow, in both games we see this f4, bishop f2 idea. I'm kind of puzzled that white really has this time to afford to activate the bishop.
Well, white wants to castle, yeah? Knight f3 and castle, I guess.
That is the idea. And also the bishop f2 was lining up against the a7 pawn, so black had to answer it with knight b6. At least it was logical.
A very typical pattern, right? When the bishop shows up on the g1, a7 diagonal, when the rook is on b8, knight b6 comes.
Knight b6 comes.
Unless they consider b6 better for temporal reasons.
Yes, knight b6, c4, d6. Yeah, how
so
difficult it is, yeah? That to adjust to a new position,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Because this now everything is completely different compared to the previous game.
Do you think the players could remember all the games they play, let's say on the first day? What was the starting position?
No.
Not at all.
No?
No, maybe the starting position they can put, but
yes?
Maybe. Okay, Magnus, yes, but I'm not sure anyone else.
I like what Hans is doing so far. Bishop d7, knight f6, castle. Looks like a decent setup.
Yeah.
Solid.
He'll go
I would have liked bishop d7
castle.
first, so if knight f3, I have this bishop h3 idea.
Well, the bishop
to
h6
stop castle option.
Yes.
Yeah, so I will have to play bishop g2 and then knight f3 to castle against bishop h3, but this is not exactly what I'm enjoying.
Well, also, after knight f3, maybe black will go queen h3, actually.
Just to disturb, yeah?
Yes, knight f3, queen to h3. You cannot castle. You hit the rook, by the way. Watch out.
Yeah, and if the rook moves,
on the menu.
then we already know that you can never castle.
And you cannot castle with the queen on h3 because the king would need to pass f1, and this is not allowed. If
And
the
now knight
square is
g4 is the
controlled.
threat. So I can't do the preparatory bishop g2 move. And he
does
was
play
h3.
h3. Ooh.
Total
This feels
Total
very
desperado,
slow.
yes. This
No,
is crazy.
something has gone wrong here already in the opening moves for Fabiano Caruana. As we saw in the last game, this doesn't have to mean something. I mean, it's still...
Well, it means a lot. It builds the confidence in
Yes,
Hans.
it
Look at
builds the
this.
confidence.
His body language changed completely.
Bishop
D7, so he will never be able to play knight f3.
Well, white
G4.
goes g4 probably.
Well, but g4 and h5 will come at some point. Huh?
Yes.
No, it's basically Fabi is fighting for his life from this moment on, and it's only move 5. g4 played.
Can black go h5 and g5, bishop h3?
Even like this, yeah? Okay, Hans just castles. He doesn't want to bother, does not want to calculate. He actually sticks to his
Plan.
plan, yes, not to calculate. Well, this h5, g5, bishop h3 is still possible, yeah? Still available.
Probably he would just go rook e1. And then knight has to go back to e8 or
That's a pawn.
h7.
Plus the king is stuck on d1.
Yeah.
It's definitely interesting to go h5 here.
Now the big question is, will Hans slow down and calculate?
h5,
Yes.
he plays it. And,
Goes for h5.
and Fabi's in a tough spot because g5 bishop takes h3. So he basically needs to take an h5, but this is also not a move that you're happy to make.
Unbelievable. We have seen what happened in the previous game. He did not win the winning position, and now in 5 moves or 6 moves he's losing with white, and then he will be out of the race. for the win.
He's not losing.
Okay, it's horrible. Okay,
It is horrible.
It is horrible. He cannot make a single move by hand. Yeah, that any routine move, no routine move, he cannot stabilize the position. His clock will be ticking. He will be down to 5 minutes versus 8 in a -2 position.
Well, he needs to take on h5, play bishop f3. This is clearly best right now.
Yeah, this g5,
Oh,
bishop
okay.
h3 is...
That's not so bad. That's not so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, then maybe you have some ideas yourself at some point to
No, he
go.
goes
Oh, he goes
G5.
g5.
Oh, yeah.
So bishop takes h3. What does he have in mind? And Niemann plays it instantly.
Rook e1 he wants to go.
No, he actually maybe blundered bishop h3 because he's not...
Impossible.
Well, he's not making his next move.
Oh. You think he
And his
blundered?
body language showed like...
It is indicating that he might have blundered this one.
Yeah, it showed that he blundered bishop h3. Well, if he would have forced him bishop h3, then he would have not played d3 because he had a chance after castle
No,
to play bishop
h5
g2.
he blundered, but after h5.
Yeah, but he blundered h5 already before black playing short castle. Hans played the move short castle, which means that he was not afraid of h5 because he hasn't seen the bishop h3 idea.
Yes, but before g5, already he could think of it.
Yeah,
because
but
he was thinking
didn't.
for a little.
Yeah, but yeah, he completely blundered bishop h3. He was probably already unhappy anyway.
Oh.
It would definitely hurt if he goes down without a chance in this game. It's not over, but this is definitely a tough spot now for White.
Very tough spot. And of course, if he loses the match like this, then everybody will criticize him that how did you not continue in a clear better position, yes?
Rook e1.
Well, there was nothing else than rook e1, I think.
Yeah, more or less. And now knight e8 or knight h7?
I go
And
knight
White is
h7.
even not able to put the knight on c3 because it's on a1. Yeah, because at least if you kick away the knight from f6 and the knight comes to c3, you feel like there is some compensation.
He
but
goes
like
to
this,
e8.
yeah, he takes so that at least he has the pair of
Bishop
bishops.
f3.
But the problem is the black king is like super safe now with this construction.
Well,
But
rook
at least we
h1,
have the pair of bishops. Okay, there is some
knight
hope.
c2, knight e3, f5.
Yeah, light squared bishop. This is something to play with. It's not as bad as it looked.
Yeah.
Suddenly the position looks like almost
Only a pawn
almost playable. Yeah, it's before I thought like it's hopelessly lost, but no, now it's a game. But knight g7 will come also. Yeah, maybe is the knight coming from that angle?
No, queen will move, long castle, brings all the rooks to the king's side. It's not going to be so easy for black.
Yes. Is it a good idea to play c5, knight c7, and knight a4, b5? It's a very tempting kind of idea. I want to use the long diagonal and hit on b2, make sure
If
that
you have
my...
the time for it.
Yeah, why not? c5.
Interesting.
I think this c5, knight c7, knight a4 looks promising.
c5 is good, e5 is also good.
Yeah, but e5 is, I can't judge it, but c5 is kind of the human way, yeah, on the board. Hans goes for it. Knight again makes perfect sense.
And Hans also has extra 2 minutes.
And I don't like knight b3. He should have played your move, Judith, knight c2.
Yes.
Knight c2, because it was more flexible.
Well, towards to the f5 square.
Yeah, towards e3 and everything. Now the knight is completely stuck on b3, and black has this knight c7, knight a4, b5 idea, opening up everything, and all the pieces will take part in the game. The bishop from h8 is always eyeing the pawn on b2, so white will not be able to evacuate his king to the to this side, to the left side of the board. And practically
Hans
speaking,
is very happy.
Of course, very happy.
Hans is very happy.
Maybe you need to go queen c2 now to stop knight a4.
Yes. But okay, I anyway continue knight c7, and if you move the knight to d2, I have queen d7, knight a4. I have already foreseen this. I was calculating this line. Yeah, because I also thought like queen c2 is the only move, and then knight c7, knight d2. I'm falling back with the queen to d7 to support this knight a4 b5 idea. After all, also in the close Sicilian, because it's now very close Sicilian position, and bishop g4 giving up the light square bishop and going b5, b4, it's a very typical kind of stuff. So it's in the DNA of human players.
So what about going bishop e4 and playing f5 and somehow trap that queen?
It's an interesting idea.
Well, probably I will go back with the queen to d7 after bishop e4. And then say that, wait a second, you place the bishop on e4, maybe I will go knight g7, knight f5.
Of course, because you play 3 moves, yeah? It's my move after queen d7, I'm sorry. I go f5.
He's pre-moving knight g7.
Oof. Oof.
Anyway, knight g7?
Okay, I can also start with knight g7 after bishop, but okay, bishop f3, very similar idea.
But not supporting f5.
Not supporting f5, but okay.
Maybe he wants to go queen e3, that's why he went also bishop f3, not only to attack on h5. Not easy for Fabi.
No, not easy at all.
Very bad opening start.
Because in fact this knight b3 c5 killed all the hope once again. Yeah, queen d7 back. The queen is just beautifully placed on d7. It keeps an eye on the f5 square and it supports this strategically super important idea, knight a4 followed by b5. If that happens, white's construction just falls apart. So Fabi is trying to create something here on the h5, but what exactly?
Maybe e4, f5, something in this direction.
Yeah, but okay, e4, f5, I don't have to react.
You just don't do anything. But at some point, maybe I can sacrifice on h5, yeah?
Yeah, but if knight a4, b5 is happening, then yeah,
knight
on
a4
the
is
board.
happening.
It is happening.
It is happening.
And look at the clock situation, 7:52 for Hans, so there is no time pressure, whatever. He's just crushing through.
Well, I mean, if you play b5, I just have to keep the tension. Just have to keep the tension.
Yes, you have to, but this tension is very much in my favor. Yeah, keep that knight on b3 and protect that b2 pawn with rook on b1. I'm not scared of this construction, but I'm hitting b2. I'm opening up the b file.
No, the problem is I just don't believe in white's attack.
Yes, exactly.
I was thinking what to do with the king to go to c2, but then after b5, what I do?
Yeah.
I mean,
then
I would
already
just
c4 pawn is
bishop
compromised.
h5. I just want to give that away, but then bc and you're there, and queen f5 check and all this.
And rook b4 and yeah.
Yeah, maybe white should play e4.
Yeah, it's a very
with
sad
f5?
move.
Well, at least get some control in the center.
And go with the king to e2.
Yes, maybe walk even to
like
g2.
this.
But okay, it's pawn down after b5. We'll maybe even go knight g7, knight d6 at some point. I can do whatever I want.
I mean, if you put a knight on g7, it will be really difficult to break through.
But it's also not so appealing to play knight g7, block
It
the
is
bishop.
not, but at the same time, that's it feels like it's the only idea for white to play a sacrifice or to play f5.
Queen c2.
Yeah, queen c2.
But this comes too late.
Yeah, it comes too late.
Knight c7.
But he went knight c7.
Why
He
not
didn't play
b5?
b5 immediately.
Wait, now bishop h5 is actually computer is giving it as an option.
Exactly.
Bishop h5 and d4. The computer is giving us an option. That's crazy, though.
Wow,
I don't see that coming.
This is absolutely crazy.
d4.
Yeah, no.
And after
this is
queen
not
g4.
I guess this is the rook h4.
Rook
No,
h4.
knight a5.
No,
Yeah,
this
he's
was
trying
not-
to
After all, he's human.
fight for the light squares.
It was not like it was still better for black, but apparently there was an interesting idea. So knight a5. What black can do, white can do also, yeah?
Yes, yes. No, actually, knight a5 is a... Black has to play
Disturbing
d5
move.
probably. Okay, black has to play d5. But then he needs to calculate.
d5.
d5, cd5, and the knight on
Knight
a4 is
d5.
hanging. Ah, look on h1 is hanging. That's the problem. So yeah, after d5, cd, knight d5, at the end of the line, the knight is not hanging on a4 because the queen targets the rook on h1.
d5 is the strongest move.
Yeah.
That's also a move that you
Yeah,
want
it's
to play if you can.
begging to be played actually, but
But
yeah.
knight e6 is also good.
Hans goes knight e6, but now e3, cemento. Cemento. Bishop E1, B3. If once I kick
Yeah,
him
if
back
you get that, you're
if that
happy.
knight goes back to B6, then I'm claiming already advantage for white.
And Bishop E1, Queen G2, attacking on B7.
Well, already
Yeah.
also bishops. Then
And then
we
the
are
knight
happy.
goes back
No,
to
this
D8,
is,
Bishop
this is
H5.
looking a bit better for white again. I mean,
Yes,
than it was a
compared
few
to-
moves ago. Black is
Absolutely.
still clearly better, or maybe
But
even
can
winning.
Black
But
go B5? You go knight C6?
well, it's
Well,
also
knight
bishop
C6,
C6.
bishop C6.
Bishop
then
C6, Queen C7.
Yes.
Okay, rook F8. But now there is bishop E1 is too
Bishop
slow.
E1 is possible, no?
But B6, knight C6, and going for an endgame that we might hold.
Wait, what? Sorry, what endgame?
Knight
then rook
C6 takes Queen A4.
Queen A4, yeah.
Yes, yes.
But you can again sacrifice with knight B to the exchange for 2 pieces and with 2 pawns for the
Oh,
exchange.
that looks.
Also looks good for black.
Yes. Okay, King E2, but now B5
No,
can
B5.
finally happen, right?
It will happen. And there is no B3. Yeah, if bishop on E1 and B3 happens,
Yeah,
it's-
bishop E1 was necessary, I think. Now B5 is
Okay,
coming.
B5, it's not the end of the world, takes a knight C4.
Yes, yes. But black is making progress.
Yeah, black is making tremendous progress.
Maybe I should still play bishop E1 after B5. Just try to hold it like this. I would like this better than to take on B5, I think.
Yeah, somehow CB5.
B5
Okay, yeah,
split.
very difficult spot for Fabi after B5. But at least he got this pawn to E3 and king on E2.
Yeah,
at
that
least
is-
something, yeah?
Yeah,
That is
it's,
something.
it's some recovery.
Yes.
But still a tough spot. And he's down to 2 minutes 40. So this time he has a bad position plus worst time. Last game he had a good position, worst time. Basically. He does take.
CB.
Well, black can even choose. Rook takes b5 also works because queen takes a4 is rook b2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but-
rook B5, knight C4, no? What's the
Exactly.
plan?
And then already threatens with
And then at b6.
And then B3. Okay, solido. Solido, no,
yeah,
that's...
that will be a long game.
Yeah, that's not the end of the story. No, this is with E3, king E2 construction, white actually created himself a fighting position. Yeah, it's bad, of course, black is clearly better. It's I'm not
Yeah,
saying
that's
this,
no question.
but it's not losing anymore for white. This is playable. Fightable. B3. Cement.
Can he go knight D2? Or it
even
doesn't
like
make
it.
any sense?
b3, yeah.
Yeah, B3, cement.
But maybe d5 now?
Yeah, D5 will be played.
On the board.
Because d4 might be coming, right?
Yeah,
d4 is very
coming.
unpleasant.
This is very unpleasant, yeah. Just when it looked like almost it's playable.
Oh, d4 is coming and you're just going to fall apart.
Yeah, so basically C takes B5 was a big mistake, yeah. Giving up the center.
No, this, I mean,
Can white do knight D2?
he does take,
Take.
but d4 is still
Somehow I thought
looming.
to go F5, bishop H5.
f5, bishop h5? Now or? Well, it doesn't
I wouldn't
work
say
really,
now
yeah.
or never. But F5,
Just a
knight
very quick
G5.
update. Nodiebek has 0 chances, in fact, suffering with white in a must-win situation game.
Well, 0 chances. I mean, Peter.
Well, Wesley is just dominating, yeah. And if Wesley would need to win that game, then he would be a heavy favorite. And he all he needs is a draw. And he's also up on the clock. But okay, we of course focus on Caruana against
But
Neiman.
there's some things may happen.
Well, Caruana is down to 1.5 minutes, and his position's very difficult. This looks like Nima is going to take this one and move on to the finals.
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. Crazy in a sense because what happened in the first game. Yeah, we
Yes.
are all under this influence. Yeah, but,
Of course. In general, Fabi has shown such a Strong tournament, of course. Yesterday was an up and down against Pragnananda, but he always
Bishop
came back.
G3, look at that. On D4, he's ready with E4.
E4.
Yes, but the knight is coming to F5.
And the clock is ticking.
And
only 1
E5
minute.
will come, the king, it will be all
Yes.
opened up. Black king is super safe, and the white king will just die in the center.
Yes.
That's so easy to play at this point for black too.
Yeah.
It
Knight
just all
F5,
comes
E5
naturally.
and
The white king is
That's
super
true.
weak.
it's game over.
This
Knight
seems,
G7, very unpleasant.
even I would say this time, this is hopeless.
Yes, this is absolutely hopeless.
What do you mean? You're so skeptical, guys.
Well, look at the time situation, look
I'm
at the position.
realistic. We
No,
are realistic.
that's where Fabi starts.
Well, Fabi's the
that
fighter,
time.
he will try everything he can, but okay, there are limits.
I understand that it's not a promising position.
E5.
E5 takes and D4.
Everything. No, but the rook is on B1.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yes.
Yes, even
Nothing
this.
works. Nothing works here.
that's a bad news.
You're losing positionally. You're down a pawn. Your king is weak. It's
That's
just
a
everything.
bad news.
Chess is a game of nerves. Yeah, this is the point.
Fabi also shaking his head, going down in time, under half a minute. What can he do? How can he fight?
Yeah, he cannot believe it that he did not win the previous game and then losing with white in 5 moves.
Yeah, the opening went just horribly wrong for Fabi.
And D4. Hans is pushing.
And after E4?
Well, maybe even knight
Plays it
E3
slow.
check.
Knight G7 back.
Ah, no knight E3 business.
Knight
want to
E3
be
is also
cruel, yeah?
good. Knight G7, Knight E6.
This is the modern era, yeah, just knight G7 and collect.
Just enjoy, as you would say, Peter.
Yeah, but I would enjoy with knight E3 check and then open the bishop and probably not win at the end of the day. Eh? Yeah, this is-
C4 is also nice now. Open up some more. Use the pin on the B file.
Rook F8,
F8.
preparing F6.
Bishop H3.
Hans just wants to break through on the king side.
And he will. Bishop F4, picking up the G5 pawn. He still has 6 minutes 40 seconds.
Yes.
That's way too much time. Unless he's rushing and blundering something, he will take this game.
Queen C2, yeah, Queen E2. I thought like Queen at least goes to C4, but okay, this is.
Oh, Queen E5, grab
But you
the
see how
G5.
quickly and confidently Hans is moving.
Yes. Well, this is what also Sam told us, yeah, that yeah, when Hans believes that he is better or he's winning, then
So white is losing a second pawn. King G2.
so hiding on H1
Hiding.
at
Yes.
least, yeah, trying to hide on H1.
But actually, Fabi's fighting fantastic.
But he's fighting a lost cause.
I
that's the
understand.
problem.
I understand that it will be not good enough to save the game, but still, I mean, would you go King G2 H1, being resourceful? that,
Peter would
okay,
have resigned already.
Yeah, well, I don't know in this tournament situation, but yeah, you know me.
Well, it's getting worse and worse. Bishop H4. No, Rook B2.
King G7.
And then he'll go H4.
Completely cemented structure. Yeah, H4 and then Bishop G3 sneaking in. H4 Bishop G3 probably forces resignation on the board.
He has almost 7 minutes. 7 minutes he has because he just got another 10 seconds. Well,
That hurts.
that
That
hurts
hurts for
because it was
Fabi.
not a real fight.
No, this game was
Yes.
not a fight, and the last game he was winning.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not little.
That's why it hurts so much. Of course, we are very happy for Hans if he qualifies, but it just hurts for Fabi, yeah, that this was not the way.
Bishop G3.
Bishop E3. Because you don't want to take that pawn on h4.
No.
That much. It's clear. The rook is coming to h8.
But bishop e1 also doesn't help. Just hiding out does not help. What to do?
Running out of moves.
Hans can hardly control himself. He's taking down Fabi, his biggest nemesis.
Yes. And advancing to the finals.
Yeah.
Guaranteeing him at least 140k. Plus a spot, most likely,
takes.
in South Africa in the final.
Knight f3. It's all over.
Well, rook h3, knight g1.
But Hans is sharp in these
Knight
positions.
g1. I mean,
Very sharp, of course.
knight g1.
So finally he poses for the first time in the game.
So it feels like it, right?
One move before the end. He knows how much is at stake. He goes back to g5.
Well, but now rook e3, actually white can continue for a little bit longer. Oh, rook g3.
Rook g3. Okay, rook e3 takes knight e6.
Yes,
super
of
cemento.
course, of course.
Now also 96.
But I'm actually not even down material in that position. That would be like...
But a hopelessly lost position.
Yeah. But now 96, it's...
The fork is coming. The fork is coming.
Yeah, now you resign.
Where to hide? Clock is ticking down. Queen g4.
G4.
He's hanging on.
He is hanging on, yeah.
He's hanging on.
But knight g1, I mean...
Yeah, knight g1 would have ended right there. At least Hans is also showing a little bit of nervousness.
But he finds rook f4
Yeah,
and...
rook f4. This position is so overwhelming.
Yeah, he can...
This is a position where you can tell your opponent, okay, you can make 10 moves. Unless you take something, you can continue, because you cannot do anything.
He drinks the sip.
Queen d1 back. Now rook h4. And the king is running out of squares.
Yeah, after rook h4, it's mate in few. Knight f4, queen h5 shows up.
Yeah.
Poor Fabi. Carlsen Keimer couldn't beat him this time, but it looks like Hans Niemann will and knock him down to a lower bracket. He will still have a chance to fight for third place, but...
Wow, with 1 second on the clock, yeah, but okay, it does not matter at all.
Yeah, it's a painful situation for Fabi, what has happened in this game.
Yes.
Should he go rook h2, or bishop f2, or knight f4? The big dilemma.
Yeah, Hans is now doing this waiting game. Sometimes your opponent designs in such moments. Yeah, because it's just so much pain. Yeah, it's just so much pain.
Yeah, yes, totally.
Every move is completely winning.
Knight f4. He has to take. Bishop takes.
Rook h3.
Rook h3. Queen g5.
Queen g5 takes
check.
and queen g3.
Yeah, winning the bishop or giving checkmate.
Queen g5. King h1. Queen g3, for example. Oh, Fabi.
Yeah, he cannot believe it's all written on his face. Takes queen g3.
And we have the next finalist. The opponent of Levon Aronian is Hans Niemann. Incredible comeback in game one. And simply basically for Fabi, it was a very bad start of this game, which meant that actually Hans played very well this game.
He played brilliantly, and
That's also a great game.
also the first couple of moves to punish the mistakes of Fabi. The reason why it got so bad because Hans played so well.
What an amazing run for Hans.
Incredible.
Well, we have the other game still running, but Wesley So is completely winning at this point, at least according to... No, it was a mistake. Sorry, my eval bar showed that for a moment. No, he's not completely winning. Actually, White is a little bit better. So Nordbeck has chances. Nordbeck has chances.
Because you saw
to
the
take this one.
beautiful two question mark, and that's what misled.
Sometimes something is wrong with the eval bar or the question marks. So Nordbeck has a chance to strike back against Wesley So, fighting to stay in the tournament. He needs to win to continue to take it to blitz tiebreaks. Rook f6. Hitting d6, hitting g6. Let's zoom in on the players. I mean, they're moving quickly here. So
we won't be doing much of analysis here.
Rook e6 is a mistake.
Wow.
Rook f7 check now.
Rook f7?
Rook f7 and bishop h3 is winning for White.
Well, but okay, why? What's happening? Rook f7, king h6.
Bishop h3.
Rook e7. Yeah, rook f7 played. Why should I panic?
Well, actually, no.
It looks
changing
like
its
everything
opinion.
is,
No, b takes c5 apparently is.
It looks like everything is protected. What's wrong?
So b takes c5 is completely winning, but I'm not sure yet why.
Yeah, and the players are under a minute. I'm not even sure if you ask them that because it looks
there's
like it's
queen
fantastic.
a5, queen d2 is very strong.
Oh,
that is very hidden. That is very hidden. bc5, dc5,
wow.
queen a5. Wow.
Is it
That
winning?
is-
It's winning,
It's
yeah?
completely winning.
Yeah, but this
bc5
means I
completely
have
winning.
to take back with the queen, but then you have queen b7 and you checkmate me on the 7th rank.
Yeah, or queen b2. Queen b2 is also
Or
very
queen b2,
nasty.
yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
So you just have to
bc5
get to that
just
king.
wins.
You have to get to that king.
No, he did not see it.
This
He
is
goes
such
rook
a
c7.
difficult maneuver.
Very difficult.
First, when I saw the suggestion, I was like, my computer is
Exactly, what's the big deal?
wrong. Queen a5, what is this? But queen d2.
The action is on the other side and the computer is fooling around on the...
Okay, so rook e7, trying to save on the 7th rank. Now bc.
No, rook c8. He's trying to...
But now black can take on e4. Now black can take on e4. Everything's safe. Or d5 even.
It actually just shows that it was not in the game. Actually, Nodiabek did not sense that he can win or anything. He was just looking for chances.
Takes. Is he thinking on queen d4?
Yeah, is he thinking about queen d4?
Queen d4 is possible, yes.
Being smart.
That is
Very smart.
tricky move. But he's just double checking if queen e4, if there's a check, queen b8, but here's rook e8.
But maybe queen d4 is better because after that rook e4 and rook h4.
Yeah, but okay, he takes on e4 finally. Why with 20 seconds on the clock you should be thinking about such finesses?
Well, you have to double check that rook h8, king g7, queen b8 is not checkmating you, but you have rook e8.
You have rook e8 all the time because you have tripled. Now b takes e5, too late for b takes e5.
Now queen d4.
Now queen d4 is indeed good.
d4.
Good.
That seems to hurt.
Actually, queen b2 is the only move.
Ooh,
Which is
that's a very
impossible,
bad
yes.
news.
Which white
Queen
simply
b2 is
cannot
the
play.
only move. Otherwise, you just
Rook
resign
e2.
because of rook e2.
Yeah, but
he
you
has to
cannot-
go queen b2, and he has to do it fast. 5 seconds on the clock, but queen b2, he will not win that endgame.
Yeah, he will not.
And he plays rook g2, but now rook e2
Rook
is
e2.
game over. Rook e2 is game over, and played. Queen c6,
D5.
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 Just block out that queen, and Nordbeck knows it.
He knows it,
That's
understands it.
d5 and the attack, and black is the one attacking now.
Peter, you said there was zero chance.
Well, there was, but it was a very accidental. He did not even believe, because this rook c7 and rook c8 were just random moves.
Yeah. But you see, there is always a chance.
And Nodiebek resigns, which means that in the lower bracket we have legends like Wesley So, Hikaru Nakamura, and Magnus Carlsen,
and
Pragnananda, the prodigy, the Indian prodigy.
And
He's already a superstar.
from the upper bracket, Fabiano Caruana joining.
Wow.
And Arjun.
Yes.
Wait, how does this even work? 6 players? No, there must be more players. Well, anyway.
They will be playing.
Okay,
yeah,
we'll get
see.
to that.
Okay, so before we show the brackets, how it's standing, maybe we can see what was going on in the second game. It was, things were happening too fast.
Yeah, I mean, basically we can come back to this one critical moment again, where suddenly there was this huge opportunity for Nodiebek to win the game, take it to the blitz
But
tie
wait
breaks.
a second, we should maybe show a little bit earlier as well, when Wesley had the dominant position, to understand why Nodiebek did not even believe that he has a chance, yeah? I think this is very important.
Maybe around
because during the
here
whole
you
game
saw
he was actually worse.
Yeah, here he was a bit worse, but he was able to trade the bishops. Now at least the black king is also a bit weak. There's some ideas on the diagonal, knight g4, but indeed here Wesley could cope with it, and black has a better structure, but still the king is a little bit weak. So there's a little bit of hope for white, and at some point Nodiebek got the chance.
But actually it looks like Wesley is playing beautifully, no? It looks like he took the control, but what was this queen d5? So he couldn't trade the queens because then rook f6 enters, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very
because
smart
let's not
idea.
forget that Nodiebek knew that he's in a must-win situation.
Right.
He offers a trade of queens. Very interesting.
But even this, I'm just curious to see, is this... It is a little bit of something here, apparently, yeah.
Yes.
Because you have the rook maybe coming in. But very, very good find by Nodiebek. So rook e7, queen c6, takes, and now rook f6.
We are approaching the critical moment.
Rook
yeah?
e6, yeah, and rook e6 was a mistake. You should not allow the rook to the 7th rank. He should have taken on b4 and then take on e4, and then he should probably hold this. So, but here, yeah, now this is where the crazy moment was. I mean, there are some other moves as well, like rook 2, f4 is also good, but yeah, the very, very strong and powerful was to take on c5.
The total primitive move, yes?
The point is that after d takes c5, now the queen can go to a5, and once it lands on d2, you are in a lot of trouble. So, for example, c4, queen d2, g5, and now rook f5, and black resigns. So this was missed, and yeah, then there was...
can you just show, please, also that after queen c5, then the other angle?
Right,
yes.
right. Queen c5, then queen b2 is also
With
very
double
powerful.
attack,
You just need to get to this king somehow. The king, at first it looks safe, but once you get to this diagonal, the c1, h6 diagonal, black just has to resign, basically. So Nodiebek will probably be upset that he missed this chance. And after rook c7, he still has a little bit of advantage, but the big moment was gone, and then he allowed Wesley to simplify, take on e4, and when he had to basically allow a queen trade, and Nodiebek did not do so because the endgame would have also not given him any chances, and then it was actually Wesley So who won in the end in an attack and staying in the tournament, Jude.
Well, that was quite a game, and it was the opportunity for Abdusattorov, but he missed it. It happens, but Wesley played very well. Can we see just a little bit the point where it was hopeless already for Fabiano, just to recap? Like basically after b5, I think, or somewhere there, it was how hopeless it was.
Yeah, basically the first 6 moves were critical, and after that was hopeless.
Yeah, so the problems began pretty early. I think already f4 was criticized by the computer, the very first move. I think the computer wanted to see a move like c4. So f4 was maybe already in the analysis. Both Nordebek and Caruana, who both lost their white game, they came up with the wrong plan, I believe. Bishop f2, c4, g3. But yeah, the black setup is more stable.
Let's just pause here for a second. Let's just appreciate this little move d6. Because you beautifully highlighted, Nicholas, that the problem is that if white develops with the knight to f3, then there is this queen h3 bothering move, because we felt like white's whole concept was based on castling short to the king side, to the right side of the board. And if after queen h3 you move the rook, then you already are giving up on the castle to the right side. And clearly after you have committed this weakness with c4 and the knight on a1, you don't want to castle to the other side.
Yeah.
And that's why this total desperado h3 happened, which further weakened the position. Besides, he did h3 instead of knight f3 because knight g4 was a threat, hitting the bishop on f2 and the pawn on h2. So it's a total nightmare. So now it's move what?
This is move 4, basically.
Move 4. And already white is facing tremendous problems.
Yeah, just going c4 and f4, weakening yourself on both sides of the board in a way, and then not being able to execute this plan, going castle. This was the beginning of his problems, basically, because after h3, now you have to take care of this pawn. And
he should have played bishop g2 here. He should have.
Bishop g2. Actually, g4 was the best move. Bishop g2.
Bishop g2, at least I'm not collapsing, I'm not falling for this h5.
Yeah, but it's also not nice because you're not able to continue your development.
Yes. Okay, next move I'm going to go g4, but I stopped h5. What to do? But he got a second chance, yeah, because after g4, Hans did not use the chance immediately with h5. He castled.
Yeah, I was wondering, here actually h5, g5, this is
I wanted to sack the exchange. Honestly, I wanted to take gf and f7
this is different because you have the king in the center, and now c5. Now here white is getting some play with the king in the center. So Hans did everything right. He first castled, and then here d3 was also correct. You cannot really. You shouldn't play bishop g2 anyway, but you should here. This was the critical moment, after which the game was practically just very tough to play after g5. Just blundering, I think, the move bishop takes h3. He should take and then go bishop f3. And yes, he has the worst structure, but at least he maybe has some chances to open up the position with h4, h5 in some circumstances. And black is also better here, but this is definitely, you practically you just have much more chances, whereas in the game, after g5, there's bishop takes h3.
He completely blundered bishop h3. We have seen it on his body language.
So too, hitting the rook, and now you have lost the pawn, but you also have lost the pawn in basically the worst way, because you don't have a break against the king anymore, and the black king is super safe, so black can just calmly try to improve his position, whereas white's king is not safe. And from then on, of course, there were moments where he could have maybe done something else, but it was just really difficult from the start.
Well, it was a very unfortunate match for Fabiano. It started incredibly well because he was winning completely with the black pieces, while after that things have been going very badly.
But it also shows that how much nerves were in the game, right? That in the first game, Hans got in a hopeless position with white. Luckily, he escaped. And in the second game, decisive game, that it's already not about chess. Yeah, it's all about nerves, controlling the situation, and probably this marathon match of Fabi yesterday finally paid it all.
Well, maybe actually I felt when he went for the draw in the first game, he repeated moves. I had mixed feelings about it, that he gave up so easily that position, and he somehow wanted to be very smart and say, okay, I let this go and then I go for the second game. But of course, it is a very unfortunate starting position, I think, that he was not able to play it out the way he wanted. And of course, we should not take away that Hans played a brilliant game, and he deservingly went into the finals. So let's see the brackets again. The lower bracket first. what has happened today, just to see it again, what are going to be the new matchups. Actually, we don't know exactly because
Yes.
there is going to be, the players are picking who they are going to be playing, but we know that we see that the intermediate matches, stage 1, we are going to see Nakamura, Dominguez,
Nakamura, Fernanda, Wesley So, and Magnus Carlsen.
And if I'm not mistaken, Nakamura can pick first since he had the best result in the preliminaries.
Then probably Pragnananda because
Well,
he also
no, there's
won
nothing more to pick,
then nothing,
actually. So we can probably expect that Pragnananda will play against Carlsen.
And we are basically saying goodbye to 4 brilliant players: Lenia Dominguez, Vincent Keimer, Nodivek Abdusatulov, and Javohir Sindarov.
So
finishes the tournament.
Painful match today, he lost against Magnus.
And the winner then of this next match, they will face the loser of the semifinals. So for one match, Karana and Arjun can just wait and watch, and then they will face the winner of the next match between those 4 that succeeded in the lower bracket today.
Exactly. Let's see finally what has happened in the semifinal. And it was quite an amazing matches. What
And there we
matches
have
we've
it.
seen.
Levon Aronyan against Hans Niemann in the grand finale.
If you had predicted this final, you could have made a lot of money.
Exactly. We are in Vegas after all.
Yes.
No? We should have predicted.
And they secured already 140,000 cash, and the winner will take $200,000 plus the 25 points of the
Exactly.
Grand Slam. And a lot of pride, but of course already this match playing in the finals, it is an incredible, great success. And what a run Hans has, but also Aronyan showed, eliminating basically the world #1 and #2. So this was it for today from us here in Las Vegas from Hotel Wynn. And thank you very much for viewing us, being with us, and chatting with us. I see we have chat, and we're back tomorrow, business as usual, the same time, on the same place.
The hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? To take my time, I haven't decided yet. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I'll find it's always all you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Line up, get on lose track. It's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's always lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, once your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, made you put me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Games begin, games. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go medicine training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, there always lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, once your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, made you put me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games.
Underneath the neon, denim jacket you can lean on. In the drop we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the reg, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your hands up on